Members of the Senate and guests will please rise as we receive our distinguished president.
The Senate will come to order. Members and guests will remain standing while we're led in our devotion by our chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Chaplain.
The prophet Malachi proclaims, "But for you who revere my name, the Sun," that's S-U-N, "the Sun of righteousness will rise with healing in its wings." From Malachi chapter 4, verse 2. Please bow with me as we pray. O most loving God, here in the Senate of South Carolina, we prayerfully remember yet again how important it is to walk closely with you, to trust unfailingly in the care of your Spirit, to pursue and follow your wisdom whenever we can do so, and always to act on what is known to be right. So here during this special session, Lord, we ask that you will indeed bless each of these senators as together they strive to achieve what truly is best for the citizens of this state. By your grace, bind us all together as one people, confident that we truly are sheltered by your healing wings. And of course, Father, we join in offering prayers of condolence in the death this morning of Pope Francis. So we pray in your loving name, dear Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Senator from Cherokee, what purpose do you rise, sir?
I request a call of the Senate.
Call of the Senate's been requested and ordered. Clerk will ring the bell. The reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate to record your presence.
Mr. Adams, present. Mr. Alexander, present. Mr. Allen, absent. Mr. Bennett is present. Mr. Blackman, present. Mr. Campson is present. Mr. Cash is present. Mr. Chaplin, present. Mr. Clemmer, present. Mr. Corbin, present. Mr. Cromer is present. Mr. Davis, present. Mrs. Devine is present. Mr. Elliott is present. Mr. Fernandez, absent. Mr. Gambrell, absent. Mr. Garrett is present. Mr. Goldfinch is present. Mr. Graham is present. Mr. Grooms is present. Mr. Hembry is present. Mr. Hutto is present. Mr. Jackson, absent. Mr. Johnson, absent. Mr. Kennedy is present. Mr. Kimbrell, absent. Mr. Lieber is present. Mr. Martin, absent. Mr. Massey is present. Mrs. Matthews, absent. Mr. Nutt is present. Mr. Ott is present. Mr. Peeler is present. Mr. Rankin is present. Mr. Rickenbaugh is present. Mr. Rice is present. Mr. Sabb is present. Mr. Stubbs is present. Mr. Sutton is present. Mr. Tedder is present. Mr. Turner is present. Mr. Burton is present. Mr. Walker is present. Mr. Williams. Absent. Mr. Young is present. Mr. Zell is present.
Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Leave for Senator from Richland, Senator Jackson, until noon tomorrow.
Without objection.
I have additional requests.
State your unanimous consent request, sir.
Leave for the Senator from Dillon for today. Marion.
Senator Williams. From Marion. Have all members recorded your presence? Senator Kimbrell is present. Have all members recorded your presence? Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Leave for the senator from Greenville, Senator Allen, until 1 o'clock.
Without objection, the senator from Greenville, Senator Allen, has leave until 1 p.m. Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. For the purpose of making a unanimous consent request,
State your request.
ask unanimous consent for leave for the day for the following senators. Am I allowed to do 3 at once? Would you like them one at a time?
We'll take them one at a time.
Ask unanimous consent for leave for the senator from York, Senator Johnson.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, Senator Johnson has leave for the day. Senator from York.
Ask unanimous consent for leave for the senator from Berkeley, Senator Fernandez.
Senator Fernandez has leave for the day.
And finally, Mr. President, ask unanimous consent for leave for the senator from Anderson, Senator Gambrell.
Senator Gambrell has leave for the day. Senator Allen is present. Senator Martin is present. Have all members recorded your presence? Have all members recorded your presence? Final call. The polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. We have 40 members present. A quorum of the Senate is present. The senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, I move that the Senate resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Motion is that the Senate resolve in the Committee of the Whole. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will resolve. The Committee of the Whole will come to order. Pursuant to the sense of the Senate adopted by the Senate, in accordance with Article 3, Section 13, the Senate now meets as a Committee of the Whole for the purpose of conducting an Article 15, Section 3 hearing to determine whether State Treasurer Curtis Loftus should be removed from office. I want to remind everyone that this is a serious constitutional hearing involving the possible removal of a statewide elected official. The gravity of this matter cannot be overstated. It deserves and will require the full attention, care, and deliberation of each member of this body. To maintain the integrity of the process and the dignity of this chamber, I also must make it clear that the quorum is not merely requested, it is expected and will be demanded. No expressions of approval or disapproval are permitted from the floor or the gallery. Applause, verbal reactions, gestures, or disruptions of any kind are not in keeping with the gravity of this hearing. This is an important constitutional proceeding. I will ask all present to govern themselves accordingly. Pursuant to the sense of the Senate, I now recognize the Senate presenters for up to 1.5 hours. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise?
Be recognized to present.
You're recognized. Start at 12:12. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms.
Members of the Senate, I really don't want to be here today. I know you don't want to be here either. My life would have been a whole lot easier if I'd just looked the other way, if the subcommittee had just looked the other way, if the Senate had just looked the other way. But that's not what happened. This is not a trial. I'm not a lawyer. You are not a juror. You are senators at a constitutional Section 3 removal hearing. The plain language of Section 3 reads, "For any willful neglect of duty or other reasonable cause which shall not be sufficient ground for impeachment, the governor shall remove any executive or judicial officer on the address of 2/3 of each house of the General Assembly." There will be no verdict of guilty. There will be no verdict of not guilty. There will not be an acquittal. But the ayes and nays will be taken based on your opinions on whether or not Treasurer Curtis Loftus is responsible for any willful neglect or other reasonable cause. This is the standard that each of us must base our opinions on today. Any willful neglect or other reasonable cause. Willful is defined by Webster's as intentional or deliberate. Neglect means to leave undone, unattended to, especially through carelessness. Another definition simply reads to disregard. And the meaning of other reasonable cause? A sufficient reason, having a good reason. Any willful neglect or other reasonable cause, easily understood. It's not complicated. That is our standard. That is our Section 3 constitutional standard that we base our opinions on today. Now, some may try to tell you that it should be a more legal and complex standard. They would be wrong. Again, this is not a trial. I'm not a lawyer. You're not a juror. I am, however, chairman of the Constitutional Subcommittee, and we conduct annual budget reviews and invite the financial executives to testify about their agencies and make budget requests. In January of 2023, at one of these hearings, Comptroller General Richard Ekstrom lit the fuse when he tried to explain away a $3.5 billion restatement that he had posted in the 2022 ACFR. The ACFR is our state's annual comprehensive financial report. The easy thing that day would have been to simply agree with him that a multi-billion-dollar error is fine, it's okay, we're just the government. It's no biggie. But what is the point of conducting a hearing if we simply ignore misfeasance and wrongdoing when it's uncovered? Why look for waste, fraud, and abuse if we never do anything about it, never hold anyone accountable for their failures? But we did our duty because we asked the hard questions and fervently sought to discover the truth. We did those hard things. We did the right things, and we're here today, and there is still just one more hard thing left to do. The subcommittee conducted 11 public hearings representing 27 and a half hours of recorded testimony. Among others, we heard from the treasurer, the comptroller, the interim comptroller, the state auditor, the interim auditor, the auditing firm Clifton Larson Allen, the accounting consulting firm of Malden and Jenkins, and the internationally known forensic accounting group Alec Partners. Senate staff has worked hundreds of long hours, including holidays and weekends, and we've received, sorted, and researched thousands upon thousands of pages of documents. The subcommittee has now published 3 highly researched and fully documented reports revealing the causes and recommended remedies to the multi-billion-dollar problems we find in our accounting reporting and in our treasury books. We identified 3 financial executives most responsible for the multi-billion-dollar mistakes: Comptroller General Richard Ekstrom and State Auditor George Kennedy have both taken responsibility for their parts and did the honorable thing by resigning their positions. Treasurer Loftus, however, remains defiant and refuses to take responsibility for his failures. When I was first elected years ago, there was a group of freshman legislators from across the country that went to Washington, D.C. And while we were there, we heard a comic. And the guy had us all rolling in the first few minutes with a few jokes. And one of those jokes was, remember in politics, remember now, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. It's how you place the blame. You know, and everybody laughed and got a good kick out of that. And then it got quiet for a moment. And then he told us to beware and never forget that there are those who will say anything and do anything to project their failures onto someone else, to project their failures onto you. Don't let them get away with it. And that has stuck with me ever since. Treasurer Loftus has had a big secret he didn't want anybody to know about. And I'll bet the farm that over the past 8 years, he's had a lot of restless nights worrying that that secret would get out, that that secret would one day be exposed. Such exposure would certainly destroy his self-image and peel back that paper-thin veneer of competence and righteousness he so proudly cloaks himself in. You see, Curtis Loftus had taken an oath to discharge the duties of office as state treasurer, and the main duty, the primary duty, the main reason we have a state treasurer is to maintain accurate and complete records of the Treasury. But doing so requires proper reconciliations of cash and investments that he has not done or cannot do. In 2012, 2013, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, the state auditor cited the state treasurer's office for significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, all related to incomplete or improper reconciliations of cash and investments. And in one report, the state auditor writes, it is probable that the magnitude of the difference in future years will have a material effect on the state's financial systems, on the state's financial statements. The outside independent firms of Malden and Jenkins and Alex Partners also report that the Treasurer's Office does not perform proper reconciliations. It is an undisputable fact that today the Treasury books are not accurate, they are not complete. And the big secret of Treasurer Loftus, the one that he's kept hidden away, is that there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in errors in the Treasury books today, and he doesn't know how to fix them. The existence of these errors is also confirmed by Alex Partners. It is a fact that his errors have ballooned into multi-billion-dollar problems that are so great that they impair his ability to recognize what money is real and what money is not real. Under oath, he testified that a fund containing a balance of $1.8 billion was real money. So real, in fact, that he had earned $225 million in interest on that money. A year later, because of Alex Partners' forensic audit, we now know that that money was not real and that Treasurer Loftus could not have earned $225 million on money that does not exist. All this in direct contradiction to the under oath sworn testimony of Treasurer Loftus. There's lots of banks that the money flows in and out, real money. But in order to try to make the books balance, you have to add in fake money, money that does not exist. You take real money, you add and subtract fake money, and all of a sudden you get a balance. I'm going to tell you, there are real serious issues anytime anyone has to add funny money to real money to balance their checkbook. If the treasurer does not know if money is real, he doesn't need to be treasurer. Because of his failures, the self-proclaimed best friend of the taxpayer, is costing the taxpayers tens of millions in legal, auditing, and oversight fees. And these costs to the taxpayer are just beginning. With friends like this, who needs tax and spend liberals? For Treasurer Loftus, concealing his secret, protecting his public image was much more important than faithfully executing the duties of office of State Treasurer. The Curtis Loftus you see here today is not the Curtis Loftus we elected back in 2022. Back then, he appeared competent and trustworthy. Now that he's been outed, now that his secret's exposed, now that sunlight is shining upon him and his failures, he is a different person. This Curtis Loftus is high risk and unstable. This Curtis Loftus threatened and attempted to expose the bank account architecture of the Treasury in a manner that would have invited cyber thieves to empty the Treasury. This Curtis Loftus has engaged in a campaign of misdirection, blame shifting, and deception. This Curtis Loftus will say anything and do anything to keep others from looking at him and his failures. This Curtis Loftus is a liability to the finances of our state. This Curtis Loftus has broken the public trust, violated his oath of office, has willfully neglected the duties of his office. At this time, I'll yield the floor to the senator from Georgetown.
Senator from Georgetown, Senator Goldfinch is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I commence my remarks, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent for the screens to be lowered so we can see evidence.
Without objection. That's part of, that's already been covered.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been talking a lot lately, as you can imagine. I am going to be eating a cough drop as we're going through this argument. I hope you will forgive me if I'm smacking and eating this cough drop. I'll try not to be rude with it. Otherwise, I'm afraid my voice may go out. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today we face a historic moment in South Carolina. As the chairman of the subcommittee said, it's a very regrettable but historic moment. No one at this table, on our subcommittee, or in this chamber relishes the idea of today. We all face this day with sadness and frustration that we even have to be here. But I have seen this body face incredible challenges and rise to the occasion. Just when I begin to doubt, the Senate comes together as one body, united in purpose for the betterment of South Carolina, and we solve the problem. That's what we do. That's what you do. And today, although it is historic, it's no different. Your constitutional duty, your duty here today is oversight, and I have faith that you will do your duty. The senator from Berkeley read to you the constitutional provision, so I won't read it to you again, but I will tell you that this provision was last used in 1875, and the journal from that session is instructive as to what we are considering today. I'd like to read you that, if I could, from Senator Swales, whose portrait sits right there in this chamber. The intention of the Constitution appears to your committee to be beyond doubt. When an executive officer has been guilty of grave crimes and misdemeanors, the Constitution, on one hand, arms the legislature with a powerful weapon of impeachment. But the framers of the Constitution have provided that where 2/3 of both houses of the General Assembly find in official character of such an officer sufficient evidence of his incompetency or his unfitness for the discharge of his duties, it shall be their duty so to declare and to require his removal. Now, in briefer and simpler terms, the Constitution has given 2/3 of both houses of the General Assembly the right to remove an executive officer by vote of want of confidence. Now, interestingly, that proceeding also involved a state treasurer back in 1875, but the question was summed up as this: the only issue made by the address is whether, in the opinion of 2/3 of the General Assembly, with the information before them, it is safe and proper to trust the administration of the state treasury in the hands of such an officer as the state treasurer has proved himself to be. This defines the core question the General Assembly must answer: whether the officer's performance justifies continued trust in their role based on available evidence. It focuses on the practical implications for the state rather than legal culpability, encapsulating the purpose of removal by address as a safeguard for public welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, today you see the fulfillment and the manifestation of our constitutional provision, this constitutional provision. You will hear evidence which details the many examples of willful neglect of duty or other reasonable cause. You will hear the treasurer either knew or should have known about the $1.8 billion error as far back as 2017. You will hear the treasurer's own words that the $1.8 billion actually existed, that he could get it in cash, that he had done a yeoman's work in earning, I've heard 170, I've heard 190, I've heard 225, and I've heard $250 million in interest over the course of the last year. You'll hear the treasurer's own words that the General Assembly spent that interest. And then you'll hear the treasurer's own words that he never said any of that. You'll hear threats from the treasurer's own mouth that he intended on releasing some of our state's most private and sensitive data online, on the internet. You'll hear from our former colleague who's here with us today. Thank you for being here, Senator. Senator McElveen say, I'm not giving you those instructions. And you'll see the letter from the treasurer where he told the Senate that the data was going to be released at noon that day on April 4th, 2024. Now, some of you may have sat on a jury before, or maybe you just watched a lot of Law and Order, and you may be asking yourself, what's the standard here? What's the burden of proof? Should I be judging this evidence based on reasonable cause, on reasonable doubt, which is a very tough standard for the prosecution, or maybe it should be by clear and convincing evidence or a preponderance of the evidence, which is more like getting to the 51-yard line than the 90-yard line? But all of those are wrong, because this is not a criminal case. There is no jail time here. And this is not a civil case either. If the treasurer is found responsible under the law here today, he doesn't owe the taxpayers anything, regardless of what he's cost us. And let's not fool ourselves, that's been a lot of money, millions and millions of dollars, and will continue to be millions and millions of dollars in legal fees and oversight fees and auditing fees. The standard by which I suggest you hold the treasurer accountable is if he committed any willful neglect or other reasonable cause. And I'll suggest you weigh this evidence based on your experience. In your experience as a senator, in your experience as a businessman or businesswoman, in your experience just as a human being, does this make sense to you? Who do you believe? What does your gut tell you? I believe that you will conclude, after hearing all the evidence, that your gut will tell you, our treasurer, that man sitting right there, is a liar. He's a liar that was so concerned with his public appearance that he would do and say anything to cover up this mistake. And ladies and gentlemen, as you know, it's not the mistake that gets you in trouble. It's the cover-up. It's the lies, the irrational and hasty decisions and statements that cause a loss of trust. It's the ego and the pride of the treasurer that ultimately landed us here today. And as you know, pride comes before the fall. And very soon you'll hear evidence from some very talented lawyers sitting right there. They're going to tell you that the treasurer didn't know anything about this probably until 2023. They'll tell you that this was the comptroller general's fault. They may even blame this on the treasurer's staff. But don't confuse their very clever arguments with the treasurer's defense. The treasurer's defense was very clearly articulated in the Post and Courier on April 8th. He said that this was nothing more than a shameless power grab to control the taxpayers' money, dressed up as concern for the public. He called you, a bunch of partisan hacks, and said this process was a farce. He called you, self-serving politicians who want to squander the people's money on insider deals and political ambitions. His defense isn't substantive, ladies and gentlemen. It's to attack you. His defense is to attack you. It's to claim martyrdom. Don't let him get away with that. He needs to be held responsible for his actions. You need to hold him responsible for your constituents, for the future of state government, and for posterity. Now, here at the outset of this hearing, I want to briefly review with you the statutes that we are going to be citing throughout our presentation. The statutes that outline the treasurer's duties are uncomplicated. They're clear, they're relatively easy to understand. These statutes are largely about keeping accurate records and reporting to others the status of the state's treasury. Thank you very much. They're written in plain, simple English, but yet they have not been followed by the treasurer. The neglect of these duties form the grounds on which I believe the General Assembly is compelled by the Constitution to remove the treasurer from office. If we could put up Exhibit 1A, please. I think we've provided the body with an exhibit packet to follow along, so if you're looking at that, it's Exhibit 1A. I'm not going to read you verbatim the statutes because that'll take a little while, so I'm just going to quickly summarize them if you'll allow me to do that. 11.5.100. He must create a separate account in his records for each appropriation to ensure that we can see the money allocated and how it's used clearly and accurately. 11.5.120. He must publish quarterly reports accessible to the public, showing the amount of money available and when it's deposited and which fund it belongs to. He must submit a detailed monthly report to the Comptroller General on cash transactions in the Treasury with every amount, every payee, every source, and every use, and provide the CG with accurate cash balance statements and certified information about the state revenue and finances whenever the CG requests it. 11.5.220, after selling general obligation bonds or anticipation notes, he must immediately report to JBRC, HWM, and SFC on the total amount sold, the interest rate, the repayment timeline, and the schedule for paying off the principal. And 11.5.185, which you will hear me reference a lot, he must submit an annual report to the General Assembly covering these things: total state revenue, amount of that revenue placed in the general fund, where the general fund money is held at the end of the last fiscal year, interest earned and how it was used, money spent on debt payments, current status of the general fund reserve, including any spending or repayments, and this is 11.5.185, Section 7, subsection 7. This you'll be hearing me reference a lot. Other relevant revenue details. like special state funds or highway funds that the treasurer finds important. The General Assembly will cover the cost of preparing this report in the annual budget. As you look through these code sections, please notice the frequency of the word report. This previews a recurring theme in our hearing. The treasurer is charged to be transparent with the public and the General Assembly. The treasurer has not been transparent with the public or the General Assembly. We're going to present evidence about how he was willfully neglected, how he has willfully neglected the duties described in these statutes, warranting removal under Section 3 of the Article 15, Section 3 of the South Carolina Constitution. Now, of equal significance, perhaps even greater significance than those statutory duties, is what you'll find to be the implicit duty of the treasurer, which is a fiduciary duty, a fiduciary of the state's funds. That requires that he take care of the taxpayer money, that he doesn't risk its loss, that he doesn't cause unnecessary or excess cost to the people of the state of South Carolina. This is so fundamental to the office. We're going to discuss this duty several times with you today, and we believe you'll find that this breach constitutes other reasonable cause for removing the treasurer from office. Now, as we move through these materials, please keep in mind the core question at hand, and this is the core question at hand. Whether the treasurer's performance in office justifies your continued trust and confidence in his role based on the information you're presented here today. Now, we may have many long-term, truly years-long issues in the treasurer's office to discuss with you today, but we're going to start with a more current event, which I believe will quickly introduce you to the risk posed if this state treasurer stays in office. Our state, like many states, receives significant funding from the federal government. To blunt the effects of the COVID pandemic, we received significant funding from the federal government. And one of those pots of money was the Housing Relief Fund, which you may recall was financial assistance for homeowners for mortgage payments, homeowners insurance, utility costs, among other housing-related expenses. The goal was to prevent mortgage delinquencies, defaults, foreclosures, and other housing-related issues. There was an error in setting up this fund. Excuse me. The funds should have been established to retain its own interest, as likely should be the case with all federal funds, unless specifically exempted by federal statute or regulation. The funds are always subject to either the provisions of the Cash Management Improvement Act, the administration of which is the responsibility of the state treasurer's office, or other federal regulations. We have a copy of this federal regulation, which, if you could please put up on the screen, which is, I think, Exhibit 2A. This should also be in your exhibit packet. Thank you. Interest earned amounts up to $500 per year may be retained by the non-federal entity. Any additional interest earned, federal advance payments deposited in interest-bearing accounts must be remitted annually to the Department of Health and Human Services Payment Management System. Now, as we contemplate the federal provision, let's keep in mind the treasurer also had a statute. He's governed by a state statute mandating that he provide pertinent or valuable information to the General Assembly. You may remember me telling you that statute. So let's please put that back up. Exhibit 2B. You can see the highlighted portion there. Failing to keep us abreast of important financial matters is another recurring theme, and you'll be hearing us talk about that quite a bit. The highlighted portion you see there says, any other information relating to state revenue which the treasurer deems pertinent and of value to the General Assembly. Now, despite his duty under the statute, we heard nothing from the treasurer about this issue. Nothing. On March 18th, 2025, the U.S. Treasury issued a notice of non-compliance to the state housing because the treasurer refused to repay interest earned on the Housing Assistance Fund, as was a requirement of accepting those funds, and almost all federal funds. Here's the notice of non-compliance, Exhibit 2C. If you could please put that up. And please be sure to note that one of the penalties proposed in this exhibit is repayment of all the funds awarded, which is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. As it turns out, we were put into noncompliance last month because we'd owed that rebate of the interest earned for over 6 months, ladies and gentlemen. 6 months. Why was that interest not rebated? Because the treasurer refused to move the funds to housing so they could remit them. State Housing was so concerned about the risk associated with being in noncompliance that they reached out to legislative leaders, gubernatorial staffers, legislative staffers in September of last year, asking if they could convince the treasurer to move the money for repayment. And here's the letter they wrote to Quentin Hawkins, Meredith Ross, and Trey Walker, which none of them, by the way, have any authority over the treasurer or the funds. If you could please put up Exhibit 2D. And for further reference, this topic is discussed in our report on page 47 of the exhibit packet, beginning on page 603. Now, this is a 2-page letter, so if you could, you've got it on the second page. Thank you very much. Even though this return of earned interest is something that is regularly done by the treasurer, this time he refused to do so. Over the course of budget deliberations, the chairman of Natural Resources Subcommittee, the senator from Beaufort, learned about the bind that our housing agency was in due to the refusal of the treasurer and tried to help set things right. Ultimately, it took the issuance of an attorney general's opinion to force the treasurer to do his job. Let's put up that letter. That's Exhibit 2E, please. Please notice the date of this letter, March 31st, 2025. I'd like to draw your attention to the highlighted portion there at the conclusion. Thank you. According to Senator Davis and Senator Beaufort's letter, this is a matter of extreme urgency. If the funds in question are not returned immediately, which is the ministerial duty to do, the state will be disgorged of millions upon millions of dollars at a tremendous cost to the taxpayers. Thus, based upon the ministerial duty to pay the monies in question, we strongly recommend you do. It is our hope that we are now back in compliance. But we are not yet certain of that, ladies and gentlemen. We know that the funds were placed in the incorrect account during the work-from-home days of COVID. We know that. But that was not the barrier to legal compliance the treasurer claimed it to be. He was charged with reporting to us matters of interest. But we heard about his noncompliance with federal law, not from him, not from his staff, but from housing. He has a fiduciary duty to custody funds with care, but it took an attorney general opinion that essentially said, do your job, Mr. Treasurer, before he would do it. He risked the state's loss of hundreds of millions of dollars, likely just to prove a point, because of the investigation of this body. He apparently didn't consider the millions upon millions of dollars that he almost cost us, so he never reported it. And this instance is just one more example of why the state cannot afford to have that man continue on as your treasurer. It's remarkable also that the process of remitting funds back to the U.S. Treasury did not even begin until after the Attorney General's letter was sent, but also after the adoption of the sense of the Senate setting the date for today for the removal of the treasurer. The fundamental duty of the treasurer is to keep accurate books. And the Alex Partners report left no doubt that his failure to do so is at the root of the $1.8 billion problem. The treasurer consistently asserts that his financial records are flawless. In fact, I've heard him say multiple times, my books are perfect, and that no issues exist in the Treasury. The Treasurer even claimed, falsely, but claimed that Alex Partners validated his records were perfect and that they were kept. But the firm refuted this in writing and in person, making a second special trip to the state to clarify what their report actually said. You'll see in this video that the experts speak specifically to the degree of detail in accounting that the treasurer had the treasurer not neglected his duty, as we all know, would have revealed the errors had he done it correctly. Please pull up Exhibit 3A. The complete transcript of this video is in the final report, page 372, if you'd like to follow along.
As we sit here today, what would be, and this is a question for each of you, one misstatement that gives you the greatest concern as it analyzes your report?
I don't know that I would have a ranking of concerns necessarily, but one thing that stands out in my mind is I believe there's a statement of passing with flying colors or something to that effect. As we sort of just went through in your last questioning in terms of how things that were accounted for from our perspective, we think they should have been accounted for differently and investigated at the time.
Passing it, so by that you mean it's a misstatement to say that the accounting was in the treasurer's office passed with flying colors.
Yes, within his responsibility and the responsibility of the state treasurer's office and the comptroller general's office.
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah, what I would say is in the context of when he was discussing the number of recommendations that we had made, that there were approximately 25 that relate to the CGO's office, and yet there was only one made to his office. I think if you look down into that, the one that we make with his office is that he didn't reconcile the account by funds. And had he taken that step to reconcile by funds as well, then account number 30350993 would have been apparent there, as well as the Act for Business Areas. So by not doing it by fund, that was a missed opportunity to find this. So you can't really go quantity by quality.
Having these mistakes on the books as the state treasurer is a plain violation of the law. And there are two different sections of code that speak directly to this. Let's put up sections 11.5.100 and 11.5.120 again, please. I think that's Exhibit 3B. Thank you. The existence of a $1.8 billion balance with no designated ownership violates this statute, as a lack of ownership is neither clear nor distinct. Section 11.5.120 speaks to the degree of particularity required in the treasurer's reporting. The treasurer simply cannot show the respective funds to which money on hand belongs. He may have reports posted online to point to, but so long as the $1.8 billion exists, those reports are not correct. Now, in February of 2024, a media interview conducted about a month after the subcommittee wrote to the treasurer inquiring about the $1.8 billion error. The treasurer confidently told the interviewer that all was well, good with his accounts, and with all of the money. Let's pull up Exhibit 3C if we could, please. Full copy of that transcript from the media interview is also in your packet on page 29. As you can see here on the highlighted portion, I'll just direct your attention to that. Treasurer Loftus. Well, it was invested. We've made $194 million off that money. It wasn't forgotten in the treasurer's office. It was in the right account, at the right place, at the right time, and it's been there for years. Of perhaps greater concern than the inaccuracies in the books and the words of the treasurer associated statutory breaches is contemplating how the next steps of correction can take place with that treasurer sitting right there in office. The treasurer demonstrated a lack of engagement with the experts from Alex Partners as they met to discuss recommendations for cleaning up the state's books. Please turn your attention to Exhibit 3D, a portion of the video from our second meeting with Alex Partners.
How many times did you or anyone on your team talk with the treasurer directly?
So he attended 3 of those meetings. I don't have a specific recollection of him having much of a speaking role in any of those meetings, but he did attend.
So how many times did you talk to the treasurer?
In terms of a one-way conversation, all 3 of those times, how much times he responded, I guess, is where we're not exactly clear.
How much information did you get directly from the treasurer?
That he would have provided verbally to us?
On what he did to unravel this problem, or what he did to find this problem, or what he did to question his staff about why we have this problem. How many times did you, in your investigative role, deal directly with him?
So the 3 times, but as I said, I don't believe he had much of a speaking role in those 3 meetings.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to be able to count on our treasurer to have accurate books. That is just fundamental to the office of the treasurer. Not only did the treasurer fail to keep accurate books, he did not even consider an unaccounted for $1.8 billion error on his part. I suspect you might hear the treasurer or his counsel argue that all we have to do is reverse the entries, like a forced reconciliation, if you will. Now, that may be good enough for your elementary school PTO, but that is not the standard for our state's treasury. Treasurer Loftus was unable to recognize a significant error in his records, and he doesn't know how to correct that error. Our state deserves better than this. We deserve a treasurer who can follow state statutes and keep accurate accounting books. Treasurer Loftus also failed to identify and report a critical and substantial error in his financial records, an error that had a profound implication for the state's reported cash balances. From the outset of the investigation and continuing through the release of the Alex Partners report, Treasurer Loftus reportedly and unequivocally asserted that the $1.8 billion fund balance in 993 represented real cash. He maintained that these funds were pooled, that they were invested, and that they had generated, you've heard it, 170, 190, 225, $250 million. We've heard lots of different numbers from the treasurer. That position was not just casually held. It was forcefully reaffirmed during sworn testimony on April 2nd, 2024, before myself and the subcommittee, where Treasurer Loftus insisted that 993 contained actual liquid assets. At no point during that time, not once, did he indicate any uncertainty or doubt regarding the nature of those funds. Only after the release of the Alex Partners report, an independent, forensic review exposing the truth, which cost us millions of dollars, by the way, did Treasurer Loftus abruptly reverse course, claiming that he had always known that these funds were not real. This sudden shift in narrative not only contradicts his prior statements, but also calls into question any credibility of his representations throughout our investigation. Now, let's please take a look at the compilation of instances where he asserted the money was real in April of 2024 compared to his Facebook video on January 2025. That's Exhibit 4A, please.
The 1.8 billion, could we withdraw it today?
Yeah.
Is it real?
I'll get it cash for you.
Is it real money that I could touch?
Yes.
Could we transfer it to another bank?
Well, it gets transferred every day to another.
Senator, that money exists whether I know who owns it or doesn't own it. It exists. I've got to deal with
two or
that.
three interviews you've given, and in those 2 or 3 interviews, you have clearly said in one interview, 170 to $190 million in interest was made on this $1.8 billion. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
The last interview I heard, you said $250 million had been made in interest on that account. Isn't that true?
That's right, because we ran the papers.
Okay, which is correct, 170 or 250?
Give me a second, I got it right here. We ran the information. The first one, I got an estimate. The second one, we refined it. And then I said, send it off to another bank and make sure and double check it. So it's $225 million. Oh, here it is right here.
But you've also, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've also stated that some of the interest generated has been spent by the General Assembly off the 1.8.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you agree with the senator from Georgetown earlier that if indeed some of that money is owed to some particular agencies or entities, they'd be owed the interest as well, correct?
That's not a problem.
That's not a problem?
I'm Curtis Loftus, your state treasurer, and I wanted to share an important message with you regarding the final report by Alex Partners and its results. Let me be very, very clear. This report confirms that there is no mystery bank account with $1.8 billion in it. There is no missing money, and all cash and investments are accounted for. I want to reassure you, the citizens of South Carolina, that you can be confident that the state's money is safe. We thank Alex Partners for their efforts, which have validated what we've known all along. We, along with our state partners, look forward to reviewing the report in its entirety and helping institute the changes to the system as necessary. Thank you.
They validated what he knew all along. All along. Yo, that's a lie. That man is a liar. The treasurer's shifting explanations have only deepened the confusion. For months, he steadfastly maintained that the $1.8 billion in question was real money. It was real money. You could put it in your hand. It was invested, generating returns. You heard the various numbers. Until it wasn't. Until Alex Partners issued its report and definitively concluded those funds never existed. It was a lie. Now, when he appeared before the subcommittee as recently as February, I confronted him with his prior statements. And rather than acknowledge the inconsistency, he attempted to reframe the question, claiming that the confusion arose from a misunderstanding that we had, a misunderstanding about terminology. According to him, the subcommittee misinterpreted his words, conflating fund with account. This revisionist explanation, offered only after the truth had been independently confirmed and verified by Alex Partners, it not only lacks credibility, but also reflects an ongoing effort to obscure the facts and evade accountability. Let's take a look at what he told me in 2024 versus his explanation in 2025. Please pull up Exhibit 4B. If you'll know, all of our subcommittee meeting videos are available in full. I know y'all know this, but they're available online if you'd like to watch the full video, if you should have any questions about context.
False. Senator, that money exists whether I know who owns it or doesn't own it. It exists. I've got to deal with that.
Believe it was real money.
I did believe. Well, it represents real money. It's a fund that represents real money that shows up in the bank's accounts.
And isn't it true that...
Isn't it true that you testified that there was money in that fund?
It represented money. It represents cash.
You said cash.
It's a lie. Regardless of whether the $1.8 billion was ever real or not, the fact remains that this extraordinary anomaly sat in Fund 993 for years and years, unexplained, uncorrected, and remember this part, unreported. Under a section 11.5.185 of the South Carolina Code, the treasurer has a clear statutory obligation to report to you, to the General Assembly, any financial information he deems pertinent and of value. The standard is not vague. It provides him with both the discretion and the duty to flag significant irregularities that could impact the state's financial standing. The prolonged presence of a $1.8 billion discrepancy in a state fund unquestionably meets that threshold. And yet, there is no evidence that the treasurer made any effort to notify the General Assembly or to clarify the nature of this anomaly. Now, before we go further, let's take a closer look at the language of that statute once again, please. Please pull up Exhibit 4C. Just want to make sure that I'm hitting that statute well. And I want to make sure that you see the highlighted portion there. Any other information relating to state revenue which the treasurer deems pertinent and of value to the General Assembly. Now let us consider who did bring this issue to light. Following the subcommittee's investigation into the $3.5 billion restatement and the resignation of Comptroller General Ekstrom, Governor McMaster appointed Comptroller General Gaines in May of 2023. Upon assuming office, General Gaines quickly identified the $1.8 billion and in October 2023 formally inquired about it in a letter to Treasurer Loftus. That's page 4 of your exhibit packet in the final report. Treasurer Loftus did not answer any of the questions that were posed. Instead, he deflected, asking General Gaines to provide him with information instead. That's page 6 of your exhibit packet on the final report. In response, General Gaines clearly asked in a letter, which I'm going to show you now, that Loftus investigate and report the matter to the General Assembly. He told him to report it, given the magnitude of the funds, and that there was no ability to identify the classification. Please pull up Exhibit 4D. I'd like to draw your attention to the highlighted portion. The state's treasurer's office is the only state entity that may move the amounts in Fund 993 to the appropriate SCIS fund and make its purpose known to the General Assembly. Now, rather than doing the easy thing, the right thing, the correct thing, fulfilling his obligation to notify the General Assembly, the treasurer chose instead to question General Gaines about the distribution of his letter, who he sent it to. This response was not a good faith effort to address the issue. It was a clear attempt, another clear attempt to deflect and further obscure the matter. And at a moment where transparency was necessary and expected, all the treasurer needed to do to discharge his duty was to tell us, tell you. But he chose obfuscation over accountability once again. Please pull up Exhibit 4E. And as a reminder, you have copies of these exhibits in your packet too. I'd like to draw your attention to the highlighted portion of this letter down at the bottom. This is from Treasurer Loftus to General Gaines. Instead of digging into the issue, his response was, I request that you notify me in writing of the names of the individuals with whom you shared this letter. Concerned not about the state's finances, not about the state's accounting, but about his status. As we consider the back and forth between Comptroller General and Treasurer Loftus, we should also remind you the working relationship between the Treasurer and the Comptroller General. That's addressed in statute directly. These two financial officers of the state must be able to rely upon one another for accurate information. And further, there's a statute that specifically says the Treasurer must provide satisfactory statements at all times to the Comptroller General when he requests it. Let's take a look at Exhibit 4F, please. I'd like to draw your attention to the highlighted portion. He shall at all times, when required by the Comptroller General, produce to him satisfactory statements of the cash in hand and furnish him promptly with the official information duly certified relative to any matter connected with the revenue and finance of the state. In the end, Treasurer Loftus didn't act as a steward of the public's trust. When he was faced with a $1.8 billion anomaly that remained in state records for years and years and years, he failed to detect it, he failed to report it, and when questioned, he failed to tell the truth about it. He stood by false representations until those claims were publicly and independently refuted. Then he attempted to revise history rather than accept responsibility. At every critical juncture, when he could have acknowledged the error, he could have notified the General Assembly, could have clarified the facts. He instead chose evasion and deflection and delay. This was not momentary oversight or a technical misunderstanding by any means. It was a sustained failure of judgment, of duty, and of candor. The law requires transparency, as you've seen. The people demand accountability, and Treasurer Loftus delivered neither. You may hear the treasurer, he may contend that he was unaware of the $1.8 billion in errors stemming from the conversion. However, he had a clear duty to know. And the findings of AlixPartners affirmed that he should have been aware, that he had a clear duty to know. He should have been aware of these errors in the course of fulfilling his responsibilities. If we could, please, let's take another look at another clip from March 11th, 2025. I think that's Exhibit 5A.
But you don't believe the treasurer knew about it?
Haven't seen any documents that would indicate that.
Should he have known about it?
The conversion process was really owned by the treasurer's office, and so that was he had oversight over the treasurer's office.
Okay, thank you.
The treasurer may attempt to deflect responsibility by claiming the error was solely attributable to the CG, and therefore it wasn't his obligation to report. He's even gone as far as to produce a misleading document purporting to support this assertion. However, this argument does not withstand scrutiny. In fact, but for two entries made by the CG's office, by an employee in the CG's office in February 2023, two entries, which were an effort to resolve the longstanding issue, over 22,000 entries into Fund 993 were made by the Treasurer's Office. I want to say that again, y'all. 2 entries by the CG's office, which were made to try to correct the issue. 22,000 entries made by the Treasurer's Office, creating the problem. This context makes clear that the treasurer cannot absolve himself of responsibility simply by pointing the finger at somebody else. We have a table that shows the analysis of those entries. I'd like to direct your attention to the entries made between 2015 and 2018. That's the time in which the $1.8 billion was accumulated. That's Exhibit 5B. Now, that's small. I realize you may not be able to read it, but it's a highlighted portion showing STO making approximately 22,000 entries. But please don't take our analysis for it. I respectfully direct your attention to the testimony provided by AlixPartners. In their review, AlixPartners expressly concluded that the employees within the Office of State Treasurer and the individuals operating directly under the Treasurer's control and authority were responsible for making the entries in question. Their findings directly contradict any suggestion that the Treasurer's Office played no role and further affirm that accountability rests with the Treasurer. Please pull up Exhibit 5C.
The 3035093 is a treasury fund. It's associated with the business area E160 in Skis, which corresponds to the state treasurer's office, and it's only associated with the state treasurer's office.
So it is a treasury fund.
Yes, it is.
And the entries that are made to it are made by Comptroller General staff?
No, the overwhelming majority were made by the state treasurer's office.
State Treasurer's Office.
Treasurer Loftus's attempt to disclaim responsibility for the $1.8 billion error, thank you very much, is both factually and legally indefensible. He had an affirmative duty to know and to report significant anomalies within the state's financial records. AlixPartners, through an independent and detailed forensic accounting review, which cost us millions of dollars, by the way, confirmed this with personnel within the Treasurer's Office, or acting under its discretion, were directly responsible for the overwhelming majority of the erroneous entries. Again, 2 at the CG's office, which were correcting entries, 22,000 at the Treasurer's Office. Y'all, the evidence here is clear. This failure occurred on that man's watch, under his authority, and within his responsibility. On April 2nd, 2024, when he was questioned about his compliance with Section 115120 of the South Carolina Code, which requires quarterly public disclosure of cash balances, fund ownership, the treasurer responded with visible anger. He was angry. He accused the subcommittee members of directing him to release sensitive financial data, including bank account numbers and banks, arguing that such disclosures could create cybersecurity risk and invite foreign attacks. Those were his words. He told us that the disclosure could cause major problems for the state's finances. Our former colleague, Senator McElveen, who's sitting in the back of the room, promptly clarified, as you will see in this recording, that no such request had been made and they were not seeking the publication of detailed or sensitive account data. If we could please pull up Exhibit 6A.
But the modern interpretation, as this Senate hearing has, is for us to post the architecture of the state's bank online, and we will do so today. I've been given clear instructions. We're more than happy to do it.
Well, I'm not giving instructions. My question is really just how do you interpret your statutory responsibility?
Yeah.
Are you in compliance with the statute?
Despite those clarifications and despite warnings of the dangers himself, the treasurer sent a letter to the subcommittee on April 4th indicating that he was taking steps to post the information, prompting the subcommittee and this Senate to take action. You may hear the treasurer and his counsel assert that there was never any intent to publish this information. However, I direct your attention to the highlighted language in his letter, which states unequivocally, with respect to the electronic publication for review of quarterly statements, we will begin posting. This phrasing reflects a clear and affirmative intent to disclose the information in question. Please put up Exhibit 6B. I'm going to draw your attention to what I just read, the highlighted portion at the bottom. With respect to the electronic publication for public review of quarterly statements referenced in 11.5.120, we will begin posting on the state's treasurer's website a detailed fund report. Then he goes on to tell us, we alerted the Department of Administration so the agency can take actions to protect the state's other information and financial systems from the added security risk. He knows he's causing a problem. That's a threat. The letter you just reviewed became a central point of contention during the subcommittee's February 2025 hearing. Treasurer Loftus claimed that the letter was fabricated, that we made it up. It was fabricated by our staff. He went as far as to accuse the subcommittee of suppressing the actual letter. That this letter was a fake letter that we made up, that members in this body made a fake letter to make him look bad. This actual letter, which you'll see in just a minute, was supposedly sent 2.5 hours after the real letter was sent. Subcommittee staff never received that letter. So to verify, we requested assistance from the Department of Administration to pull internal communication records. And what we discovered was telling. Please pull up Exhibit 6C. I'd like for you, if you're following along in your exhibits, that's kind of hard to see up on the screen, I'd like for you to sort of follow along if you could, please. You'll see phone calls and various emails. On the morning the subcommittee received the treasurer's letter indicating his intent to publish the sensitive financial data, Director Adams had already contacted the treasurer's chief of staff to confirm that the IT team, DOA's IT team, was actively assessing the cybersecurity risks associated with such a release. 3 hours later, the subcommittee received the letter that we previously showed you declaring the treasurer's plan to move forward, despite the ongoing risk evaluations. At 1:37 p.m., Director Adams sent a formal email stating that DOA had engaged an external cybersecurity firm and had strongly recommended no information be posted until the assessment was complete. And then, curiously, at 2:32 p.m., 2 hours later, a second letter arrives, allegedly clarifying the treasurer's position. It was sent from a different employee, by the way. First, only to the senator from Berkeley, and then 4 minutes later to the remaining subcommittee members, notably excluding subcommittee staff. The purported assurance conveyed in the second letter is not clearly or independently stated. Rather, it is embedded within a series of bullet points aimed at correcting aspects of the treasurer's April 24th, 2024 testimony. As such, it fails to provide any explicit or unambiguous guarantee and cannot reasonably be construed as a clear assurance to the subcommittee. Now let's please take a look at Exhibit 6D. Second page, please. I'd like to draw your attention to the highlighted portion. This is what he purports is the correcting letter. When I stated in the hearing that the State Treasurer's Office is not in compliance with these reporting requirements, what I meant to say, I meant that my office had not yet had the opportunity to change its reporting procedures in accordance with the reinterpretation articulated to me at the hearing. We are now working towards devising a secure means of complying with these new disclosure obligations. And this letter only appeared after the subcommittee took extreme measures to intercept the reckless actions of the treasurer. We immediately called the Department of Administration to see what could be done to stop him. The director, Marcia Adams, was trying to figure out a way to take down his website. We called the governor, who was actually coming out of anesthesia, who was having surgery. It was so important that we get the governor on the line to try to stop that man over there from releasing our state's financial data. We called the chief of SLED, Chief Keel, and asked him to intercept, and he did, and stopped Treasurer Loftus from releasing our state's most private, sensitive financial data online. And when the treasurer appeared in February of 2025, he thought our actions to intercept his threat was funny. He said that he had a good laugh about it. Y'all, nothing about this is funny. Nothing about this is funny. This raises serious questions as to whether the second letter was a genuine clarification or a reactive attempt to mitigate the implications of the treasurer's prior statements. Later that afternoon, Marcia Adams, the director of DOA, who's the internet security hub for our state agencies, as you know, formally communicated the cybersecurity risk in a written letter to the treasurer. These high-level interventions underscore the severity of the threat and the significant risk it posed to the integrity of the state's financial systems. Please pull up that letter from Marcia Adams on, I think it's Exhibit 6E. I'd like to direct your attention to the highlighted portions. First, also, I gave her my initial opinion that the information should not be publicly posted and my strong recommendation that the document should not be released until we have had a chance to outline the risk associated with it. First, it is apparent that the detailed fund report contains more information and more specificity related to the information than may be required to be published by the State Treasurer's Office. The experts warned that providing so many identifying data points would give potential hackers more ability to triangulate and map their way to improper access. The treasurer reveals a dangerous combination of recklessness, misrepresentation, and disregard for his statutory and fiduciary duties. When confronted with a question about a legal requirement, he responded not with cooperation, but with hostility, false allegations, false accusations, alleging that the subcommittee directed him to release sensitive information when he knew no such request was ever made. It was done out of spite. Despite those clarifications and his own warnings about cybersecurity risk, he moved forward with plans to publish that data anyway, prompting urgent intervention from the chief of SLED, the governor, the director of the DOA, the subcommittee, and this chamber right here. These actions alone, if you didn't hear anything else that I said today, these actions alone show the extraordinary risk that his conduct posed and poses still to this day to the financial integrity of this state. When held accountable, the The treasurer shifted tactics, accused the subcommittee of fabricating a letter, and pointing to a second as evidence. That second letter, as I already told you, was sent 2 hours later, and you've seen the evidence of that. And it was sent under questionable circumstances. It failed to provide any assurance. It was not received by staff, and it was only located with assistance from the Department of Administration. I ask you to think about why. Taken together, these actions reflect a deliberate pattern of evasion, of misdirection, and poor judgment. One that placed South Carolina's financial systems at risk. One that placed your constituents' finances at risk. The tax dollars that they pay at risk. It violated the very duties entrusted to the treasurer, not only by law, but also to those which he swore an oath. So now that you've had a chance to hear the case for removal, you've heard it laid out, you've seen the evidence. The body of evidence collected by the subcommittee is extensive, y'all. It's thousands upon thousands of pages, tens of thousands of pages. And what you've just heard is truly a very brief summation of all of that. We've talked about 4 or 5 statutes and the breaches of those duties as they occurred over the course of years. A major compilation of technical information and many, many significant events. But I hope that in the time ahead, you will recall the ongoing theme. That we have a statutory requirement for accuracy, for transparency, and a need for our state treasurer to exercise a fiduciary duty within the Treasury. Keep this question in mind as you hear the treasurer's case in just a minute. Does this give me confidence that the treasurer has fulfilled his statutory duties and will continue to do so in the future? Thank you very much.
Members of the body, you've heard the various statutes, the very cords that are supposed to bind the treasurer to do his duty that he has failed in. The finances of our state are vitally important, that we must have accurate records. And if he had just followed just one of those statutes, we wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't be here today. And I just checked, and right now, on the books of the Treasury, right now, there is $1,852,455,573.29 of errors that are mixed in with the cash and cash investments that do not exist. But you have to put the fake money in to make the system balance with the real money. Mixing in fake money and real money is not what our treasurer ought to be doing. We should be talking about real dollars. When I was about 8 years old, I was enrolled in the junior Sunday school class of the First Baptist Church in St. Stephen. That's where I first learned about the 10 Commandments. I remember my grandfather's lessons on the 9th commandment found in Exodus. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And those lessons have stuck with me throughout my life. Bearing false witness goes beyond intentional lying. It also includes gossip, malicious slander, misdirection, blame shifting, obfuscation, and deception. Bearing false witness is all about saying and doing things in an attempt to make somebody believe something that is not true. Treasurer Loftus is really good at that. While there are many, many examples of false and misleading communications in the time of ventures, I'm just going to hit a few of them. Treasurer Loftus likes to say that the Comptroller General Gaines is responsible for the $1.8 billion in errors in the Treasury books. Never mind the fact that Brian Gaines did not become Comptroller General until 2023, and the origins of the $1.8 billion problem began under the Treasurer's watch in 2012. In sworn testimony before the subcommittee, Treasurer Loftus said, quote, "The Senate is trying to get their fingers on the $54 billion I'm protecting." What the Treasurer knows, but most of the public may not know, is that every tax dollar held in trust by the Treasurer is done so by the authority of an act adopted by the legislature. In other words, every tax dollar entrusted to Treasurer Loftus is put there in his care by actions of the legislature. In a recent Post and Courier opinion piece, Treasurer Loftus writes, "This group of senators sees the state treasury as a gold mine, and they're itching to get their hands on it." He goes on to say that senators are plotting to raid the treasury for their own benefit. This statement is ridiculous beyond belief. False and inflammatory statements like that erode the confidence in representative democracy and undermine the principles of constitutional authority. And y'all probably had some text messages over the last week or so. I know I have. And through mass text messaging paid for by Loftus for Treasurer, there are some people in this state right now that believe we're here today to remove conservative judges. Does anyone in their right mind think we're here today removing conservative judges? Don't put our conservative judges at risk. Support Curtis Loftus, the messages say. Again, Treasurer Loftus is a false witness sending out deceiving messages to fool the public into believing things that aren't true. The Treasurer of South Carolina should never be making deceptive public statements. Credibility and trust are essential. The Treasurer of South Carolina should be courageous, honest, and honorable. The Treasurer should be someone who leads with integrity instead of hiding behind a campaign of deception, blame shifting, and dishonesty. We're here today under extraordinary circumstances to fulfill our constitutional duty because that man has failed in his duty. Up there on the wall by the exit sign is Senator Swales. Senator Swales held the podium 150 years ago under similar circumstances. In the Journal of March 12th, he writes, "The framers of the Constitution have provided that where 2/3 of both houses of the General Assembly find in the official character of such an officer sufficient evidence of his incompetency or his unfitness for the discharge of his duties, and where they believe that the interest and character of the state are endangered by his continuation in office, it shall be their duty to declare and require his removal. After today's hearing, I am confident that you will understand Treasurer Loftus's incompetency and unfitness to discharge the duties, and that it is your duty to require his removal."
I ask that we take a 10-minute break before the treasurer and his team present their position.
Please return to the chamber. Our recess is completed. The Committee of the Whole is back in order. Again, I will ask members to be at their seats. Pursuant to the sense of the Senate, I now recognize Treasurer Loftus and his counsel for up to 3 hours. And the time is 1:49. Soon, 1:50, excuse me, 1:50. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the Senate, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address this distinguished body. Here we are in the Senate chamber, in the most historic hearing in the history of this chamber since its creation in some 250 years. What the presenters are asking you to do today has never been done in the history of the state of South Carolina. In fact, it's never been done in the history of the United States of America in any state senate. No state senate has ever removed a constitutional officer using legislative expulsion or removal proceedings. And the presenters are not just asking you to remove any state official. Treasurer Loftus is the most popular statewide official in the history of South Carolina. This is a man who received 80% of the vote in the last election. A man who received overwhelming bipartisan support. Think for a moment about the drastic and the extraordinary measure the presenters are asking you to take today. And they're asking you to make this decision not based on a trial, not with witnesses, not with exhibits and documents and expert testimony and authentication of documents, not with rules of evidence, but based upon a 1.5-hour presentation with video clips. There is not one shred of proof and absolutely no evidence to support the removal of Treasurer Loftus. We are here because the courage and the resolve of Curtis Loftus was underestimated. This is indeed unprecedented. And because it is unprecedented, people are watching. People are watching from the Senate balcony. South Carolinians are watching on live stream TV, and the rest of the country is watching you. Your names will forever be associated with the outcome of this proceeding. My name is Debbie Barbier, and I, along with Johnny Gasser and Sean Eubanks, are proud and privileged to stand before you today and represent our state treasurer, Curtis Loftus. If this can happen to him, it can happen to anyone. We are here not merely to defend a man and his honor, but to defend the very principles upon which our great state and our nation were founded upon. Principles that transcend politics, transcend personalities, and partisanship. We speak in the defense of a principle that predates this chamber, this state, and even this nation. The principle of due process of law. Embedded in both the United States Constitution and in our state constitution, due process is not a suggestion. It is not discretionary. It is an obligation, a constitutional command that ensures that no citizen, no elected official, no resident of this state is deprived of liberty, property, or reputation without a fair and an impartial process. Due process is not merely about formality, it's about fairness. It guarantees the right to know the accusations, to see the evidence, to confront accusers, to present a defense. These are not luxuries of the courtroom. They are essential components of justice, even within the halls of government. When each of you became a state senator, you took an oath. You raised your right hand, you put your left hand on the Bible, and you swore to preserve and to protect and defend the Constitution of this state and of the United States of America. When this legislative body undertakes actions that affect the standing, the reputation, or career of a constitutional officer or of any citizen, it must do so within the bounds of due process. If we bypass those safeguards, we do more than undermine one person. We undermine the integrity of this institution. What it tells the people of South Carolina is that constitutional rights are conditional and that they can be cast aside when it's inconvenient or politically expedient. That is not the message that you all were elected to send. The people of this state entrust you with power, but that power is not unlimited. It is restrained by law, and it is those restraints that's what separates us from being a government of laws, from being a government of men. We do not get to choose which constitutional rights we respect based on who stands accused. If we abandon due process for one, we endanger the rights for all. Recent history has taught us there are consequences when politicians and prosecutors try to substitute their judgment for those of the voters. President Donald Trump became the target of state and federal prosecutors and political rivals. You will recall that he was indicted 4 times and faced 91 felony counts across state and federal courts. He endured two impeachment trials. 4 states attempted to take him off the ballot. Many people went out of their way to prevent people from being able to vote for him and to prevent him from holding public office. And then, in November of 2024, the voters spoke. What have we learned from the last 10 years? We learned that the power of the people in this country is strong. We learned that voters do not want to be disenfranchised. We learn that people do not want to be told that their vote doesn't matter. We learn that people don't want to be told that you know better than them. So I submit to you, let the voters decide. The primary is 14 months away. Our democracy was built by letting issues like this be decided at the ballot box. Treasurer Loftus is an elected constitutional officer of the state of South Carolina. He was chosen not by appointment, not by backroom consensus, but by the will of the people, by the voters of this state. Voters who entrusted him with the sacred responsibility of guarding their tax dollars, managing the state's finances, and protecting the public trust. Now, after listening to the presentation, many of you might be asking yourself, what did Treasurer Loftus actually personally do wrong? Where is the smoking gun? He stands accused of willfully neglecting his duties as the treasurer. But what specific duties did he willfully neglect? And at the end of this proceeding, I submit to you respectfully that Curtis Loftus did not neglect one single solitary duty as treasurer. You have not seen one document, you have not heard one word of testimony, and you have seen no evidence that Treasurer Loftus willfully neglected his duties as treasurer. There's no money missing, there's no stolen money, there's no scheme to defraud, there's no conspiracy, it's just not there. In fact, you're going to be reminded that during our presentation, that during his tenure and during his leadership, South Carolina has thrived over the last 15 years. The fact of the matter is, if you read the media accounts of this, it's far more interesting than it actually is. It's an accounting error, a series of erroneous journal entries. It was an on-paper accounting error. End of story. And we don't seek to minimize this issue. It's a very serious issue that the Treasurer's Office has taken seriously from the beginning. The Alex report, as you heard, made 25 recommendations. One of those recommendations was directed at the Treasurer's Office. Two of the other ones were directed at multiple agencies along with the Treasurer's Office. I ask you, have you ever seen an audit report that didn't make some recommendations? Because every single federal and/or state agency can always stand some room for improvement. But I want to focus you for a minute on what is not in that report. There is not one single finding in the Alex report that Curtis Loftus willfully neglected his duties as treasurer. In fact, there is no finding in that report that he personally did anything wrong. The bulk of that report is directed at recommendations to the Comptroller General's office because they are responsible for the accounting of the state. Importantly, the Treasurer's Office is responsible for the state's banking. The Comptroller General's office is responsible for the accounting. And we ask you to look in the folders provided to you. There are affidavits in that folder. 4 of them are from current employees of the State Treasurer's Office, and 1 is from a former employee of the State Treasurer's Office. We respectfully ask you to read those affidavits. If we had been allowed to call witnesses, you would have heard from these people. You could have watched them testify and watched them be cross-examined. But we were not allowed to bring you those witnesses or those facts. I can tell you these are good people who work for the state of South Carolina in the Treasury's Office. They are talented. They go to work every day, and they give their expertise in good faith to the citizens of this state. They could be in the private sector. Instead, They work for our state, and Treasurer Loftus stands proudly with them. In those affidavits, they refute the false accusations that have been hurled at them and hurled at Treasurer Loftus. They point out the inaccuracies of the Senate Finance Committee report. They refute the allegation that sensitive information was going to be recklessly disclosed. They affirm that all of the actions that they took and that the people in their office took were taken in good faith. You also didn't hear anything in the presentation about the Treasurer's report. This is a detailed and thorough report on what actually happened here across 4 state agencies. And that report is undisputed. We ask you to read the Treasurer's report if you haven't already. There is absolutely nothing in that report that supports removal of the Treasurer. Now, I know this sounds anticlimactic. It really does. One would think that this would all be over. We figured out this was an accounting journal entry. Let's move on. But that's not what's happened here. On January 15th, our fine governor issued a statement, and he said it best. He said, "There is no missing or stolen money. The Alex report confirms that there were, quote, unintended accounting mistakes made by different parties involved in state government's transition from an old accounting system to the new accounting system." And he also made a comment about that report.
Controversy escalated in recent days.
As long as we all work, communicate, collaborate, cooperate, and work for the people, and quit fighting among ourselves, I think we'll be just fine.
Governor Henry McMaster.
Truer words have never been spoken. Members of the Senate, this is leadership. Yet here we are. When it became clear that Curtis Loftus would not walk away from the job he was elected to do, he received a notice of removal proceeding just 14 months shy of the primary. Ask yourselves, how could this happen? No right to call witnesses, no right to confront witnesses, no right to ask questions of any witnesses, no right to cross-examine anyone, no right to request documents prior to this hearing. Think about that. There are more than 1 million documents at issue, and he has been denied the right to see them. You know, as I was preparing for this hearing, I listened to an interview of one of the senators, and he said he was going to wait to hear what the evidence was. But unfortunately, members of the Senate, you are not allowed to hear any evidence in this proceeding because it was decided that this would not be a trial, this would be a political proceeding. There will be no witnesses, there will be no evidence, no exhibits, no proof, no expert witnesses, no due process. Many of you may know that in a real trial, the judge always tells the jury that what the lawyers say is not evidence. That is absolutely correct. What you heard from the presenters, that's not evidence. You heard conclusions, you heard accusations, you heard hyperbole, you heard supposition. You heard conjecture and assumptions. You heard words like, he should have known, must have been, it appears that. But evidence is proof that is legally presented in a proceeding through witnesses and records and exhibits and expert testimony or other tangible objects. And it's submitted for the purpose of persuading a judge or a jury about facts that are material to a case. In other words, evidence is anything that can be used to demonstrate the truth or falsity of something. What's interesting is that this started out apparently as a legal proceeding. There were hearings, people were put under oath, and people were called to testify in hearings. But a week before this hearing, we were informed this will not be a legal proceeding, it will be a political proceeding. Ask yourself, why is that? What do we know about the documents that were put up on the screen? Where'd they come from? Who created those charts? Are they accurate? Are they reliable? Members of the Senate, you should demand the answers to those questions to fulfill your oath. I've heard that the Senate prides itself in being a deliberative body. So I ask you, how do you properly deliberate without information and without due process? How can you deliberate when information is denied to you and is denied to the accused? In the folders provided by the treasurer, you have, among other things, 3 documents. You have requests for production of documents, you have interrogatories, you have requests for admissions. And these are materials that we sent prior to this hearing to ask for information to help us prepare and to help provide a defense for Curtis Loftus. You will also find letters from myself to the President of the Senate and also to the Clerk of the Senate requesting information, requesting documents. All of those requests were denied. How is there transparency in a process when Treasurer Loftus is denied basic information about the facts? Now you might say, well, he has the facts, but the fact of the matter is the conduct at issue occurred across 4 state agencies: the Department of Administration, the Auditor's Office, the Comptroller General's Office. He doesn't have access to that information. And let's talk for a minute just about the concept of the authentication of documents. In any courtroom, evidence is the cornerstone of justice. It is how facts are established, how truth is uncovered, how decisions are made. But before any document can be considered by a judge or a jury, it first must pass a critical legal threshold that we call authentication. In any courtroom, civil or criminal, if you want to introduce a bank record, you have to call a records custodian. And the record custodian takes the stand and you ask about the source of the documents, how it's maintained in the regular course of business, etc. If you want to introduce an email into evidence, you have to put forth the author of that email. And the author of that email takes the witness stand and verifies that he sent that email to these people and that this is the complete chain of the email. Authentication may seem like a mere formality, but it's not. It's a fundamental safeguard that ensures the integrity and the reliability of this process. But because there are no witnesses allowed in this proceeding, you have no way of knowing whether any of the documents you're shown by the presenters, by anybody, whether it's reliable, inherently trustworthy, whether it's accurate. Do you know whether when you see an email, it was the entire email chain? No, you do not. Do you know when you see a report, whether it's a truthful and accurate copy, whether you have all the exhibits to it? No, you don't. Do you know whether something was created with AI? No, you don't. Authentication is not a box to check. It's a safeguard for truth and for fairness and for the integrity of our system. And by assuring that every document that you see and that's presented is genuine, we protect not just the parties involved, but the entire foundation upon which justice is built. I urge you to remember that the Constitution was not written for times when it was easy to follow, but for times when it was hard to follow. For moments like this, For moments like this, the people of South Carolina deserve better than a process that mimics justice while denying its substance. They deserve transparency, fairness, and fidelity to the rule of law. Curtis Loftus deserves better than this. I want you to think for a moment about the man who is being subjected to this process, subjected to the accusations that you just heard, being called a liar, being called a criminal. Who is this that's being subjected to that? I'll tell you who he is. He's a guy whose family is originally from Inman, South Carolina, a mill town. He grew up right up the street in Lexington County, one of 6 children. He was the middle kid. He went to Brooklyn Casey High School and USC. His father was a World War II Army veteran and served this country for 30 years. And after he finished his service, he started a pest control company and a construction company. And in the mid-'80s, Curtis Loftus took over that pest control company, and he turned a one-office pest control company into a multi-million-dollar regional business, multi-million-dollar operation. And you know what he did after he experienced financial success? He started a faith-based charitable foundation to provide medical, nutritional, and housing services for the elderly and orphans. In 2010, Curtis Loftus could have done anything he wanted to do. He could have retired. He could have played golf every day. But instead, at the urging of his friends, who were aware of his immense talents, he decided to run for state treasurer to serve the citizens of South Carolina. And every day since then, he has faithfully and selflessly served this state for 15 years. If Treasurer Loftus is to be judged, let him be judged fairly. Not in a courtroom of politics, but under the light of constitutional integrity. The presenter showed you some video clips of him answering questions. But what they didn't tell you is that he was questioned for 6 hours at a time, and he was constantly during this process being accused of being incompetent, of being a liar, and of being a criminal. And I don't know about all of you, but I'll tell you, I'm not perfect. And we've all been in situations, probably, we could say, where we weren't at our best and we've fallen short. But can you imagine being called incompetent and being called a liar and being called a criminal while the cameras are rolling? And all the while, you know that the people who are accusing you know this is an accounting error, a journal entry error. If this removal is based on a personality conflict, line up, folks. You're going to be doing a lot of removing and a lot of impeaching in any proceeding. And I don't care whether you're in a courtroom or a Senate chamber. The search for truth is paramount. Whether in a criminal trial, in a civil dispute, or a family law matter. The goal of our justice system is to arrive at a fair and an accurate resolution based on the facts, not fiction. These fundamental rights are not privileges reserved for the powerful. They are constitutional rights guaranteed to every citizen, guaranteed, including public officials, no matter how inconvenient they might be for people who are in power. Those rights are not lost when you walk through these Senate chamber doors. This proceeding does not merely disregard the rights of one man. It disregards the voice of the electorate who placed their trust in him. If this body can nullify the will of the people without the protections of due process, then we must ask ourselves, who will be next? Is the Senate going to start down a road of removing constitutional officers who experience challenges in their position and don't handle them in a way that a senator in this body agrees with? If a hurricane evacuation leaves thousands of people stranded on I-26 and hospitals and nursing homes aren't seamlessly evacuated, are you going to move to remove the governor? Does he get to bring any witnesses? If South Carolina has test scores that rank in the bottom of the educational statistics, or in bottom of the rankings, are you going to remove the superintendent of schools? Is she in willful neglect? If the Attorney General of South Carolina loses an important case because one of his assistants loses a suppression hearing, is he in neglect? Are you going to seek to remove him? Senators, I respectfully submit to you that this is a dangerous road to go down. So I urge you to think carefully about how you proceed here. It will not stop at constitutional officers. Ask yourself, who amongst you will be next? Look to your left, look to your right. Who amongst of you will be next? Do you really want to get in a circular firing range? If this body chooses to go down that road, you will be moving down a slippery and a very dangerous slope. In the beginning of my remarks, I told you that this has never been done before in the history of South Carolina or in the history of the United States. Do you know why? Because in democratic societies, the removal of political leaders is supposed to follow a clear and legal process. Whether through impeachment, judicial review, or electoral defeat, there are procedures designed to ensure that leaders are held accountable without compromising the rule of law. History has shown us what can happen when those procedures are ignored, when accusations replace evidence, and politics override justice. We can all agree, I think we can all agree, that the standards we set for ourselves in the United States of America exceed that of Egypt, Pakistan, Burma, Thailand, Zimbabwe. These are examples of instances where leaders are ousted or politically neutralized without any semblance of due process. These removal actions lead to political instability, international condemnation, long-term damage to public trust in government. Democratic nations criticize these decisions for having lack of transparency and fairness, being an abuse of power, being politically motivated, being devoid of basic legal protections. Removing a leader without due process may achieve short-term political objectives for a few, but it carries a huge long-term cost. Mr. President, members of the Senate, the lesson from history is clear. Without due process, accountability turns into vengeance, and governance becomes a tool of power and not principle. Treasurer Loftus was expected to resign under pressure, He is not resigning. He will not quit on the people of South Carolina. More than 1 million voters put this man in office. Let him go back to work for the people of South Carolina to serve the citizens of this state. I urge this body to hold fast to the Constitution, not just when it's easy or advantageous, but when it tests our resolve. Let us show the people of South Carolina that this chamber respects not only the rule of law, but the spirit of fairness upon which that law is built. Let us proceed not with presumption, but with process, not with haste, but with principle, and not with disregard for constitutional rights, but with a deep and solemn respect for them. Show the people watching that in the chamber of the South Carolina Senate, there is courage to follow the oath you have all taken as senators, to preserve, to protect, and to defend the Constitution of this state and of the United States of America. Thank you.
President Alexander, Senators, my name's Sean Eubanks. I serve as Deputy General Counsel to the State Treasurer's Office. I'm going to be presenting a lot of evidence today, and you'll need to be looking at the screen more often than you'll need to look at me. So I want to get a few things out of the way right up front. First, Curtis Loftus never intentionally misled any member of this body or the public. There may have been times when he misspoke or made a mistake or became frustrated, but he never intended to mislead anyone on any point. Second, there are a lot of false narratives out there about this $1.8 billion accounting error, but I just want to be very clear. There is no lost money, no stolen money, no misappropriated money, no hidden bank account. The forensic audit completed this year by AlixPartners confirms that the entries that accumulated in this accounting ledger, Fund 993, were the result of an unfortunate error that had unintended and unexpected consequences. A mistake. 4 state agencies employing highly qualified, licensed accountants acting in good faith made an honest mistake. And finally, you've heard a lot about an alleged cover-up, and I'm here to tell you there was never any cover-up, but you don't have to believe me. I do ask that you please listen to the forensic auditors at AlixPartners who reviewed over 1 million documents in their investigation.
Just to make sure I understood your answer, he asked you about the possibility of any evidence of a cover-up, and it is my understanding that I thought I heard you say that you guys have not been able to come up with any kind of evidence of any kind of cover-up. Is that
That's
conversation
correct.
that you had? No. So my question would be, when you talk about evidence, you're talking about hard evidence. You aren't talking about perhaps there could be some circumstantial evidence out there. Well, I guess the question is, did you look into that to actually see if there was anything out there, circumstantial as well as hard evidence of any potential cover-up?
Yeah, that's a good question, and thank you for asking. The majority of what we gathered and reviewed came from the assistance of the Department of Admin in response to all the information that the governor's working group had gathered, as well as documents that we specifically requested. But in addition to that, just given the passage of time and the fact that a lot of people that were in those roles are no longer in those roles today, we also gathered emails. So we looked for emails around all of these key decision points. So when I say we didn't find evidence, it included looking at emails and communications around those time, and also speaking with, in some cases, we're actually able to speak with former employees as well. So we also did interviews, and through none of those avenues did we find those evidences of any cover-up.
The Senate presenters have been able to present you with unauthenticated evidence and testimony, clips of testimony that were never subject to cross-examination or rehabilitation or objections. And today I'm going to observe a higher standard. I will only present evidence to you today that is either authenticated by affidavit or testimony or is an official record with somebody's name on it. I will present testimony and affidavits from accountants and witnesses with firsthand knowledge. In other words, no speculating, only facts supported by evidence and testimony. You're going to hear the words fund and account a lot today. In every single context, these words refer to aspects of an accounting ledger. Skis Fund 993 is an accounting record. Not real dollars, not a bank account. These are numbers on a screen. The issues we're discussing today are important, but do not lose sight of this fact. There was not a single dollar in any bank account or investment account affected by these events. Now, allow me to tell you everything you want to know about Skis Fund 993. The Treasurer's Office conversion was an enormous collaborative project involving the Treasurer's Office, the Comptroller General's Office, the State Auditor, the state's outside auditors, SAP, which is the company that created Skis, and outside consultants. The process officially began in 2015 and concluded in 2018, with the bulk of the work happening in 2016 and 2017. On May 26, 2016, the Comptroller General's Office excluded Fund 993 from the state's annual financial report. It was then called the ACFR, and now it's called, it was then called the CAFR, and now it's called the ACFR. The Comptroller General was and is solely responsible for issuing the ACFR. It's a report that includes not only Treasury resources, but resources from all over the state, colleges, universities, other entities. And if you could see in this email from the Comptroller General's Office staff, the CGO coded Fund 993 to be excluded from the ACFR. This document was not included in either of the subcommittee's reports, even though the Treasurer's Office provided it to them. And unfortunately, you'll hear me say that about quite a few documents today. Martin Taylor was a recipient of this email and authenticates it in his affidavit, which you have in your document packet. Mr. Taylor has been a licensed CPA for 35 years. He was directly involved in the Treasurer's Office conversion to Skis. He's now a retired Treasurer's Office employee, but thankfully he was willing to come forward and provide a sworn statement to the Senate. His affidavit confirms that the Treasurer's Office had no access or capability to exclude a fund from the ACFR, and that the Comptroller General's Office had ultimate authority on ACFR preparation. Here's why this matters. 2 years after this decision was made, Fund 993 held accounting entries totaling $1.8 billion, but those accounting entries have offsetting or negative counterparts in other Skis funds, in other places in the state's ledger. So at the end of each period, when the State Treasurer's Office goes to reconcile the bank ledgers to the bank statements, these entries net out to zero and don't affect the bank balance. The Treasurer's books reconcile to the bank. The Comptroller General's Office excluded the positive $1.8 billion in Fund 993, but was still counting all those other negative $1.8 billion in entries across other Skis funds throwing its ACFR calculations off by negative $1.8 billion. It'd be the same as if you wrote a $1 billion deposit in your checkbook account and then immediately wrote a $1 billion withdrawal across from it. By excluding Fund 993 from the ACFR, the Comptroller General's office was only ever counting the withdrawal, but not the positive entry that balanced it out. This action was early on in the timeline, but the Comptroller General's office was deeply involved in the Treasurer's office conversion and was aware of the balances in Fund 993 at all times. In fact, on November 2nd, 2017, the Comptroller General's office sent the State Treasurer's office a batch of conversion entries and directed the Treasurer's office to input them. Those entries left a $1.56 billion balance in Fund 993. I provided a copy of this email in your packets. On November 2nd, 2017, David Starkey of the Comptroller General's office emailed STO staffers Martin Taylor and Catherine Kipp. There's some jargon in this email, but essentially what he says is that he's providing a set of skis entries for the Treasurer's office staff to make for the skis conversion. Catherine Kipp, who was then a Treasurer's office employee, replies to Starkey's email and asks, "Are you sure this is only cash? Have we ascertained there are no other appropriations that need to be eliminated?" Starkey responds in under a minute and says, "Convert it now. All business areas need to be converted now." Martin Taylor's affidavit authenticates these documents and confirms that these entries left a $1.6 billion balance in Fund 993. Why does this matter? The Alex Partners report confirms that this matters. The Alex Partners audit has now revealed that, unbeknownst to anyone at the time, these CGO-directed entries had the effect of transferring non-cash appropriations into Fund 993 and counting those entries as cash. These ACFR business areas, also called 000 accounts because of their coding, are ledgers and skis that the CGO uses for various purposes. Only the Comptroller General's office, not the State Treasurer's office. The Comptroller General's office had previously recorded cash and appropriations in these ACFR business areas, and at some point they failed to distinguish cash from appropriations recorded in these areas. And as shown in this email, the CGO directed the STO to move the non-cash entries into Fund 993, thinking that they were all cash. These critical emails were not included in the subcommittee's reports. The author of these emails, Mr. Starkey, is still employed with the Comptroller General's office and has never testified about these events. I do not intend to blame or villainize anyone today. In fact, my whole point today is that these were honest mistakes. But I've never met Mr. Starkey and certainly never questioned him about these events, and that's the problem. If you're going to pass judgment on these events, don't you need to hear him testify under oath? On March 5th, 2018, the Comptroller General's office determined that the $1.56 billion in Fund 993 should be recorded as a liability. Here again, we see an email from David Starkey of the Comptroller General's office. In this email, Mr. Starkey instructs Martin Taylor of State Treasurer's office to record the balance of Fund 993 into a liability account that the Comptroller General's office is setting up. Starkey even offers to make the entry himself, which I believe disproves the Senate presenter's claim that the Treasurer's office is the only entity that can touch this fund. But just to be clear, so we're all on the same page, this action is not moving money in a bank account. This is a general ledger liability account, an accounting record. No money is getting moved or hidden. And here's the sworn affidavit from Martin Taylor confirming STO recorded the $1.56 billion balance in Fund 993 per the CGO's directive. This accounting determination may seem inconsequential to some of you hearing it for the first time today, but there's been some suggestion that this was the moment everyone should have sounded the alarm. We should have known something was terribly wrong. The Alex Partners forensic auditors say that's not the case.
Was the obligation to notify the General Assembly triggered? And for me, it appears as if that was the point, but it sounds like you're suggesting that that perhaps I'm not accurate on that. But for me, that appeared to have been the triggering point. Do you disagree?
I don't know what they were thinking. As we looked at it, we believe those entries they were making, they thought they were making it to correct a problem, not create a problem or end up with a problem.
That $1.56 billion balance remained in Fund 993, recorded as a liability until October 26, 2018. On this date, the Comptroller General's Office directed the Treasurer's Office to move an additional $324 million into Fund 993, resulting in the final and familiar $1.85 billion balance. In this email, John Morrison of the Comptroller General's Office sends the Treasurer's Office a spreadsheet with conversion balances that he says need to be washed through the conversion account. Here's Martin Taylor's sworn testimony proving that STO made this transaction in Fund 993 at the request of the Comptroller General's Office. Why does this matter? Alex Partners tells us that these accounting entries directed by the CGO were incorrect. Had any of you seen this email before?
Senator McElveen, you asked a question in one of your hearings. Why did the treasurer add $324 million to the 1.5? And have you seen the email that we sent as why we did that? You would remember.
I've seen a lot of emails, but what the explanation was interest, correct?
No. The question you asked was, well, why would the treasurer put money into this account if he didn't know what the account was? We did it, and the email will show that the Comptroller General's Office specifically sent us an email saying, would you wash this $324 million through the conversion account? This is the account that now we understand that they've never heard of. But we have, and I'm sorry you don't have that email. Can somebody give him a copy of that email?
I probably got
We,
it.
we have that email.
I'm sure I've got it.
Okay.
We have, all the members have that email at their desk.
But
right now.
it is, Senator, it is a lot of information, and it's arcane, and I understand it's easy to forget or easy to miss these things. But we inputted it. Our fingers were on the keys, but we were given that by the state's accountant. We listened to the state accountant. He is a complete check upon our office in the accounting.
Senators, this is a critical email. The Senate presenters indicated today that their staff have reviewed thousands upon thousands of documents. We don't have access to those. Do you? We don't have access to the documents that Alex Partners reviewed. In fact, this email on the screen is a 7-year-old email. What if we hadn't found it? What if our agency's retention policy had deleted it before we knew we needed it to defend our agency and our treasurer? The Senate presenters had this email sitting on their desks on April 2nd, 2024, and it's not in their interim report, and it's not in their final report. video you just saw is from the treasurer's testimony on April 2nd, 2024, before the Constitutional Budget Subcommittee. The subcommittee requested that the treasurer come and present his agency's budget, a presentation that normally lasts 15 minutes. Instead, the treasurer was questioned for over 6 hours about a broad range of topics spanning from his campaign promises to statutory interpretation to granular accounting and investment concepts. And as you know, he was asked in this hearing whether entries in Skis Fund 993 represented real cash. An unequivocal yes would have certainly been justified at the time. The Comptroller General had written the treasurer saying, "It's cash." The state's official financial statement to the world included it as cash. The state auditor wrote a letter to Senator Grooms saying, "It's cash." So on April 2nd, 2024, Treasurer Curtis Loftus also said, "It's cash," but that's not all he said.
And when you say you need to test it, I know you've mentioned that a couple times in response to some other senators today, but explain again what that means by testing it.
Yeah, the Comptroller General's office and the State Auditor's office and Clifton Larson all have reached a level of confidence that this money exists and it should be in the general fund. And we don't say that's not the case, but we really don't have a say. Now, if they ask me for a say, I'm going to say, because I'm cautious, let's test it. Let's make sure.
The treasurer made it abundantly clear to the subcommittee that he was relying on the independent professional opinions of the Comptroller General, the state auditor, and the state's outside auditors at Clifton Larson Allen. This video illustrates an important point. The clips that you've seen of the treasurer's testimony are just clips. They lack the broader context of the testimony. The Senate presenters gave you sound bites in which the treasurer is essentially being cross-examined without a lawyer to object. And so I've asked you today, can you, in good faith, decide to remove a constitutional officer based on sound bites? The General Assembly decided to engage an audit firm to conduct a forensic accounting review of all cash and investments held in the state treasury, not just Fund 993. In 2024, the state hired Alex Partners LLP to take on this task. On January 15th, 2025, the results of the forensic audit are published in a report, and really it's good news for the state. There's no secret bank account, no missing or hidden money. The treasurer's books reconcile to the bank. In fact, the Alex Partners' one recommendation for the treasurer's office, reconciling by agency and by Skis Fund, the treasurer's office had already started doing. Alex Partners concludes that $1.6 billion of the balance in this fund does not represent real cash. It's appropriations which the Comptroller General's office directed the State Treasurer's office to move into Skis Fund 993. Alex Partners also concludes that the Treasurer's books balance now, and they will continue to balance when the incorrect entries are reversed. You are reading that correctly. The bank balances in Skis will remain the same and continue to reconcile to the bank statements. I've given you all an affidavit from Melissa Simmons, the head of investments and Treasury Management Division at the Treasurer's office. She's been a CPA for 30 years. She's been at the Treasurer's office for 9 years. She confirms under oath when the Comptroller General's office makes the entries in Skis as recommended by Alex Partners, the net change to the general ledger bank balances will be zero. As for the remaining $245 million, Alex Partners says it's cash and it's included in the bank balances. You may be asking yourself, how is it possible that the $1.8 billion accounting error could have no net effect on the treasurer's ability to balance to the bank? And if you'll recall, I showed you this table earlier. The incorrect entries that created a positive balance in Fund 993 also created negative entries in other skis funds, and they canceled each other out. So when the entries are reversed, the positive $1.6 billion in Fund 993 and the negative $1.6 billion in the other skis funds will go away. Alex Partners reviewed more than 1 million documents and did not find a single piece of evidence suggesting wrongdoing by the treasurer. I've included this handout in your packet to address some of the false narratives you've probably heard about this $1.8 billion. I hope you'll look at it closely and consider what it says. We've got a little bit more accounting to discuss, because before we move from the topic, I want to address the troubling claims made in the subcommittee's final report that the state's financial records are in shambles. I've provided you all a copy of an affidavit by Melissa Simmons. It's in your packet. Please read it. She's been an accountant for over 30 years, and her affidavit gives a thorough accounting explanation and response to the subcommittee's allegations. If you want to know about the quality of the Treasurer's Office books, read our audits. For the last 7 years, the auditor's report to management has not made a single finding regarding the Treasurer's Office. You've heard over and over before today and then today that the Treasurer took active steps to release sensitive financial information or invited cyber attacks. I even heard some things I had not heard before today in the Senate presenter's presentation. The documents and evidence tell a different story. They suggest that, or prove, frankly, that the Treasurer had reason to believe the subcommittee wanted him to release this particular report, the skis fund by agency by fund report, and so he took steps to do so securely and safely, and then was told it could not be done. In the April 2nd, 2024 subcommittee hearing, which was to be a budget hearing, the subcommittee questioned the Treasurer at length about SC Code 115120, suggesting that this statute required the publication of a report that shows Treasury cash by skis fund rather than a list of all the banks and all the deposits in each bank, as had been done for decades prior. The Treasurer told the committee that this had never been the Treasurer's Office interpretation of this statute, and he warned the committee that releasing that much detail to the public would be incredibly risky, and that before he released the report, he would consult with the Department of Administration, Skis Division, and the Secret Service who investigate bank fraud. I do want to be clear here that this report did not contain bank account numbers, as was alleged earlier. I provided an affidavit to you all from Clarissa Adams, the Treasurer's Office Chief of Staff. She testifies under oath that on April 3rd, the day after this hearing, the Treasurer directed her to contact the Department of Administration to assess the risk of posting this information, and Clarissa Adams did exactly that. She and Marcia Adams from the Department of Administration discussed the matter, and the Treasurer's Office awaited her response. The email is on the screen, and it's never been provided to you in any report by the subcommittee. following day, the treasurer sent out 2 letters to the subcommittee. The first letter informed the subcommittee that the treasurer's office would begin posting the requested report on the treasurer's website. You heard a Senate presenter claim that this letter declared the information be released at noon. To that I say, read the letter for yourself. That's not true. There was also an assertion earlier that the treasurer claimed this letter was fabricated. I'm not familiar with that claim. And you weren't presented with any evidence of it either. 2 hours after this first letter went out, the treasurer sent another letter clarifying that we were working towards securing a secure means of posting the report. Ultimately, Marcia Adams at DOA provided a letter which confirmed this report should not be released. But really, what matters is this. There was no directive to release this information. There was no attempt to release this information, and ultimately, it was not released. There's some suggestion about the treasurer's method of issuing debt. The treasurer and the governor have the joint authority to issue bond anticipation notes. The only reason that these bond anticipation notes are raised as an issue is because the Senate presenters have named a failure to issue a particular kind of report as a grounds for removal. Senators, it may concern you to hear that the subcommittee's final report was the first time the Treasurer's Office was ever informed of concerns about the manner in which debt was reported. In fact, when Curtis Loftus entered office in 2011, he immediately instituted the issuance of an annual debt report to create greater transparency around the state's borrowing. It's an incredibly detailed report. It's available on the Treasurer's Office website. I encourage you to take a look at it. This one for this year is about 40 pages. The Treasurer's Office has never attempted to hide anything from the Senate or the public regarding debt issuances, period. And last, the issue of federal housing interest. The senators present this issue of applying interest to federal funds. And of course, they attribute the blame entirely to the treasurer, but the truth of the matter is, this was a strange situation that presented a genuine legal question. In 2021, South Carolina Housing Authority requested a SKIS fund be set up to account for federal money, but it did not ask the Comptroller General's office to code the fund to retain its own interest. As such, the money was invested and the interest went to the general fund instead of accruing to that SKIS fund. Years later, the government notified the Housing Authority that it was owed interest. Nobody questioned that the money needed to be paid to the federal government, but this raised a genuine question of who had the authority to move money out of the general fund to fix this. Had the money already been appropriated for something else? In the email on your screen, you can see the Comptroller General's office suggested that moving the money in itself at this point might be an appropriation requiring some action by the General Assembly. The Treasurer's Office researched this issue and discovered a statute which allows the Attorney General and Governor to direct an appropriation when it's not clear how an appropriation is to be paid. And so we wrote a letter. The Treasurer's Office wrote this letter to the Attorney General and the Governor and asked them for direction. Unfortunately, the Attorney General declined to provide direction regarding the matter at that time. Thankfully, Senator Davis wrote the Attorney General again and made the same request pursuant to the same statute. The Attorney General responded directly to the Treasurer, giving direction that the interest was to be applied. I've got these excerpts of the Attorney General's opinion on the screen because I want you to see there's a great deal of discussion about applying broad interpretations to appropriations. A lot of probablys and we believes. And I'm not at all criticizing the Attorney General's office. In fact, we're grateful for his assistance in this matter. But this letter proves that the question answered in this Attorney General's opinion was not the cut and dried issue the Senate presenters just told you it was. Regardless, the conclusion to this story is that the Treasurer's office applied the interest in accordance with the Attorney General's advice. I want to end today by acknowledging something that I hope I've already made clear by my actions. I'm proud to work at the State Treasurer's office. I'm proud to work for Curtis Loftus. It is an honor to stand up in his defense today. And as you've seen from the affidavits submitted to you, affidavits from talented professionals, licensed professionals, I'm not the only one who wanted to stand up for Curtis Loftus. The Senate presenters have made every effort to show you the Treasurer at his worst. But I see him at work every day, and I know him to be a decent, honorable, honest man. If he wasn't, I wouldn't work for him. And neither would Melissa Simmons or Jackie Hypes or Karen Ingram. If Treasurer Loftus wasn't an honest man, Martin Taylor would not have come forward from retirement to submit testimony in the Treasurer's defense. Curtis Loftus cares about this state. He cares about the people who live here. And this job, the office of State Treasurer, means more to him than you can imagine. The subcommittee's final report calls on the Inspector General and SLED to come investigate the State Treasurer's office. After we received the subcommittee's report and read it, the Treasurer and I personally went to meet with Inspector General Lampkin and Chief Mark Keel. We offered them any information they wanted. The Treasurer assured them they would have the keys to our office if they so desired. Their responses were the same. There's no investigation. There's no investigation because there's no missing money, no stolen money, no misspent money, and no cover-up. So after everything you hear today, my question to you is this: can you, in good conscience, remove Curtis Loftus from office? Can you substitute your will above the will of the voters because of some video clips, some sound bites? What if you're wrong? Thank you for allowing me to present today.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I come here not because I want to, or not because I'm required to, but because I want to. I wanted this opportunity to speak to the full membership of the Senate for over a year. So I'm thankful this time. I came as an elected public servant who remains steadfast in my commitment to the office I've held since 2011. Over the last 18 months, I've endured accusations by subcommittee determined to force my resignation by public ridicule. I think I was called a liar 12 times that I could count today. And I have to think that that's unprecedented, but it happens to me with this group constantly. I've been chastised and degraded. I assure you that I remain resolute. I will not turn my back on the voters who elected me. I will not betray their trust. I took an oath, and I intend to follow it. For 14 years, I've served proudly as your state treasurer. It's a role of immense responsibility and great personal satisfaction. Each day, I safeguard and invest the taxpayers' money, striving always to uphold the public trust with honor and integrity. Last night, that sum was approximately $45 billion, and that doesn't count $7 billion in the 529 fund. As you can see, we're by far the largest bank in the state, and it's a significant responsibility. I've been elected 4 times with overwhelming support. The public trust has not wavered with this contrived controversy, and neither has my commitment. I'm proud of the partnerships we forged with other constitutional officers, agencies, and state employees. Together, we built a foundation of physical strength that supports South Carolina's growth and prosperity. Some have sought to weaponize this issue by allowing this era to take on a life of its own. They've allowed the complexity of this issue to overwhelm most observers, the press, and elected officials. But I'm not confused. This accounting issue is being used by some as a lever against me and the voters I represent. I've studied great men and women in history that have stood up to the establishment, stood up to the status quo. From Martin Luther King to Alfred Dreyfus to my friend Donald Trump, they've all been repeatedly investigated and attacked because they stood up to the establishment. I mentioned President Trump not to stir a partisan debate because my list was actually much longer, but I had to call it. So I had folks of all stripes. I want to make a simple point that standing your ground in the face of political adversity is not an act of defiance. It's an act of courage, and it's done by people on the left and on the right. Before Mr. Trump entered his 2016 race, I hosted him in Charleston at a national convention of state treasurers and auditors. He seemed not to have a care in the world until he became a candidate, and then he became the president. And still, since then, he's been investigated by the federal and state authorities, prosecuted by political opponents, and put on trial for allegations that he and millions of Americans believe are part of a broader effort to silence and sideline him. And again, I don't use him for partisan reasons. I use him because he's current, and we've seen it. I stood proudly with President Trump as I have with others, as I would have with others that I've mentioned. He frequently denounced investigations of him. Through it all, President Trump did not back down. He did not resign. He did not cave to pressure. He kept his mission. He stood before the American people and said, "They're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just in the way." I'm inspired by President Trump, and I too will not back down. I realize my burdens are absolutely nothing like those of Martin Luther King, Alfred Dreyfus, and Donald Trump. But the lessons learned from their struggles are enlightening and encouraging. As I travel around South Carolina, and I've done a lot of that in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I find very few people of any party, of any race, and of any income status that believe this accounting error should cause a statewide election to be overturned. In fact, I've been overwhelmed and, frankly, very surprised by the positive attitude to this issue by virtually everyone that's outside the political bubble. A well-respected former Democrat senator said it best in a podcast last week, "It's a whole lot of nothing." And
it's clear that most South Carolinians agree. His words remind me of why we're here, and I want to speak plainly about the most significant matter before us. The committee has alleged that I knowingly made false statements regarding the now widely discussed $1.8 billion accounting error, claiming I knowingly misrepresented it as cash in Skis Fund 0993. Let me be clear, that allegation is false. When I answered questions on April the 2nd, I relied upon documentation from the Comptroller General, the state's chief accountant, the state auditor, and our external audit firm, Clifton, Larson, and Allen, all of whom stated that the $1.8 billion was real cash and appropriately recorded in Fund 0993. These statements were consistent with the state's financial records, including the annual comprehensive financial report and the previous Senate subcommittee report of 2023. I answered in good faith with the best information possible. That information, as we've since learned from Alex Partners, was inaccurate. But my reliance on the Comptroller General's letter was appropriate and expected. As the state's treasurer, I'm entitled to rely on those financial records, including when we issue hundreds of millions of dollars of bonds and managing the $50 billion of $52 billion last night of public money. So clearly, relying on those records in a subcommittee hearing was appropriate. There was no intent to deceive, and furthermore, there was no reason to deceive. I answered the question with the best information available from the most credible source possible. I'm guided by faith, perseverance, and commitment to the people of South Carolina. I regret that this issue has become politicized and contentious. I regret that my passion to defend my staff, my office, and the voters may have heightened tensions already present. My passion for fighting what I perceive to be injustice may have been inappropriate, but my intent was always to do the honorable thing, the faithful thing. I realize at times that my actions may have fallen short of expectations, and I will endeavor to do a better job in meeting them in the future. Senators, all of you, I think it's important that we move forward and end the politics of contentiousness surrounding this accounting error and focus on our public service. I hope this opportunity for the full membership to be briefed on the facts will be beneficial, and hopefully we will agree that very hard lessons have been learned, that policies and procedures across state government have been changed, and that a more obliging approach is needed by our financial agencies. We hope you'll come to our office. I hope you'll come visit. I hope you'll talk to our professionals. We'll wheel you around and show you the vault and the computer terminals where we purchase hundreds of millions of dollars of assets on a regular basis. I'm ready to do as Governor McMaster said, to spend more time communicating, cooperating, and collaborating. I hope all of us in this room agree that we should rise above the moment and return our focus to what's matter, serving the people of South Carolina with honor and respect and purpose. I want to thank you, and may God bless each and every one of you and the people of this state. Thank you.
Request to take a stand at ease momentarily. will recede with Senator from Edgefield. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask that we take a 10-minute break.
Senate will recede for 10 minutes. the committee of the whole please come back to order? I would ask members to be at their seats as we continue with the presentation about the treasurer and council. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the Senate, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Before I get into the details of my presentation, I think it's important that I make one point very clear. Ms. Barbier and Mr. Eubanks and I, we do not simply represent Treasurer Loftus in this hearing this afternoon. We represent every single South Carolina citizen that voted for Curtis Loftus to be their state treasurer in the 2022 general election cycle. All 1,129,961 South Carolina citizens. Why, you might ask? Because today, this afternoon, in this chamber, you are essentially being asked to disregard those citizens' vote. You're being asked to tell those citizens that their vote does not matter, that their vote for Curtis Loftus for treasurer is irrelevant. You're being asked to do damage to a fundamental principle of American democracy, that the will of the people decide elections, not elected officials. It is one of the most cherished, most important principles of American democracy. Men and women, far greater than you and I, have risked their lives, have spilt their blood, and have given their lives for that very fundamental principle of American democracy. The will of the people decide elections, not elected officials. And the irony of it is, a significant percent of the South Carolina citizens that voted for Curtis Loftus for treasurer in 2022 and in 2018 and in 2014 and in 2010 voted for each and every single one of you senators. Sitting in your chairs, behind your desks, in this chamber, right here, right now. Think about the logic. And for all of you senators that represent a majority Republican district, the logic goes further. Over the last 4 election cycles, almost every single one of you senators representing a majority Republican district, almost every one of your voters that voted for you to be their senator, to be their representative on this floor, in this chamber, voted for Curtis Loftus to be their state treasurer. How do you go back home to the citizens of your district and tell them, your vote for me, Your vote for you to be their state senator matters. It is relevant. It will always be counted. But your vote for Curtis Loftus to be their state treasurer does not matter, is not relevant, will not be counted. How do you do that? How do you think the voters in your district would feel if an elected government official, through his or her agency, who had the power and authority, wanted to remove you from office, from this very chamber, without legal due process, without a fair and meaningful hearing, without credible evidence? How do you think your voters would feel? They'd be mad. They'd be angry. They'd be frustrated. They'd be disillusioned. And rightfully so. Put another way, how would each and every one of you senators feel? How would you feel if an elected official in his or her agency in Columbia with the legal authority was trying to remove you from office, was trying to throw you out of this Senate chamber without legal due process, without a fair and meaningful hearing, without credible evidence? Each and every one of you would be mad. You would be angry. You would be frustrated. You would be disillusioned. And rightfully so. Do you really want to go down this path that these presenters are leading you? Do you really want to go down this path today? Do you really believe in your heart of hearts that disenfranchising the will of 1,129,961 of your fellow South Carolinians is the right thing to do? Is the moral thing to do? Is good for the state and the people of South Carolina? Is a dignified act? Do you really believe that? I want to touch on a few of Ms. Barbier's extremely relevant points. First, the rule of law. You senators are being encouraged to literally go down a path that no man or no woman in the history of the South Carolina Senate has ever traveled. Think about the monumental decision that you have to make here this afternoon. You're being asked to remove a 4-time duly elected statewide constitutional officer, and to do so without any meaningful legal due process, without any opportunity for him to call witnesses on his behalf, without any opportunity for him or his lawyers to cross-examine witnesses. The right to cross-examine witnesses is the most sacred right of the rules of criminal procedure, because it allows an American citizen to question those individuals that are accusing him or her of significant violations. You're also being asked to do this without hearing from any live accounting or financial experts other than what was played for you with AlixPartners, and I will get to that. Because remember, AlixPartners the expert witness for this chamber. David Bly, who led the team of accountants and auditors for Alex Partners, was not hired by the Treasurer's Office, was not personally hired by Curtis Loftus. He was hired at the request of the General Assembly, South Carolina House, and the South Carolina Senate, to get to the bottom of what happened and to make recommendations. Think about what has not occurred during this 2-year Senate subcommittee investigation. There has been no FBI criminal investigation. There has not even been an FBI inquiry. There's been no federal bank regulators investigating the Treasurer's Office. The Attorney General has a fraud division. There has been no open investigation or inquiry in the Attorney General's fraud division. The Attorney General has a public corruption division. There has been no investigation or inquiry opened with the Attorney General's public corruption division. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you know this. Covering up an investigation involving state finances is a crime. It's called obstruction of justice. Because this state receives federal funds, it is a federal crime and a state crime, which is why I mentioned no FBI investigation. No federal bank regulators have been combing around Columbia. There has been no SLED investigation. There has been no Inspector General investigation. Even after the Senate subcommittee's report was delivered to Chief Mark Keel and General Brian Lampkin, two men that I know personally, who I have worked with during my tenure as the Deputy Solicitor here in Richland County and in the United States Attorney's Office, including the 13 months I was your United States Attorney between Strom Thurmond Jr. and Reggie Lloyd. Each and every one of you senators knows how serious Mark Keel and the State Law Enforcement Division is when it comes to public officials being held accountable, when it comes to allegations of obstruction of justice. You may not know General Lampkin the way I know Jim. He was the special agent in charge of the FBI when I was in the U.S. Attorney's Office. He left South Carolina and rose through the ranks of the FBI. Brian Lampkin, particularly in his role as Inspector General, takes very seriously any allegation, any accusation that a public official who is charged with the public trust, particularly the treasurer, who is South Carolina's state banker, charged with the fiduciary responsibilities of money belonging to South Carolina citizens. He takes those allegations seriously. Yet, despite the subcommittee report being delivered to the State Law Enforcement Division and the Inspector General's office, no preliminary inquiry was opened. No investigation was started. They don't consider this a serious matter as far as they are concerned. The bottom line is this. You senators this afternoon are being asked to remove Curtis Loftus as treasurer of the state of South Carolina, a 4-time elected constitutional officer, without any due process and despite the will of 1,129,961 of your fellow South Carolina citizens, based on a standard that does not even rise to the level of probable cause to arrest somebody for shoplifting. or a bad check. I've been told that there are 16 to 17 lawyers that are members of this esteemed body. Of course, I recognize most of you as I stare out at this chamber. You are being asked to remove an elected constitutional officer based on a standard in which law enforcement could not arrest a South Carolina citizen for stealing a candy bar. That's what you're being asked to do. What does the evidence show? There's no money missing. There has been no money misappropriated. There has been no money stolen. There was never any scheme to defraud. There was never any cover-up. There has never been a secret fund. All of those statements were accusations and allegations in the public domain for months and months and months. And all of those allegations and all of those accusations were and are false. They're false. We all now know the 4 agencies that were involved in this process: the Department of Administration, the State Treasurer's Office, the State Auditor's Office, and the Comptroller General's Office, as well as this body, as well as the South Carolina House. We all now know, based mostly on AlixPartners' thorough investigation, thorough accounting and auditing, and their final report. This was an accounting error that started with an erroneous journal entry in the Comptroller General's ledger when the State Treasurer's Office and the Comptroller General's Office were undergoing a comprehensive conversion of their computer software systems. That's what AlixPartners found. That's what they stand by. Even Governor McMaster and his legal team and his financial team agrees. Now, some of the points that Sean Eubanks discussed with you, I'd like to just touch on 1 or 2. And remember this, not only was AlixPartners hired by the General Assembly, it is an internationally acclaimed, prominent accounting and auditing firm. AlixPartners have no friends to reward in their findings and in Mr. Bly's testimony. No friends to reward and no enemies to punish. You can't get anything more credible than that for you senators in making these serious determinations. AlixPartners confirmed that the error started in the Comptroller General's office, and they were able to track the confluence of errors and mistakes over a 4-year period involving the 4 state agencies that I discussed before. AlixPartners determined that there was no willful, intentional, or malicious wrongdoing by Treasurer Loftus, any member of his staff, or by any other agency or their staff. They found that there was no evidence of a cover-up by Treasurer Loftus or his staff. We played that video of Senator Jackson asking Mr. Bly a very important, a very credible, and a very competent direct question. Did your investigation find any evidence whatsoever, direct or circumstantial, and I'm paraphrasing, that there is a cover-up, and he's talking about with Treasurer Loftus and the state treasurer's office. And you heard Mr. Bly's response. Again, paraphrasing. Their entire investigation, through all of their interviews, through all of the emails they checked, through all of the documents they looked at, through all of their accounting, through all of their auditing practices, there was no cover-up by the treasurer or anyone in his office. And yet, certain individuals, including Senator Goldfinch, after Mr. Bly's testimony at the subcommittee meeting, and after all of the other information was reviewed and it was determined by all individuals involved, there is no evidence of a cover-up. There was no evidence of a cover-up 2 years ago. There was no evidence of a cover-up a year ago. There was no evidence of a cover-up by Treasurer Loftus or anyone in his staff 6 months ago, 5 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago. This morning when the sun rose, when the two senators were given their presentation, and as I stand before you members of the South Carolina Senate, there never has been, there never was, and there never will be evidence of a cover-up. And yet Senator Goldfinch and several others, even after Mr. Bly's testimony, and even after it was absolutely uncontradicted, there is no evidence of a cover-up. He was interviewed by members of the media multiple times, which you can find on various social media networks, particularly YouTube. And he was asked multiple times by these members of the media about that very allegation. And despite Mr. Bly's testimony, despite the final report, despite all relevant individuals involved in this investigation indicating, many swearing under oath, there is no evidence of a cover-up. Senator Goldfinch and other individuals have consistently stated in answer to questions from reporters, Curtis Loftus is guilty of covering up his actions and the actions of his office. We've all seen him. We've all heard it. And then what happened? He took the floor of this Senate chamber earlier today. And at least 10 to 12 times, with his voice rising, with indignation in his delivery, he accused the sitting treasurer, a constitutional officer, of lying. He used that word, lying. He called him a liar. Not once, not twice, at least 10 to 12 times. He stood on solemn ground in front of his colleagues and used that word repeatedly. Now, other than quoting, Mr. President, Madam Senators, and other senators, I'm not going to use that word when I describe and put this in context. Between my parental upbringing, my schooling, the mentors, both in my personal and professional life, my interpretation of the American Bar Association's rules of professional responsibility, I simply don't find that word dignified. I don't believe it's civil. I don't believe it's professional. I don't believe it's courteous. These are serious matters And as adults, we should all be able to have discussions civilly, with respect for each other. We should show each other common courtesy. We should embrace the values of what it is to be a South Carolinian. But he stood before you and he repeatedly called Curtis Loftus that word. But think about this. I ask you to think about this for a moment. He knows, and we know, that all of the evidence that you have read and seen during the course of this investigation, during the course of the subcommittee's report, and the evidence that you saw on those two screens today, when Senator Jackson asked David Bly the question, the lead investigator, is there any evidence, direct or circumstantial, any evidence that the treasurer or anyone in his office covered up? And unequivocally, the answer to Senator Jackson's question was no. There is no evidence of any cover-up. Yet, in interviews with multiple journalists, multiple times over the last several weeks, after this Senate subcommittee report, even after the sense of the Senate was passed on April the 2nd, Senator Goldfinch has repeatedly made the claim that Curtis Loftus covered up his actions. Repeatedly, he has made this claim. And in the well of the solemnity of the South Carolina Senate, he looked you in the face, each and every one of you, and he repeated the claim over and over and over again, knowing it to be false. I ask you this one question. What does that make him? He stood before you and repeated an accusation, an ugly accusation, repeatedly. And we all know that there was never any cover-up by Curtis Loftus. What does that make him? I'm moving towards some positive news and the positive aspect of this presentation that should make each and every one of you proud, because each and every one of you each played a significant role in the facts that I'm getting ready to go over with you. In the preamble, included in the removal section at the end of the Senate subcommittee report, are basically three stated grounds for removal. Now, I've made copies of those just for my own edification. The first ground is on page 42 of the subcommittee's report. The second ground is on page 46 of the subcommittee's report. And the third ground is on page 48, although it's not enumerated like 1 and 2 is. But if you look at, if it's right towards the top, where the paragraph that begins with "finally the subcommittee finds," that is the third ground for removal. The first ground, of course, is that the allegation is that Treasurer Loftus willfully neglected his duties, and that is verbatim the language in Article 15, Section 3. And that issue was covered by both Ms. Barbier and Mr. Eubanks. But the second ground was that he breached a fiduciary duty. And that falls under the language of Section 3, where it states, other reasonable cause. The third was that he, quote, lacks the competence to carry out his statutory duty, and that also is being alleged to fall under the verbiage, quote, other reasonable cause contained in Section 3 of Article 15. Now, Mr. Eubanks covered the allegation of breaching the fiduciary duty. That is the second ground for removal. And this allegation focuses on, I quote, the release of sensitive state financial information. The potential release of sensitive state financial information. Now, I'd like to briefly address that particular ground and those allegations once again. And I submit to you that when you look at the facts, when you look at the relevant documents as to what actually went on, that you will discover that Treasurer Loftus and nobody in his office was ever on the verge of releasing any sensitive financial information. It never happened. This is a false alarm, and it is not an accurate representation of what actually happened. It has been taken out of context. Why do I say that? In your material that was contained in the Treasurer's response to the original report, or to the initial report, you have the affidavit of Clarissa Adams. Ms. Adams, as you know, is the longtime Chief of Staff for the State Treasurer's Office. And in order to set the record straight, I'm going to refer to her sworn affidavit. So this is an affidavit taken under oath. As part of my role at the State Treasurer's Office, I am generally familiar with external communications from the Treasurer and/or State Treasurer's Office to members of the General Assembly, as well as committees and subcommittees thereof. The State Treasurer's Office never released, nor did it attempt to release, or take steps to release sensitive financial information of the state as alleged by the subcommittee. Moreover, there was never any directive given within the State Treasurer's Office to release sensitive information. She talks about letters going back and forth between Senator Grooms as the subcommittee chair and Treasurer Loftus during the month of March 7th, March 14th, and she indicates, to the best of my knowledge, all South Carolina state treasurers have complied with the requirements of South Carolina Code 115120 by publishing a substantially similar report for several decades. So she's talking about the issue, and I know you senators are familiar with the issue that the State Treasurer's Office is required to publish certain information on their website. So on that Tuesday, April the 2nd, 2024, Treasurer Loftus was called before the subcommittee and offered testimony, and that's really the basis of that particular ground for removal. Following the April 2nd hearing, and at that hearing, there was direction from Senator Grooms and other members of the subcommittee that the State Treasurer's Office needed to publish more information than what they already had been doing. So there was a discussion regarding the criteria for what specifically was required under the statute 115120 to be published. And that's really the backdrop as to what happened. So following the April 2nd, this again is Ms. Adams. The Treasurer instructed me to contact the Department of Administration to have them weigh in on the risk of issuing a report with this sensitive information. To that end, the day after the subcommittee hearing on the evening of April the 3rd, 2024, I would note it was at 11:35 at night, I emailed Marcia Adams, the Director of the Department of Administration, regarding State Treasurer's Office compliance. In the email, I requested, among other things, assistance in assessing any risks associated with publicly providing this information. That was Exhibit 25, her email. Then, on the morning of April the 4th, she discussed this matter with Ms. Marsha Adams by telephone. A follow-up email by Ms. Adams indicated the Department of Administration was working on this now. What they were doing was they were consulting with their private security analysts that they use to determine what information is too sensitive to be released by any state agency. That's what they do, not just the State Department of the State Treasury Office. Here's what's important. On the afternoon of April the 4th, 2 letters to the subcommittee. The first letter was sent via email at 12:42 p.m. This letter stated in relevant part that the STO would begin posting a detailed fund report. That is the letter that the senators were referring to, not only in the subcommittee report, but earlier this afternoon during their presentation. This letter is intentionally silent as to what information, specifically a, quote, detailed fund report, end quote, would include. So yes, they flashed up the letter, a detailed fund report. Nothing in that letter indicated what specific details, and you want to know why? Because the paper trail proves that Curtis Loftus's office, at his direction, was in constant communication with Marsha Adams, the director of the Department of Administration, who was in constant communication with the cybersecurity individuals to make sure that no sensitive information of South Carolinians was ever released. That communication between the State Treasurer's Office Chief of Staff and the Department of Administration's Executive Director never ceased. There was no break in the chain. Ultimately, the cybersecurity consulting company that the South Carolina Department of Administration works with indicated that most of the information was too sensitive and it could be hacked. So the decision was made not to include that information. The allegation inaccurately paints a picture, a context in which members of the subcommittee, if they had not reached out to the Department of Administration, they had not contacted Mark Keel, they had not reached out to the governor's office, they want you to believe that sensitive financial information of you and of South Carolina citizens was on the verge of being released. That is false. That is not accurate. That is what multiple documents clearly demonstrate. That is what SLED officials confirm, that we're in the know. That is what individuals at the governor's office confirm. Ask yourselves this question. Each of you, you're highly intelligent individuals. If, in fact, Treasurer Loftus was instructing his staff to divulge serious, critical, sensitive financial information, and it required intervention from the Senate subcommittee, if it required that, or else this sensitive information was going to be released, don't you think you good senators would have heard about that from a witness during a subcommittee hearing? Don't you think they would have brought somebody in from SLED to say, our investigation revealed that Treasurer Loftus and his staff were about to divulge sensitive financial information? Did that happen? No. Don't you think you'd see an affidavit in your material from Chief Mark Keel or somebody in his cybersecurity unit, an affidavit sworn under oath, that had it not been for the intervention of somebody in the Senate subcommittee, Treasurer Loftus and his staff would have released sensitive information? Have you seen that? No. You know why it doesn't exist? The raised voices on the floor of the Senate is not evidence. There was never, ever any chance that sensitive financial information of any South Carolinian was ever going to be released. And that is why Ms. Barbier and I have focused your attention on the importance of legal due process, of a fair and meaningful hearing, of cross-examination, of the ability to call witnesses, of the ability to cross-examine your accusers. Because without those protections, allegations can blow up, even when they're not based on reality, even when they're not based on evidence, even when they are not based on the truth. I've got this PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to run through this real quickly, and this is the part that I've told you that each and every one of you, in a moment, when I talk about the state's overall economy, can be extremely proud. First, Treasurer Loftus assumed his role as the South Carolina Treasurer in early January 2011. I stand before you today on April 21st, 2025. So there is a record, a demonstrable record, evidence of the South Carolina State Treasurer's Office achievements over the last 14 years. And I want to run through these real quickly with you. These operational accomplishments. Under Treasurer Loftus's leadership, the Debt Management Division has played a primary role in the issuance of the state's general obligation and revenue bonds. Look at the numbers that are highlighted. The sale of these bonds has facilitated several $billion in new and/or refunded state economic development. The refunding portion of these bond sales has generated $561,384 in savings, over $500 million in savings for the South Carolina taxpayers during his tenure as State Treasurer's Office. As a result of the work of the staff of all of the divisions within the State Treasurer's Office, the state's financial management continues to earn strong credit ratings. According to Bloomberg Terminal, Fitch Ratings gives South Carolina a AAA credit rating for 2024. Senators, that's 7 straight years that South Carolina has a AAA credit rating. And one of the reasons why, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why is because of the leadership of Curtis Loftus as our state treasurer. Investments. The Treasurer's Office Investment Division has successfully restructured investment portfolios, resulting in improved performance, yield, and credit. The general fund assets were over $2 billion in January of 2011. As of June 2024, the general fund assets were nearly $11 billion, nearly $9 billion in increase during the time that Curtis Loftus has been our treasurer. The local government investment pool assets were just under $3 billion when Curtis Loftus took office in 2011. As of June of 2024, the local government investment pool is almost $14 billion, a nearly $11 billion increase. And that is for our state and local governments. As a result of the work of the staff of the State Treasurer's Office, under Curtis Loftus' direction, over the past 3 fiscal years, the State Treasurer's Office has provided $2.6 billion in investment earnings to the state and local governments, over $1.4 billion to the state's general fund, and nearly $1.2 billion of income return to local, county, and city governments. And the presenters would have you believe that Curtis Loftus is incompetent to run his office. Under Curtis Loftus's direction as the state treasurer, in August of 2017, the banking division was created. They renegotiated state merchant bank credit cards. They executed the commercial credit card agreement for universities and colleges in South Carolina with Bank of America. This consolidation produced efficiency and saved taxpayers money. This is just another example of the innovation and modernization of the State Treasurer's Office under Curtis Loftus' leadership. Programs, and this is something that all South Carolinians can be proud of. Other states use our Future Scholarship Program as an example of what they can do to meet our levels. Future Scholarship Savings Program since 2010. Our national program ratings, one of the lowest cost direct plans in the country. We have consistently been ranked in the top 25% in the nation for investment performance for 10-year returns. And look at the increases. From the time Curtis Loftus took office, there were almost 91,000 accounts. Now there are over 237,000 South Carolina parents have Future Scholar 529. Look at the increase in the total assets under management by the State Treasurer's Office. When Curtis Loftus took office in 2011, there was approximately $1.3 billion of money being managed. Now, there's nearly $7 billion of taxpayer money, of parents' money, in the state of South Carolina being managed by the State Treasurer's Office, held in trust so that those parents can earn money tax-free so they can send their children to college. Every parent with children has had the opportunity to take advantage of this outstanding program. Each and every one of you with children, and even grandchildren, I'm sure, has taken advantage of this program. My wife and I certainly have. It helped put all three of our children through college, one through law school, one through grad school. The Unclaimed Property Program significantly increased the amount of funds returned back to the citizens. When he took office, that amount was $12.6 million. That has increased during his tenure to $38 million of unclaimed property returned back to the citizens of South Carolina. Between the Future Scholars Program and the Unclaimed Property Program, Treasurer Loftus and his staff have literally generated hundreds of millions of dollars to be returned to the South Carolina taxpayer. And yet, they would have you believe that Curtis Loftus is not loyal to South Carolinians, doesn't care about South Carolinians, and is incompetent. There are other programs that don't rise to the level of popularity, but are of critical importance to certain individuals in our community. The Palmetto Able Savings Program. It provides individuals with disabilities a tax-advantaged opportunity to save and invest for their future without jeopardizing other needs-based benefits. There are over 3,000 accounts set up for individuals with disabilities. Over $10 million in assets are managed by the State Treasurer's Office under Curtis Loftus' leadership and direction. Over $10 million in management for South Carolinians with disabilities. And under his direction, now that program reaches all 46 counties in our state. The Financial Literacy Master's Program provides financial incentives for teachers from kindergarten through 12th grade who are experts in the area of financial literacy to help disadvantaged South Carolinians, to educate them, to make their quality of life better. This program has directly impacted more than 52,000 students in our state and has provided professional development to over 6,000 teachers. All of this was started under Curtis Loftus' watch and been managed by his staff. Other notable accomplishments focus on the exceeded affirmative action and minority vendor goals. The Equal Employment Opportunity Score for 2021 was 98.6, with a 6-year average of 93.3, a 3-year average of 99.2 between 2019 and 2021. Our overall ranking has gone from 31st in the country, 31st in the country when Curtis Loftus took office, to 2nd in 2020. Our exceeded affirmative action and minority vendor goals is the 2nd best program in the United States. 48 other states are not as good as us. What does this exactly mean? This program increases the opportunity for minority-owned businessmen and businesswomen in South Carolina to competitively compete in the marketplace, to have a seat at the table, to have a piece of the pie. Now, this is where each and every one of you should be commended. This is where, with the leadership of the General Assembly, the leadership of you senators, the leadership of those members of the House down the hall, the leadership of Governor McMaster and his staff, the Department of Commerce, various other state agencies, county councils, city councils, regional economic boards, all can take credit, and that is South Carolina's recent economic success. You know, I'm a huge sports fan, and I love college football, and I love pro football. And I'd like to explain to you an analogy, if you will. Just bear with me a few minutes, and I think you'll understand. In the game of football, it is the most team-oriented sport that exists, I would submit to you. You see, because no one player, no one coach, no one individual can attain success. It is the ultimate team sport. You have your head coach, you have your coordinators, you have your assistant coaches, you have your strength coach, you have your trainers, you have your nutritionists, you have your quarterbacks, you have your running backs, your receivers, your offensive line, your defensive line, your linebackers, your secondary, your special teams. You have ownership, you have the front office, you have the director of player personnel and his or her staff, you have your scouts. It is the ultimate team sport. In South Carolina, we have a team. We have a team that has driven our state to economic heights never seen before. And at the top of that list, at the top, is the South Carolina Senate and the South Carolina House. And you know why. This body and the body down the hall, you make the laws. You pass the laws that incentivize businesses, small, medium, and large, to come to South Carolina, to invest in South Carolina, to build plants here, to open offices here. You senators, the General Assembly, it starts with you. You lay the foundation. And then there's the governor's office. They sell, they promote with their Department of Commerce, with their economic advisors. They sell and promote South Carolina. They go out throughout the country and in other countries, and they recruit, and they say, look at this environment that our South Carolina General Assembly has provided you. We are a pro-growth state because of the laws of our General Assembly and because of their regulatory oversight. Look who has succeeded here. Look at the businesses. Look at the people moving here. Look at the quality of life in the state of South Carolina. And it starts in this chamber. And it starts in the chamber down the hall. And it's because of effective leadership from Governor McMaster and his staff, and effective leadership from all of the state agencies that have an input in managing the economic affairs of South Carolina. And our county councils and our city councils are part of the team. And economic development boards throughout all 46 counties are part of the team. It has taken a team effort to reach this success. And as a South Carolina citizen that's not involved in any of those teams, I thank you. I salute you, because it all starts right here in this chamber. Look at this success. Super Bowl, or 15 years of prosperity, how South Carolina's economy is flourishing. This is from a recent business article magazine. Over the past 15 years, South Carolina has emerged as a beacon of economic growth and stability, transforming from a traditionally agrarian state into a modern, diversified economic powerhouse. From manufacturing to technology and tourism, a range of industries has contributed to an environment that attracts businesses, creates jobs, and fosters innovation. They're talking about our state. These are outside economic experts talking about our state, applauding our state. And you senators are a critically important part, because without the foundation being laid, without the tax incentives, without the deregulation, without the tax cuts, none of this would have happened. South Carolina, a business-friendly climate. As a result of the General Assembly, Governor McMaster's leadership at the top, with the assistance of multiple state, county, and city agencies and boards, our South Carolina team keeps on hitting home runs. We are known as a business-friendly environment. This body and the governor's office and our Department of Commerce have encouraged both domestic and foreign companies to establish and expand operations in this state. Rankings from various business publications frequently cite South Carolina as one of the best states for business. Who else is a part of that team? The State Auditor's Office is a part of that team. The Comptroller General's Office is a part of that team. The Department of Administration is a part of that team. And the state treasurer's office is a part of that team. The state's treasurer's office is South Carolina's banker. What business would want to invest in South Carolina? What national or international business, if they thought that South Carolina's banker was incompetent, what business would want to invest in this state? If they thought that South Carolina's banker was disloyal to the citizens of the state, if they thought that South Carolina's banker didn't care about South Carolinians, why would you want to invest in this state? The fact of the matter is, those allegations are also not true. We are a state on the rise. Each and every one of you should be proud. You work hard, and this is the results. The House members down in the hall work hard. Governor McMaster and his staff work hard. The people at the state agencies work hard. Your staffs work hard. Everybody works hard to succeed, and we are succeeding. Our overall assessment over the last 14 years, South Carolina has an unwavering commitment to progress. The state has built a diverse and robust economy that attracts businesses and investors, but also enriches the lives of its residents. Its economic future shines brightly. We are setting a standard for prosperity in the modern era. I submit to you that it is disingenuous to suggest that the state treasurer's office in Curtis Loftus has had nothing to do with the success, the economic growth that has occurred in this state over the last 14 years. South Carolina's economic performance, U.S. News & World Report rates South Carolina the 10th best state in the country when it comes to economic growth in 2024. The Economist gives South Carolina's economy a B+. 2025 and beyond, economists from the University of South Carolina's Darla Moore School of Business project continued economic expansion. They anticipate steady growth, wage growth outpacing inflation, and increased consumer spending, the primary driver of economic growth. South Carolina is thriving under its current leadership. All of our leaders, including you senators, and our House members, and our governor, and our state agency directors. Treasurer Loftus has consistently demonstrated that he is competent to carry out the duties as treasurer. He's consistently demonstrated his loyalty and that he cares about the people of South Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, these results speak for themselves. Talked about that team effort. And it reminds me of what happened after the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. I just wanted to share this. Many of you probably know this story. After the Eagles won the Super Bowl, like most champions, there was a parade in downtown Philadelphia. And during the parade, many of the football players on the Eagles were actually walking rather than riding in any automobiles or any floats. Jalen Hurts was the starting quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles that game, and he won Super Bowl MVP. And several media cameras were on him as he was walking down the street during the parade, as happy as he could be, on top of the world. His team was not only the Super Bowl champions, he was the most valuable player of the Super Bowl. All of a sudden, he veered to his right, and he went to the crowd. And in the crowd, there was a trainer. There was a staff member for the Philadelphia Eagles. He was in his early to mid-20s. He was behind the rope. What did Jalen Hurts do? He walked over. This is a grown man. He lifted that grown man up pulled him over the rope. He joined and locked arms with this 20-something-year-old trainer. And he told him, "You are part of our team. You deserve this championship as much as I do." And he continued down the parade route, walking arm in arm with a trainer, the Super Bowl most valuable player. Isn't that the attitude that we should all have? Shouldn't we all be forward-thinking? Shouldn't we all be positive? Shouldn't we all celebrate in South Carolina's economic success? I want to reiterate Governor McMaster's remarks that Ms. Barbier, on January 15th, our fine governor made a statement. You saw the video. There is no missing or stolen money. The Alex report confirms that there were unintended accounting mistakes made by different parties involved in state government's transition from an old accounting system to the new accounting system. He wisely said, we all need to work together, communicate, collaborate, cooperate, work for the people of South Carolina. We need to quit fighting amongst ourselves. And if we do so, we will be fine. Those are not my words. Those were Governor McMaster's words. Think about it. You senators are being asked to not only ignore the results and conclusions of your own accounting auditors, experts, but also to remove a duly elected constitutional officer when one of the country's most popular and successful governors, Governor McMaster, has confirmed and acknowledged that a mistake was made, that there was no missing money. Let's move forward. Let's stop the infighting. Governor McMaster is leading out front for all of us. He is forward-thinking. He is positive. He is encouraging us to work together, to work for the citizens of South Carolina. I would submit to you that that's true leadership. That's how visionary leaders lead. Each and every one of us need to get behind him and move forward. We can achieve even greater success than we already have. As Ms. Barbier indicated, this is something, you are being asked to do something that no legislative body in the history of the United States has ever done. No legislative body has ever used the removal process to remove a duly elected statewide constitutional officer. It has never been done before. Can you imagine the headlines in newspapers and news websites throughout the state and country tomorrow or even this evening if 2/3 majority of the Senate votes to remove Treasurer Loftus? I submit to you that the story would sound something like this. The South Carolina Senate, for the first time in American legislative history, has voted to remove Treasurer Curtis Loftus, a 4-time elected Republican treasurer and a longtime friend and early supporter of President Donald Trump. Treasurer Loftus and his staff were never invested by FBI or federal bank regulators. Treasurer Loftus and his staff were never investigated by the state's Attorney General's office or the state Chief Law Enforcement Division. An accountant auditing report revealed that there was no money missing from any of the treasurer's accounts. There was no evidence of any cover-up by Treasurer Loftus or any member of his staff. There was no finding of any intentional wrongdoing by Treasurer Loftus or his staff. Treasurer Loftus was not even to blame for the original error. Republican Governor Henry McMaster has repeatedly stated that he fully supports Treasurer Loftus. The Senate's own international acclaimed accounting and audit firm, AlixPartners, found no intentional wrongdoing on Treasurer Loftus's part or any member of his staff, and no money was ever missing. In the process that was used to accomplish this feat, by bypassing the standard impeachment process in the South Carolina Constitution, thus denying Treasurer Loftus and his counsel traditional due process rights, rights which even South Carolina citizens accused of minor crimes are afforded. End of story. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't even fashion myself as an amateur journalist. Imagine what the professionals will write. To you relatively new members of the Senate, I'm sure you all made promises when you were campaigning for office for the first time. It's the same basic conversation that many first-time individuals running for office make. Vote for me. I'm going to be my own man or my own woman. I'm going to work for change in how the Senate operates. I'm going to go to Columbia and dismantle the good old boy system. These are all promises that many of you made, that many individuals running for office make, and they are all sincere. And they are all wise. You promised the voters that you would not be intimidated, you would not be unduly influenced. You promised your voters that you would be their voice. You gave your word. My question to you is this: did you mean it? Did you mean it when you promised individuals, vote for me? I will represent you with all sincerity, with all integrity, with all decency. My next question is a bit more pointed. Are you really willing to be led down this path? A path that has never occurred in the history of American legislative politics? Or are you brave enough to follow your conscience? I urge you, do not violate your conscience to gain any favors down the road. You know, yesterday was Easter Sunday, and I'm almost done. I only have a few more things to say. And for the first time in 35 years since I've known my wife, I spent Easter Sunday without her. And it's also the first time as a father that I did not spend Easter Sunday with my 3 children. Our plans were to go to Greenville, where our oldest daughter lives, and I told them I was going to be working all weekend, and I wanted them to enjoy their Easter weekend in Greenville together. And so, even though I spent, I'm sure, as did the presenter, spend a lot of time preparing for this hearing, during the downtime, I also was catching up on a few things. And one of the things I realized I hadn't done is I had not read my daily devotion. Now, I'm sure many of you have a devotional book that you read every day. And you know that there's no years. It's just January 1st. It's actually 366 days of virtually all devotional books. It just says January 1st, January 2nd, includes February 29th for leap years, all the way through January 31st. So your devotional book never knows what day of the month that holidays fall on. Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving. They don't know. You just keep on reading the same devotional on that particular day, year after year after year. So late last night, I read the devotional in the book that I read every day. This was the meditation of the day. There are two paths, one up and one down. We have been given free will to choose either path. We are captains of our souls to this extent only. We can choose the good or the bad. Once we have chosen the wrong path, we go down and down, eventually to death. But if we choose the right path, we go up and up until we come to the resurrection day. On the wrong path, we have no power for good because we do not choose to ask for it. But on the right path, we are on the side of good. We have all the power of God's Spirit behind us. In the prayer for the day yesterday, I pray that I may be in the stream of goodness. I pray that I may be on the right side, on the side of all good in the universe. I conclude with a few cautionary remarks. Are you going to travel down this wayward path? That's never been done before. You know, this is not just about destroying Curtis Loftus's reputation and ending his career as treasurer. I submit to you that this would be like desecrating the very foundation of integrity for which this institution stands for. The allegations expressed by certain members have not only been an epic travesty of justice, it has been repugnant in an attempt to destroy the reputation of a good and decent man. This also would devalue the voting rights of the very same South Carolina citizens that each and every one of you claim to represent. Each and every one of you senators right here, right now, have an opportunity to save the reputation of the South Carolina Senate, to turn this potential day of tragedy into triumph. My plea is simple. Carpe diem. Carpe diem. It's Latin. Seize the day. Summons the courage, each and every one of you, to seize the day. And let's move forward as one South Carolina. President Alexander, respectfully and with all sincerity, I yield the podium.
Thank you, sir. That concludes. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for a 10-minute break before the senators from Berkeley and Georgetown respond.
Is there objection to a 10-minute recess before we proceed? I hear no objection to that. The Senate will stand at ease in recess for 10 minutes. I would ask that the committee of the whole come back to order. Committee of the whole will continue to be in order. Pursuant to the sense of the Senate, I now recognize the Senate presenters for up to 30 minutes. Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, is recognized. The time is 4:54.
$1.8 billion. That's an error. It's a mistake. Mistakes were made. It's in the books. But it's no big deal. We shouldn't worry about it, because all we do is fix the error and the books will balance. The comptroller's $3.5 billion error. He told us it was no biggie. No biggie. It's just government money. It doesn't matter a whole lot. The $1.8 billion, no biggie, just government money. It doesn't matter a whole lot. We know definitely it was a Treasury fund. Alex Partners tells us it's a Treasury fund. We know that 23,000 entries were made by folks that work for the State Treasurer's Office. 2 entries were made by the Comptroller's Office. They were kind of recent, and it was to see what would happen if we were to try to fix something. They made an entry and they reversed it. That's it. We heard a lot from the A-team, the lawyers, probably some of the best money that's been spent on those folks. I'm not a lawyer, and you're not a jury. This is a Section 3 hearing. This is not an impeachment. There's different rules apply. We started this investigation. It was unanimous decision by the subcommittee, unanimous decision by the new subcommittee. And we're here doing our best, doing our duty. And we found misfeasance. We found a $1.8 billion fund that had no ownership. I trusted Curtis Loftus. I voted for him. I'm one of those people that voted for him. I thought he was competent. I thought he was honest. We even had conversations about how to fold some of the Comptroller General's functions into the Treasurer's office. Then we get a new comptroller, and then the new comptroller asks about this fund. It's an impossible fund. It's a pass-through fund. The fund is supposed to have a zero balance. And the new comptroller says, I don't know what this is. He writes the treasurer. Treasurer does not give a satisfactory answer, wants to know, who else did you tell? Because remember, Treasurer Loftus has a secret. He doesn't want anyone to know that the $1.8 billion in errors resides in the Treasury. You can talk all you want to about the wonders of everything happening to the state and how we all need to work together. Quote, the Senate is trying to get their fingers on that $54 billion I'm protecting. Talk about togetherness, how we can all walk forward. Quote, this group of senators sees the Treasury as a gold mine and they're itching to get their hands on it. Goes on to say, senators are plotting to raid the Treasury for their own benefit. And what about the conservative judges we're trying to remove today? Did we hear anything about those paid for by Treasurer Loftus with the text messages? Honesty, my gosh, honesty. Honesty, you know what I'm talking about honesty? Which judge were we trying to remove? Do y'all remember that? The bottom line is, we tried to find out about what happened in our state's finances. We knew that Ekstrom had a problem, the $3.5 billion restatement. And then the new Comptroller General can't understand why we got $1.8 billion in a pass-through account that should have no money in it. And we went through this whole exercise. We paid Alex Partners and Malden and Jenkins to try to give us some answers. If the answers were there, why didn't you come tell us? But you didn't. Obfuscation. Anytime we ask a question, it was blame shifting. It's the comptroller's fault. It's the comptroller's fault. And you heard it a little while ago. The comptroller made me do it. The comptroller made us do this. The comptroller made us do that. If the comptroller could have put those entries into that fund, why were they making the state treasurer's office do it? Ask yourself that question. I've done my duty the best I know how. I'm not a high-powered lawyer. I'm not an attorney. I'm a guy that tries to do best for my family. I love this state. And when presented with evidence of misfeasance, I didn't turn away. It would have been so easy to do that because the treasurer has done all these wonderful things. Our state's prospering so well. Why rock the boat? Because it was my duty to rock the boat. When the evidence was put right in front of me of a $1.8 billion discrepancy in our treasury books with no explanation, we dug into it and we found the origins of it. And you can say at the beginning, and the governor even acknowledged that we've got our comptroller, we've got our state auditor, we've got our treasurer, all had a hand in it. The other two have taken responsibility for their errors. And today, even today, right now, still, not my problem, not my responsibility, it's somebody else's. Don't look at me, look at the man behind the tree. And look at me, I'm standing here with Donald Trump. A lot of Republicans voted for me. That's why you shouldn't do anything to question my integrity. The errors are real. They're there. They're there whether you want to believe that they are not there, but they are. And we know why they're there. Mr. President, I yield my time to the senator from Georgetown.
Thank you. The senator from Georgetown is recognized to continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. We're wrapping this up. I appreciate your attention. I heard a lot of good info about how SC South Carolina is doing great. Team South Carolina, we're doing great. We're doing well. This General Assembly is at the mountaintop as the reason why we're doing well. But once again, his lawyers and the treasurer are saying different things. Mr. Gasser, great lawyer, said we were responsible for being conservative in our budgeting. But Curtis Loftus said that we were squandering the people's money. Mr. Gasser said that we've passed smart, conservative legislation to attract business. But Curtis Loftus said that we're only here to promote our own personal successes. I appreciate Mr. Gasser pointing out all of our wins. But ladies and gentlemen, we've done those things despite Curtis Loftus. Not in partnership with him, and certainly not because of him, but despite him and his problems. Now, Mr. Gasser, he's a clever attorney. You heard him talking a little while ago. He hid behind the rules of professional conduct, essentially calling me a liar for calling the treasurer a liar, which I find to be a bit ironic, but that's fine. That's in the law, that's what's called baiting you into an argument, right? That's fine, because I think it's instructive. It's an instructive conversation. So let's take that up if we could. I ask you this question. He wants you to think about this question, and I do too. Was there a cover-up? Was there a cover-up? Did the treasurer have an affirmative duty to report the problem? Did the treasurer have an affirmative duty to report the problem? Think about that for a second. I've shown you the statute that he does, subsection 7. I've shown you the statute that he does have an affirmative duty to report. That legal team right there has shown you evidence that the Treasurer's office knew about the problem going all the way back to 2016. I actually was surprised that they put one of those emails up, showing that they knew it wasn't cash going back to 2016, and yet he told us it was anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, when you have an affirmative duty to report something, a problem, you know you've got a problem, and you refuse to report it, what's that called? What's that called? That's called a cover-up. That's called a cover-up, y'all. That's what this is. Now, Mr. Gasser hasn't had much of a chance to get to know me, but it's true that I was indignant. And if I was too indignant, I apologize. Members in here know that I get a little indignant when in the face of a bald-faced liar. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little indignant because I'm standing in front of a bald-faced liar. I don't hide behind the rules of professional conduct. I'm not scared of calling him a liar because that's what he is. In our jobs, in our duties, in our lives, it is incumbent upon us to stand in the face of people like that are bald-faced liars and call them out for what they are. That man is a master at misdirection. He's a master at obfuscation. You can call it whatever you want to call it. You know what it's really called? It's a lie. It's a lie. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as that legal team would like for you to believe, a government job is not a right. It's not a right. If it was a right, it would really require us to have a trial here today. It would require us to have due process and rules of evidence and rules of procedure and rules of court. It would require all of that. But guess what? It's not a right. And he doesn't own that seat. You know who owns that seat? The people of South Carolina own that seat. You know what the people of South Carolina gave us? They gave us a constitution that gives us the duty of oversight. We have the duty of oversight. And that's all we're asking you to do today. I'm not asking you to put him in jail as much as they seem to want to make this into a trial. I'm just asking you to tell him he doesn't deserve that job anymore. So, we've just had a long story, some high-level stuff, dealing with the chief of staff, showing that they knew about the problem, couldn't figure out how to fix it, going back 8 years ago. Let's just take them at their word. That it was the Comptroller General that directed the STO, and the STO had no discretion whatsoever on his accounts. He's the banker after all, right? You've heard that. He's the banker. Ladies and gentlemen, if your banker has a $1.8 billion error in your account, what do? At the end of the day, you go get a different banker. What's the difference here? What's the difference here? We can boil this down as many ways as you want, but it boils down to that man over there is responsible for a $1.8 billion error in our state's bank account. What should we do? We should go get a different banker. He ignored the error. He hid the error because he did not want a negative spotlight on him and his office. And when he got cornered and his lies were revealed, he lashed out and threatened to reveal our state's most sensitive financial data if we didn't back off. That's exactly what happened, y'all. Mr. Eubanks told you that there was never any attempt to release that data I don't know if we don't have the screen down anymore, but many of you can reference Exhibit 6B. With respect to the sensitive financial data, we will be posting. Let me just remind you what his attorney said one more time. There was never any intent to post that data. We will be posting. Read it for yourself. Decide for yourself. Judge this evidence on your gut. Who do you believe? Who's telling the truth here? Why would the treasurer go to such lengths to damage our state, if not as a tool of leverage to get us to shut down this investigation? I heard Mr. Eubanks tell us the job means more to him than we could ever know, and I believe that. I believe he would do and say anything to keep this job, regardless of the veracity of those statements. I heard the treasurer identify himself as a man of courage and integrity. He identified himself in kindred spirit with the likes of Martin Luther King and Donald Trump. I have news for you. Curtis Loftus is no Donald Trump, and he's certainly no Martin Luther King. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump's housing department, his own housing department, put us in noncompliance because of that man. Donald Trump's own SEC is actively investigating that man. And make no mistake about it, we will pay for his mistakes. Your constituents will pay for his mistakes to the tune of millions of dollars. The Attorney General has been abundantly clear about that. We will pay for his mistakes. What you didn't hear from him was, I'm sorry. What you didn't hear from him was, I made a mistake. What you didn't hear from him was a plan to correct anything. So how do we go home and tell our constituents we removed an incompetent liar that was serving as our state treasurer? How do we do that? They asked that question. I'm going to ask you that question. You tell them that the Constitution gave you the duty of oversight, and that in the course of your investigation, you believe that removing Curtis Loftus was in the best interest of the state, because that's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. Not that you did a political calculation, that you were governed by fear, but that you were governed by conviction and the law, which is unfortunately more than what I can say about the treasurer. Now, I want to thank you for your attention today. I know much of this material is tedious. I don't want the nature of the material to distract from a few key points. Here they are. Number one, our treasurer attempted to post our state's most sensitive financial data online. He did this after telling us of the consequences and that hackers in foreign enemy states would love to have that data. He sent you a letter that you saw here today, knowing that there was no directive to do such a thing. He did it to spite us. He did it to protest this body's investigation into his incompetence. He did it because of an obstinate desire to maintain his standing in the community. His ego begot his actions, which begot his lies, which begot our actions here today. You saw today that he's not just vindictive, but that he's incompetent and simply made up the truth to fit his narrative, that he's been a hero for the taxpayer. This fallacy was demonstrated when he lied to us about the cash balance and when he told us that he made $250 million on that money and that we had spent it. How do you even come up with that? We now know, and he has admitted, that none of that was true. None of that was true, y'all. It was all a lie to promote his image, that he's a hero and the General Assembly is the enemy of the taxpayer. They've told us that we're supposed to believe that the treasurer, the state's banker, didn't know and shouldn't have known about that $1.8 billion error located exclusively in his department. We were told to believe that the Treasury Fund, with over 20,000 entries made by the Treasurer's staff, made exclusively within the Treasurer's office, is nothing more than the Comptroller General's fault. A Comptroller General that arrived after the problem was created. Ladies and gentlemen, that is insulting to your intelligence. He thinks he's the smartest person in the room. He thinks he's the smartest person in this room. And that we're just supposed to buy that. It's insulting for him to suggest he knew nothing about it. And it's even more insulting for him to suggest that if he did, it's not his fault. Let me make it clear. If he did know about it, that's willful neglect of his duty, because he did nothing but cover it up for the better part of 7 years, maybe more. If he didn't know about it, then we have an equally troubling issue. That means we've had an absent treasurer for the better part of 7 years, maybe 15. You have heard, thank you very much, you have heard and seen evidence that the treasurer has refused to cooperate with the Comptroller General pursuant to statute, failed to cooperate with Alex Partners pursuant to proviso, and continues to impede with blame shifting and obfuscation. You've heard evidence that the treasurer has failed and refused to provide a reconciliation of cash on hand by agency and by fund. That's a basic yet vital function of the treasurer's office. A fund, by the way, a basic function, by the way, that Alex Partners said would have resolved the issue from the outset. They said it would have resolved it if he would have done his job. And by the way, y'all, it's required by law. And he didn't do it. We've shown you evidence that he didn't do it. And finally, you've heard and seen evidence that the treasurer made a serious error with federal housing funds and doubled down on that error by refusing to pay the federal government back with interest. This bullheaded approach has put at risk hundreds of millions of dollars to the state of South Carolina. Hundreds of millions. And once again, it's for no good reason other than to protect the treasurer's image. An image which he values over everything else, including the state and the taxpayers of South Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme here is unfortunate, but pretty obvious. The treasurer's image, his ego, it's threatened the state of South Carolina, and it's threatened our state's finances. He's not the conservative hero he likes to promote on social media. He is an egomaniac who will say and do anything to preserve his image. The assets and the liabilities of the state aren't a concern to Treasurer Loftus, but the assets and the liabilities of politics, of his reputation, of his social media presence. Those are his real concerns. So much so that he's willing to tank the state's finances by releasing our state's most sensitive financial data. Y'all, that's dangerous. That's reckless. That's willful neglect of duty or other reasonable cause. I implore you here, send the Treasurer Loftus a message. Despite his perceived social media celebrity, whatever that is, the Senate, this body, will stand up and do the right thing. I implore you to send the taxpayers, your constituents, a message that we are looking out for the taxpayer. In a year where this body cut taxes by almost $300 million, and the chairman of finance declared there will be no more earmarks, this body stands as the champion of the taxpayer, not that man. I ask you to quantify one thing that you can point to, that the treasurer can point to, as being the champion of the taxpayer. One thing. All the treasurer has to offer here is smoke and mirrors, lies and obfuscation, deceit. Is that the person you want as your state's banker? Is that the person you want as your constituents' banker? And finally, I ask you to send a message to the SEC and the Trump administration. The investigators need to hear that you are taking this seriously. It's no secret that we're going to be fined. I've told you that, in large part because of the actions or inactions of that man sitting right over there. If you were an SEC official in the Trump administration, considering what actions to take against the state of South Carolina, would you want to know that South Carolina is serious about fixing the problem? Now, what if you're an SEC administrator considering action against South Carolina, and you see that the state of South Carolina took no action, and one of the architects of the problem is still in charge of fixing the system? Ladies and gentlemen, that is not a position that I want us to be in. That's not a position I want to be in. I hope you don't want to be in it. And because of that, I ask that you vote to hold the treasurer accountable for his actions. Thank you very much.
That concludes the respondent's response. Therefore, the floor will be now open for any member of the committee of the whole to question Senate presenters, Treasurer Loftus and his counsel, or both. As a reminder, members are permitted no more than 10 minutes for questioning, and I'll have the clerk assist me in keeping up with the time for the various members. Senator from Orangeburg, Senator Hutto, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Time now for questions?
Yes, sir, we are at that time.
Okay. Treasurer Loftus, I have 3 questions. You described this as an accounting error. Do you admit you made a mistake? Question number 2. Mr. Eubanks gave a very compelling timeline about how this all happened. Why didn't you tell us that years ago? Was it because you didn't know, or you didn't want us to know? Number 3, if you did not neglect your duty, why are we now under SEC investigation that's going to cost us tens of millions of dollars?
As he comes to the podium, I'm going to remind that 10 minutes includes the response to questions that are presented, so that we are reminded of that here in the committee of the whole.
Senator, I'm not sure I got all 3, but I'll do the ones as far as the SEC, I have a copy of the letter because it came to the state. The SEC is investigating the state of South Carolina in relation to the overstatement of cash by $3.9 billion. I'm nowhere listed there. I've never spoken to the SEC. They asked my office for documents a year ago or something. Don't know anything about it. Doesn't affect me. I know that it has been said just now, it was stated as a fact that I was the target, and I was didn't say target, I was the reason, but that just is not true. I can furnish you a copy of that letter.
Okay,
Oh,
please
sorry.
please speak into the microphone.
The SEC is the reason the SEC is here is because, and I have a letter that was sent to the Attorney General. Excuse me, it was sent to the Comptroller General's office. He turned it over to the Governor and the Attorney General, and it said that the SEC has a non-public investigation of the state of South Carolina in reference to the overstatement of cash by $3.5 billion in the annual comprehensive annual report, ACFR. Has nothing to do with the state treasurer. And while it has been stated affirmatively over and over and over by the presenters, I'm not mentioned anywhere in there. Several offices have been interviewed. We haven't. Yes, sir.
You made a mistake?
Well, we make mistakes all the time. You got to tell me which one.
You admit it.
Well, which mistake you?
Well,
I'm not trying to be coy. There's about
All right, well, Mr. Eubanks gave as great an explanation of the timeline as I've ever heard, but I've been waiting years to hear that explanation, and so my question is, did you not know that's what happened, or did you not want us to know that's what happened? Because that, to me, is, did you make a mistake? The mistake being either you didn't understand it, or you did understand it and you didn't want us to understand it.
I assume you're talking about the creation of the 0993 account?
Yes.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of facets.
I mean, we've been waiting for a long time to hear what he told us in about 10 minutes today.
Hindsight's pretty good. Okay, so the 0993 account was part of the conversion. It was a massive conversion. It was an ongoing process. The committee has it stopped on one day. That wasn't how it worked. We knew it would be a long-term process. I never knew that the 0993 had $1.8 billion in it, or didn't have the $1.8 billion. It had $1.6 billion in appropriated dollars, which we don't deal with. And I found out about that in February of 2023, 1 month after Richard, or 2 months after Richard Ekstrom's.
Us about it.
Y'all knew about it before I did. It was in the Ekstrom report.
Okay, so that leads to the question of who's the treasurer here? If we knew before you did, isn't that something you should have known before we did?
The treasurer's office, how to say this. One of the problems I have, Mr. President, is this is all terribly complex. And if you want to cause troubles, you just make it very simple, and that's it. The Comptroller General sent us an email. We showed it to you today. It's a directive from the Comptroller General. He has a specific statute that allows him to give state agency directives. He asked us to make those entries, which we did. If you'll remember the email that said, the appropriations have been removed, it's all cash, do it now. That wasn't correct. The appropriations hadn't been removed. They were still there. In fact, it was almost all appropriations. So we did that under directive of the CG.
Do you believe that you had any duty at all to question whether that was the right thing to do or not?
I wasn't there. I mean, there's one of 22,000 entries, as you mentioned.
Well, who was there?
Trained staff.
Your staff?
Yes.
The staff you supervise?
Yeah, and SKI's team, and the Comptroller General's team, and several contractors, vendors. Yeah, the state's accountant sent us a directive. He has a statute that says he sends directives. We do what he says. And especially since that account had appropriations. We don't deal with appropriations.
Senator from Lancaster, what purpose do you rise?
To address questions to the treasurer.
You're recognized.
Mr. Treasurer, in 2016, did you know there was a problem with account 993 having a balance of approximately 1.6 or 1.8? Did you know that in 16? Sir?
No, sir.
So, somebody gave testimony here or talked about earlier that when the ACFR was about to begin the process of creating the ACFR, somebody asked the Treasurer's Office to exclude the 1.8 while the ACFR was going forward or going to be executed. Did I not hear that right?
The Comptroller General's office is the only office that can put something on or off the ACFR, and the Comptroller General's office.
But they asked you guys not to use that 993 account as part of the ACFR review.
No, sir. It's the other way around. Sean's read the.
I think you're talking about something I said, so if it's a.
Sure.
If I could provide clarity there. So there was, the email that I showed was from the Comptroller General's office letting us know, hey, the Comptroller General's office is not going to count this on the ACFR. Well, so we have no input on what the Comptroller General counts or doesn't count toward the ACFR.
So obviously, that was a pretty big issue at that time for them to ask you to do that. And the treasurer just said, back in 2016, when this occurred, based on your PowerPoint, that he didn't know anything about it. I find that hard to believe.
Well, there's two issues there. One is that this balance didn't exist in that fund at the time. 2016, the conversion was just starting. The second issue is that they didn't ask us to do it. They told us that they were doing it. And so that's the difference. They control the coding of the fund. That 1.8 billion didn't arise until about 2 years later.
Wow, to me, that just seemed like a real tipping point that there's something that might need to be reported to the General Assembly or the governor, because the Comptroller General is asking us to not participate with this account in the ACFR, which is what's given to all of our citizens, all our General Assembly, all the credit rating agencies. Should that not have been a real tip-off that somebody should have reported it?
Sir,
the answer is yes.
Well,
no, sir, it's not. I am not the Comptroller General. Certain committee members want me to be Comptroller General because they give me his statutory responsibilities. But it is important that the guy who has $45 billion not be the guy who's the accountant. There has to be the segregation of duties.
Agreed.
He didn't ask us. He told us. We don't know what's on the ACFR and what's not on the ACFR. Sir, if you read the Alex Partners report, it says they need to educate us and tell us because they don't tell us. If you take the ACFR, most of the numbers in that ACFR don't track back to the Treasurer's Office because we deal with cash and they deal with significantly instruments other than cash, like these budget dollars. They also deal with the Ports Authority and folks that we don't bank. So those numbers you can't go from one to the other. They don't track. We manage about $75 billion a year. I believe the ACFR tracks about $110 billion a year. So it's just completely different things. He tells us he's the state's accountant.
Okay. Again, the tip-off was when somebody comes to me and asks me to do something that's not going to make as such an important document as the ACFR be accurate, I'm going to tell somebody because I don't want that resting on my shoulder, but we'll move on from there.
Senator, let me beg your pardon. We have no idea what's on the ACFR and what's not. We don't have any idea how many funds are off the ACFR. They don't tell us. We don't see that.
So you, in your highly elected position, and I served 6 years on county council, and we had our ACFRs done, and I made sure I studied it because I wanted to make sure if the citizens asked me a question, I could give them an intelligent answer, or I could say, hey, let me go look it up in the ACFR. But instead, y'all are just going to say, hey, we just didn't need to know, and you're in one of the most powerful positions in state government. But again, let's leave that alone for a minute. What was the accounting system called before skis?
Well, there were multiple ones. That was the problem. The stars.
Okay. That's one. Probably scats and a few others. Yes. Has the skis conversion been completed? Are we still working to do more work to convert into the skis program? Or are we there as a state?
Every agency has proprietary software that's not converted to skis.
Okay,
but I don't know that for a fact, but I know there are lots of them.
Okay. And so, but for your part, skis is completed.
I believe it. Well, we may have, I'm not sure of our debt systems on there. Can't tell you.
Okay. Well, usually when there's a conversion, isn't it true that you will make all your adjusting entries when you have these temporary accounts that you have to set to the side in order to do some temporarily moving back and forth to get into balance when you convert from one software to another? Do you not close out those temporary accounts?
Senator, this was a massive project. We have somebody here who can answer this question, somebody who's done this work for 30 years. If you let her come, she'll explain it to you.
Sure.
you don't mind if you would just repeat the question, I make sure I answer it appropriately.
So if you have a conversion, software conversion, financial conversion, and I've been through one in the private sector, and I've also been involved in the state sector back in my earlier life. When that conversion is completed, do you not?
Senator from Williamsburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Whether or not we are outside of the bounds of the rules, it's my understanding that the treasurer or the treasurer's lawyers, and that we were limited to that exchange. It's my understanding that this young lady is, in fact, a staffer of the treasurer's office. So I just want to make sure that we're consistent with how we promulgated the rules as to how we would proceed in this setting.
Stand at ease momentarily. Senator from Georgetown, what purpose do you rise?
Speak to the point.
Speak. Well, it's not a point, but
not a point yet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, I view this as a witness, and if this is going to be a witness that's going to be giving testimony on behalf of the treasurer, we're going to have to cross-examine her. And I don't think anybody wants to get into that. To me, this looks like a witness. This is not the treasurer or his attorneys.
I rule that under the agreement that we had, she will be allowed to answer the question. Proceed.
My whole point was whenever a conversion is completed, temporary accounts usually get set up during that conversion, and those accounts generally get closed, and I don't understand why they didn't close it. So I'm gonna not ask that question. I want to go to a question because I don't want to run out of time. But when asked to, you can please state the podium, Mr. Treasurer, if you don't mind, I'd like you to answer this question. If you had 1.8 million sitting over in 16, they asked you not to put it around so that it could be included in the ACFR. The ACFR became balanced when it was finished because we've never read in the paper where it hasn't been. So then now y'all are saying during your presentation that you were going to start moving this money from 993 into these deficit accounts of these agencies, and you're going to stay in balance. Well, if back in 16 you took that 1.8 away and you were in balance with the ACFR, how can you still be in balance when now you move that money over to these deficits? Does that not make sense? Something's wrong in Denmark.
I think if I can help, talking about the ACFR versus the general ledger, I think the problem that we had was the ACFR was not properly stated. The information was in the general ledger. It did not carry over to the ACFR. I think you made that point earlier, that it was left off the ACFR by the Comptroller General's office. However, it was in the general ledger. So they only had part of the entry on the ACFR. So the ACFR was incorrect.
So we cannot depend on ACFRs going forward, obviously, with this structure of government.
I believe we've had folks in here helping to make sure the ACFR, whatever problems we may have had, are corrected. I believe that's part of the SEC investigation. So we've had Alex Partners as well as Malden and Jenkins. We've been working together to make sure that the information that we're giving to them, that we understand that they are putting it on the ACFR, what funds are included, what funds are not included. So there's improvements there to make sure that we better understand. As the Treasurer stated, the State Treasurer's Office does not custody all of the funds for the state of South Carolina. You have the pension plan, the lottery, the ports. There are additional funds that we do not custody. So we are not 100% of the ACFR. So I think that's one of the findings for them to work together. And we have since had some communication asking them some things that we see are not on the ACFR this year that we're looking for. So we'll continue that work.
Yeah, I'm truly shocked and disappointed that as sophisticated as the South Carolina government ought to be, especially as it comes to our taxpayer dollars, that you didn't know and your staff didn't know, and you're still trying to learn how to handle an ACFR. And I understand these other funds that you don't bank for, but and the other part I don't understand is why you didn't reconcile, Mr. Treasurer, why y'all didn't reconcile your money in the bank to the funds on a regular basis. How else can you know if nothing's missing? I wonder if there's not truly some money missing now that has gone somewhere, because everything we've heard has been so discombobulated. It's hard to have trust right now, and I've got to go back to my constituents and tell them. I asked the questions. I don't think I got good answers. I got embarrassing answers. We don't know what ACFR's all about. We got these other accounts that go in there that we don't bank for.
Senator, your time has expired under the sense of the Senate's motion. Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask the Treasurer a few questions. Mr. Treasurer, you probably aren't aware of this, but my first career was as a computer programmer and a systems analyst. And I can appreciate the difficulty to some degree of this financial conversion of financial systems. It took place over many years. Extremely complicated. Bound to have issues that arise as it goes along. As I understand the timeline, they were hopeful that the entries that were made in 2017 were going to wash everything out and get us back to zero, and that just didn't happen. As I understand from listening to the hearings, which I've listened about 6 hours, reading transcripts, documents, letters, by March of 2018, they knew that the 2017 entries had not worked. And now we have this big problem. Whether it was 1.6 or 1.8 at the time, it's a big problem. Now, I think I understood you to say that you personally were not aware of the problem at that point in time, although I believe from everything I've read and studied that the Chief of Staff was. Is that correct? That you personally didn't know at the time, in March or shortly thereafter, that we've got the $1.8 billion that's required to get the skis to match up with the bank?
That's correct. I didn't know.
And so from reading these transcripts, I understand, and it's Alex's partner's understanding, that some of these entries are made with consultation with the Comptroller General's office and your office. I get that. They say there's shared responsibility here. There's no question about that. I think what troubles this body are several things. One, I find it incomprehensible that your senior staff wouldn't tell you about this big of a problem in a financial systems conversion, because the farther you get away from the problem, the harder it's ever going to be to try to figure out what happened. These things have to be investigated and dealt with at that point in time, and I think that's what the AP report says. But I think what troubles me so much is neither the Comptroller General's office, nor the skis team, nor your office brought this to the General Assembly. And when we're considering the statutory duties, we get back here to the one that was particularly relevant, which is the point number 7 under 11.5.185, any other information relating to state revenue which the Treasurer deems pertinent. So I think that's where it comes to rest, how the top management auditor's office, the comptroller general's office, and the treasurer's office don't somehow report to the General Assembly of a $1.8 billion problem, I think is what troubles us at the end of the day, that this just went on for years, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, until suddenly the comptroller general, who's in trouble with his own $3.5 billion problem, uses this money to decrease this problem. Can you see the perplexity that we have at this point in time, Mr. Treasurer?
Yes, sir. Of course I can. The treasurer's book's balanced.
Pull that microphone up just a little bit more, Mr. Treasurer.
The treasurer's book's balanced. And we balance to the bank. We balance, if you will, down, and the comptroller general is up. Our book's balanced because every night, every day, we want to balance to the bank. That's the key. That's the foundation for everything. If you can't balance to the bank, nothing else works. We just don't know what goes on up here.
That may be true, Mr. Treasurer, but I'll phrase this in the form of a question, and then I'm going to sit down. Did you know that I find it incomprehensible that if you didn't personally know that your top staff and the Comptroller General's office and the state auditor did not alert the General Assembly to the $1.8 billion problem? And it's on your watch because it's your staff who did know, and apparently you didn't know. Did you know?
I'm not used to the did you know stuff. Yes, sir. I wish I knew, but please remember, we took the directive from the Comptroller General's office. We put those in. And it wasn't the only directive we got from them. And then we also got directives from Skis. And so our book's balanced. It didn't appear, to us, it wasn't a big deal.
Mr. Treasurer, are you saying that there's no mistake, not only on your part, but on the part of your office in not bringing this to our attention? That's what we're asking. Was there a big error in judgment that we didn't know about this? That's what we're asking you. Did your office make the mistake, your staff, in not informing you that you could have informed us is what we want to know.
Well, I'm not sure what mistake they would give you. The revenue, our report is about revenue. This is not revenue. This money had been in the state for a long time. We know that. Except what it actually wasn't money, but appropriations had been. But I don't know what to say when people talk about these blame things. There were 4 agencies. The very first day I heard about this in 2023, somebody asked me about this. And I said, we got to fix the problem. Everybody takes 25%. Let's move on. Let's get it done. I'm not afraid of that kind of thing. It's just that y'all look back at this as it stopped on a day. It was a process. The state auditor who knew about it, he said we were scheduled to go back the next year, and we didn't. I don't know why. I mean, he's an honorable man. It was a huge mistake. And I will take whatever blame I need to take. You know, that's just not what I was interested in. I'm interested in making sure it doesn't happen again. I'm interested in fixing it. Other states have had large problems like this. And
we're interested in all those things too, Mr. Treasurer.
Sir?
We're interested in those things too in terms of fixing it and making sure it doesn't happen again. Yes. But I think the point of the committee was, how did this happen? Who's responsible? And then how do we fix it and prevent it from happening again? And what we seem to have heard is that there was really no error in judgment in any person within your office in not reporting this, let's just say starting in March of 2018 and going forward for the next 4 or 5 years until it ended up in this ACFR report. That's just the way it appears to us.
Because this was not new revenue. If we were reporting, it would have been to the Comptroller General and to the state auditor. Because it's not, that report deals with revenue. This is not new revenue. This has been in the system for a long time. That was the problem. And so I just don't know how to answer the question. If this all had to be done by December the 31st of a year, and then on the 1st of January, then, okay, bells go off and people do it. It just wasn't the way it was. And I wish that I could go back in time, but I can't. And we had teams of people from 4 different agencies and outside vendors who did the best they knew how, and they thought they had it fixed. And it took a whole lot of work for outside specialists with all AI and all that kind of machine learning that they're able to do now. It took them to find the issue. And in the end, the issue was appropriations, which is not the treasurer's provenance anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yes.
Senator from Darlington is recognized for questions.
Thank you, sir. I have a question for Senators Goldfinch and Grooms.
Okay. For senators. For both, I believe for both, is that correct?
Either one. Okay, I'll ask it first. Listening to Mr. Eubanks speak when he was up here with his PowerPoint, he brought forth several emails that had some interesting information in them. And my question mainly boils down to is he claims they were not included in the report that was given to us. Why is that?
The final report had 607 pages of documentation. We limited it. Some of that information the treasurer thought was relevant to share with you. We did not. The information that was in our final report was footnoted, and all the footnotes referenced the appendix in the back with everything that was in there. And even one of the letters that I saw today, really, literally thousands of different documents and emails going back decades. Those are some of the things we reviewed, and I saw one today that caught my eye. I don't recall seeing it until the day, that was from the Comptroller General's office to the Office of State Treasurer, pointing out that the cash was not real. So as early as 2016, according to the email I saw a little while ago, the State Treasurer's office would have known it was not cash. You can, I think it's on Appendix 1. I'll have to look, check it out. It's in the notebook that was passed out from, no, not our notebook. This came from the Treasurer's attorneys. Did that?
Thank you. And I have a question for the Treasurer's team. Mr. Eubanks, when you first came up here, you said a mistake was made in your opening statement. You said that. And then later on, you basically said y'all tried to fix the problem. Y'all did some sort of accounting to try and fix the problem, and that was in 2018 per the slide that you had up there. So my question is, negligent complicity or incompetence? It had to have been one of the three. We went over incompetence and negligence, so why didn't they tell us about the mistake in 2018 when you first learned about it in your yearly report? When you say things that the Treasurer believes to be relevant to us, I feel like that would strongly be relevant.
I'm sorry. The mistake that I was referring to that we now know was made was the movement of these appropriations from Act for Business Areas to Fund 993. That was the mistake. Alex Partners has pointed it out in their report. What I was, in another part of my presentation, I was talking about this assignment of the $1.56 billion balance at the time as a liability, and I don't know that as an accountant, I think that was just using accounting methods, and I'm not an accountant, of course. Thank goodness.
I understand. I'm not a lawyer.
But I think when I say solve a problem, they were using accounting methods to address this number. I don't think there was, and I believe you heard Ms. Markle from Alex Partners say they thought they were fixing this, and you know, she calls it a problem. I don't know if they knew it was a problem. Even Marcia Adams has testified in a hearing that I don't know that we don't know it was even recognized as a problem so much as an accounting question to be answered. And so that's how I would answer your question.
So negligent, complicit, or incompetent? Which one is it? Because it's got to be one of these three. I mean, we're talking about a massive error that took place here, and it seems like no one thought it necessary to tell anyone about it. We know you knew about it in 2018. According to some things said, it may have possibly been even earlier, but it was 2022, I believe, until the General Assembly learned about this. I mean, that's 4 years. That's a long time. I mean, 2018, I was still in college. So that's a long time. Why did it take so long for us to bring this information forward? I want the truth here. I want to understand exactly what's going on. I'm not trying to ask a gotcha question to anyone. I'm trying to wrap my head around everything. It seems like there was a lot of not my problem involved with this and shoving it off to somebody else. And that question is to anyone who can answer it.
Could you kind of direct me to what question you're specifically asking?
How come it took so long to tell us about it? 2016, at least 2018, all the way up to 2022, that is a long time. How come everyone was keeping their mouth shut on this? Why did it take so long for us to be notified?
So I understand, with hindsight being what it is, that this fund on its own is a large number, but as I pointed out in our presentation, the errant accounting entries caused a positive and negative to go out into the ledger. And so when we balanced to the bank, it was not showing, there was a net zero effect. And so respectfully, there was nothing to report from the STO's perspective because we didn't have the view from the ACFR. And when, like as the treasurer said earlier, we found out when all of you found out, when the Comptroller General explained how he or the office calculated their ACFR restatement, that they had a $5 billion overstatement and they subtracted the 1.8.
So
that was how we understood that their ACFR was off by this amount.
Okay, hold on. So I want to make sure I got this straight. So according to your own PowerPoints that you put up, where y'all knew about this in 2018, you didn't actually know about it until 2022. So word was going around for 4 years in the small circles, but no one felt it necessary to tell the boss. I mean, I have a business myself. I know what it's like to have employees keep secrets from you, but 4 years and $1.8 billion, that's a big secret that I really feel like somebody should have noticed.
And if I can speak to it, I wasn't doing in that position at the time, but from what I understand, work was done in the conversion on 2016 and 2017. A lot of discussions with the auditors. They had SAP experts. They had Grant Thornton. So at the time, they all agreed that this, as part of the conversion, these dollars would go to this 2 account, which was a liability account for accounting purposes, and they felt like it had been resolved. So they did not feel like there was a problem or anything to report at the time. In 2022, it was discovered that because that account was not included on the ACFR, it was in the general ledger, and the general ledger bank accounts tied, the general ledger general ledgers tied back to the banks. However, it was not included in the ACFR during that time. Result was the ACFR was inaccurate. And that is when, in 22, what happened. So I don't believe that the SAP consultants, I don't believe that Clifton Larson Allen, I don't believe the State Auditor's Office, I don't believe the Comptroller General felt like, I think they felt like they had resolved it based on the emails that I've seen until 2022.
So just make sure I understand what you're saying. You're claiming that even though all this was going on, possibly in 2016, but we know for a fact in 2018, they were working behind the scenes trying to cover it up to make, cover up's a bad word, I'm sorry. We're trying to avoid that. Trying to rectify the problem so that it's not necessary to take it to the big boss?
I believe they were taking it to the accounting firm, the SAP firm, state auditor, Clifton. We saw by the documentation that there was no cover-up. Everyone was talking about it in emails. It was being discussed as an accounting issue. It wasn't being discussed as an error. It was not being discussed as, because they decided to leave it off the act for it made the act for inaccurate. At that point in time, it was not determined that that was an error by any of the experts that were working on it. And again, it was very out in the open, lots of emails. You saw that at a staff level, trying to determine the best way to make this conversion complete. And, you know, we had skis experts. When I say we, I mean I'm representing the Treasurer's Office as well as noting that I saw that research as well. So.
Senator from Darlington's time has expired for questions. I'm going next to the senator from Sumter, Senator Zale, followed by the senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have some questions for the treasurer. And while he's approaching, first I want to just say to the body, or actually to the treasurer's podium there, is first, Mr. Treasurer, you know, I don't believe anyone is having fun with any of this. I do believe that this is extremely serious in nature. I appreciate personally you being here. Despite some strategy, I do believe from your team implying that what this body is doing is in any way conflated with overthrowing tin-pot dictators in third world countries, I think that is wholly inappropriate and extremely offensive to me personally, as someone who spent 20 years of my life in the military fighting these bad actors in their backyard. My question to you, sir, and in good faith, I will suspend that, absolutely suspend my sense of and sensibilities of being offended on that. I believe you deserve an accurate and fair conversation on this. And so, I want you to know I also appreciate a lot of the things that you've done over the years. My question is this, that we hear about this all the time throughout this exercise. We've heard, you know, whose problem it is, who's responsible, who's not responsible, who should be taking responsibility, who hasn't. One thing I have not heard is how do we fix it? What answer? I've studied the Alex Partners report extensively. I took great notes. I had about 30 questions I wanted to ask you and your team. Most of them were answered in the presentation, so I appreciate your extensive research and communicating that to us. But my question is, and it's just really this simple, how do we fix this? Is this a legislative issue? Is it a regulatory issue? Is it a conversation that the CGO, the STO, the OSA, and everybody else needs to get with and figure out whose responsibility is? And I say that because when I was in the military, oftentimes when I gave a job to everybody, it never got done, right? And I think that that's what I feel to some degree has happened here. I just want to know, how do we fix this? How do we go forward? And how do we make sure it doesn't happen again?
I agree with all that, your question. How should I say this? In the first hearing of Ekstrom, I believe it was the first one, they asked me kind of a similar question. And I believe that we have a good statutory construct now. The problem we have is getting people to stay in their lane and do their job. We had problems for years at the Comptroller General's office where they didn't have enough internal controls. And Chairman Green and others encouraged more staff to hire better folks, or not better, but more and more experienced folks. It just didn't get done. And we have to be careful because there's so many people watching this now, and there's so many people involved in it, that a lot of the suggestions for repair aren't what we need, because it is terribly complex. I think if we have a treasurer that will treasure, a comptroller that will controller, and you need to stop the joint audit between the state auditor and an outside firm, we should either hire the outside person or the state auditor should do that.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate that. And so when you say we need the treasurer to be the treasurer,
is this a structural issue?
No.
Is it?
I'm
so how do we define what's the CGO's job, what's your job outside? I mean, again, I keep coming back to the place where it was everybody's job, so it was nobody's job. And so how do we fix that?
Well, again, if we follow the statutes, one of the statutes is that the Comptroller General is a complete check on the Treasurer's office. I've never seen that kind of language anywhere. And what that's saying is we don't want the guy with the money writing the checks. What does that tell us? He can't tell me how to manage money, to invest money, things like that. But what he can do is make sure he likes the way we're doing our accounting. And also, if you read the Alex Partner report, and I believe the Malden Jenkins report as well, the Comptroller General's office does not communicate well with other people. Somebody might say that about me. Every time I mention his name, people think you're trashing the guy. I'm not. It's just these reports tell us a lot, and we have to pay attention to them. I have had conversations with the former comptroller who I liked. We didn't agree on some things, but I liked him. And I thought they need to have a bigger presence in their office. Like statewide accounting, those people shouldn't be in the office all day. They should get out and around. I mean, that's the kind of thing we have to do. And I think that will now happen because we've got a new.
Well, yes, sir. Well, it sounds to me like you're alluding to, and if I'm not, and I'm not trying to play gotcha here. I still don't feel that is a defined enough answer to get us where we need to be. Is this so? What I heard in that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there could potentially be a solution in crafting law, adding another sentence to a law saying the Comptroller General will do X at the appropriate time. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think a lot of this, if I recall correctly, the General Assembly was kind to the Comptroller General's office and gave them money to hire an outside firm this year. I believe it starts July 1st. And that firm, as I understand it, will really help them overhaul the office. There's a lot of good people in the Comptroller General's office. Know a lot of them. Some of them used to work for us. But they need an overhaul. When I came to the Treasurer's office, somebody shows you we had problems with our early audits. That was because it was an old and sleepy office. We haven't had a finding on our audits in 7 years now. So that shows you the difference. And I think what y'all have already done by hiring this new company, they're going to do policy and procedures. They'll do desk audits. They'll say, all right, there's Mr. Hutto there, Senator Hutto. What does he do? What's he supposed to do? And he says he's working with Russell but Russell says, I don't know anything about it. So that's what they come in and clear all those types of things up. They will do 5 years worth of work in the 6 months or a year that they're there. And it would be, it won't be acrimonious. They'll be glad to do it.
I understand. And I also understand that, thank you for that. I also understand that government moves oftentimes as slow as a glacier. And that a lot of the issues that we're dealing with are very complex. Again, as my question, so your answer is we essentially wait for the reporting to be done from this particular consulting firm that will give us recommendations on how to structure, and I'm going back to that, how to sort of formalize and codify these responsible entities and agencies to ensure through code and language, whether it be regulatory, statutory, whatever it is. I keep hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we need to look at our agencies and individually and sort of rebuild them to make sure that they are accountable for the things.
There are a lot of people looking at the agencies now. So I'm hopeful about all this. It's a terrible way to get here, but the Treasurer's office got a little head start on everybody else. But I think the Comptroller General's office is in gear. They're rolling. We got the state auditor knows they're going to have change, and so I feel confident about it all. I think maybe in a year or two, it would seem to me that once we're better communicating with each other, that we all get together and say, I don't want to do this anymore. You need to do that. It's a better fit for you, that type of thing. And then y'all codify it.
Yes,
sir. Well, I would like to ask you just from my perspective, and this is, I'll leave it here, Mr. President. What I would like to see is name an organization, name an agency, to certainly include the Treasurer's Office. I would like to see not just waiting on a independent, and I understand the value of that, an independent audit and recommendations to be formally concluded, and then deliberate on those. And I understand that we're doing that now with the Alex report recommendations, but I would like to see not reactive action from the Treasurer's Office and from all the other offices, and I would like to see proactivity. And I think that that's probably a value added to this conversation. I think that proactivity is something that we don't do well in government. And so instead of sitting back waiting on our, sitting back waiting for other people to tell us what to do, I think that I would like to ask you to consider creating your own task force. And I'm sure you probably have, to some degree, but really getting after the problems that the Treasurer's Office is facing, digging deep in, and then I think it would suit us well to know that y'all are digging in and you're offering up those problems and solutions prior to us, decades later,
Senator,
finding them out after the fact. Thank you, Mr.
Senator,
President.
your time has expired for asking questions. I will go next to asking questions to Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, then coming to the Senator from Chester, Senator Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Treasurer, I got a couple questions for you. You mentioned following the statute. So my first question is pretty simple. It's just a yes or no. Do you believe that you have a duty to report discrepancies of accounting to the General Assembly? Yes or no?
Well, I don't know how to. You have to know.
And it's not a trick question.
Well, our statutory report that he's mentioned is about revenue, not about accounting. It's about revenue. And, I'm sorry. It's about revenue, and that because every year we have new revenue. So that's what that's about. So that wouldn't have been captured in this issue.
Okay.
But what happens with accounting is the agencies get together.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask it this way then. So to my next question, and just trying to get the logic behind something. So moving to people accusing you of covering this up. So we've heard this was an accounting error, even taking that as it's truthful. And one of the videos that your counsel posted was an exhibit. You were at the subcommittee, and you stated that the Comptroller General instructed you and your office to move $300-something million to the account, and you did it because they are, and you said this previously in the line of questioning, the Comptroller General is the check. That's the check and balance. So my question is, if that's true, and you did that in 2017 when they instructed you to move that money, you did so, then why in 2023, when the Comptroller General informed you to make the purpose known to the General Assembly and then reiterated, regardless consistent with your obligations, please make the General Assembly aware of Fund 993. Why didn't you report it at that time?
Because I didn't know enough. I mean, they had asked me to research it. We were researching it, but I didn't know.
And so the Comptroller General, who you stated was the check on your office, tells you, first he points out some discrepancies that clearly you disagree with, because in your response letter, you state that while you're thankful for his first two paragraphs, you don't agree with all the information. Inaccurate. You state that the letter includes inaccurate information. In that case, even to protect yourself, why didn't you report it to the General Assembly?
I mean, it wasn't that kind of issue. I mean, we don't, the first time we find an accounting error in a system this big, you don't run to the General Assembly. And this one, the General Assembly already knew about it. The General Assembly knew about it before I did. We were already researching it on behalf of the General Assembly. And what had happened, if I remember that, it's the December 12th, 2023 letter, where he wanted us to, that's where he mentioned the Comptroller General, the state auditor, and the state outside audit firm all agree that it's cash, and it turned out not to be, and that it was, what was the second part of that? They said two things. Oh, yes, cash, and it should be in the general fund, and should be presented to the General Assembly to be appropriated. Well, we had been asked to research it. So since we were researching it and we couldn't find that answer, we said, all right, why don't you tell us what to do with it?
Okay, so your position is after the Comptroller General, who's the check on your office, told you it would probably best to report it to the General Assembly, you decided, or your office decided, it was best to wait until y'all did the research before bringing that to our attention.
I think there were, yeah, well, that was for me, but we sent letters back, but I believe there was more than one letter, because I remember asking specifically, give me the direction. Where do you want the money to go? When do you want to get, that type of thing.
Okay, well, then let me follow up with this. So if that was the case, then why in your response letter, because this is going to the logic, I'm trying to understand if people are accusing you of covering up, what was the purpose of then replying to not only tell him that you thought it was inaccurate, but then to ask him who else he sent that information to? Why was that important if you all were just simply doing research and you didn't think it was an issue?
It's very important. I mean, every businessman and woman in this room, when they copy letters, they put it on the bottom of the letter, who got the letter. Because when we respond, we want to send back. It turns out they had copied like 15 people. And I knew because I think the governor's office or somebody called me about it. It may have been Senator Peeler's office or Bruce Banner. Somebody like that's office called and happened to mention the letter. And I said, well, who else got this letter? Because what good does it do if he sends me a letter and everybody sees it and I send him something back and nobody else does? There's a conversation being had, and we don't want to cut anybody out of the conversation. Do you not do that?
No, that makes sense. So your testimony is that the intent behind requesting who he sent it to was simply to be able to respond to everybody with your response. Yeah. Okay. Moving to my next question, there was discussion about you putting state data, i.e. bank account information, at risk, threatening to publicly post this information. Now, your team says that that's not true. You did not do that. My question is, so on the day, and I remember this, that you told the subcommittee you would post this sensitive data online, didn't you while you were doing that, you were holding up the paper with the bank accounts, with the bank account numbers from the state on that paper in the subcommittee hearing? Did you not think that was reckless, or that would potentially divulge personal information from the state that could be then hacked?
Have it at the committee meeting?
Yes, you held it up while you told the subcommittee that you would post it online.
Yeah, that one had the information, most of the information removed from it. I can't tell you exactly what it is because.
But did you not think that it still has some sensitive data?
No,
was that not reckless to you? Was that not?
No, it was the report, but it was not. It was been sanitized. No, this is the problem with these things. All this has been caricatured. That's a 1912 law. 1912. And before this part of the conversation, we have been told that we had to comply with the entire law. And if I remember right, Melissa, don't mess this up because it's been a while, we're supposed to deliver a copy of all the checks we write every day in print form to the Comptroller General's office in 1912. They thought I should do that. We write over 5 million checks a year. So we're going to haul those upstairs, print them, haul them upstairs, and then they're going to do what with them? Because it's all in an electronic system. You see, so this was the tenor of the conversation. There were several other parts of that conversation, the same type of thing, which I just can't tell you how we would have never thought that conversation would come up. I've been in charge of that law. It's been in my office for 14 years. It never occurred to anybody that we were doing anything incorrect with that law. But they wanted us to do all of those other things, and they said, why don't you comply with the law? And to comply with the law, as they said, we would have to put all that information. And I fought it tooth and nail. And in the end, I finally said, I've been here, 5 hours or something like that. Supposed to be there 15 minutes. And I said, here's what I'll do. I said, all right, we'll post it. But first, we'll call Department of Administration, the Secret Service, and my IT. None of those three people would let us post anything. So it was never going to go up there. I'm trying to get out of a conversation about 5 million checks being printed a year.
Well, and I understand that. And
yeah.
So do you understand the concern that?
Yeah, and there were no bank account numbers on there. It all been sanitized.
Okay, so that document that you held up had no information relating to the state's bank accounts.
We are leaders in this type of technology and security.
And then I guess lastly, I'll just go back to the first question, which was just a yes or no. Do you believe you have a duty to report the discrepancy? The fact that the Comptroller General, who you testify is a check, and
the General Assembly already knew, sir. The General Assembly, we were in the middle of all this.
Well, in the letter, it states that the General Assembly was not aware in the letter from the Comptroller General, Exhibit 4D, because of how it was documented or where it was in the system. And so that was the point of the Comptroller General saying, this should be here, and by the way, you should let the General Assembly know about this fund, that is invisible to them. So are you telling me that his letter is incorrect?
Melissa, am I correct about this? Yeah. I feel sure I am, but.
And I'm just trying to understand. I wasn't on the subcommittee, so. December 12th letter. So when the Comptroller General talked about how actual cash on hand at third-party institutions, and then this also makes it invisible to the General Assembly as available.
Senator from Charleston, I'm sorry, your 10 minutes has expired.
I know the question, though. So and I'm clear about it. That was what when he was saying invisible to the General Assembly, he just meant that it wasn't in the general ledger where they would normally see it, which was kind of true. But the General Assembly knew about that by then. Everybody knew about it. We had been tasked to look at it. It was common knowledge then.
Thank you. Senator from Chester, Senator Stubbs, then followed by the senator from.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for being here today, Treasurer Loftus. I'm learning a lot today about the treasurer in the state of South Carolina and what your job responsibilities are. And I'm one of the freshman senators from Chester County. I went to your website here today and was kind of looking at, just some generalized stuff on there. And you've got a wonderful letter that is front and center from you, presumably to the citizens of the state of South Carolina. And it says, I act as the state's banker, managing, investing, and retaining custody of more than $70 billion in public funds for South Carolina. That's a big task, and I appreciate the fact that you do it with diligence. But I do have some questions in regards to revenues. And that sentence talks about investing. And one of the issues that I'm having trouble wrapping my head around here today, investment revenues are part of the revenues that you're tasked with managing, correct? Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And I was going through, and we've been given a lot of information. And quite frankly, I've intentionally tried to turn off some of the outside noise to give you my full attention here today. That's not swayed by politics or any of that other stuff. But I am having trouble rectifying the statement that I guess you gave to this Fox Carolina journalist that said that y'all had made over $194 million off this $1.8 billion. And so that's troubling for me. And so I'd just like to know, where'd you get the information that you made almost $200 million in interest off that account?
Well, it's a little bit complicated, but we did. Okay, all right. So we don't invest by fund. We invest by bank account. Comptroller General sets up the funds. They do a good job of it. It's like 2,500 of them or something like that. They're up here, and they're electronic representations of economic activity. And then we have the cash here separately at the banks and investment houses. So all this money drains down.
Mr. Treasurer, could you speak in a little bit better? I'm having people complain they can't hear. Thank you, sir.
All money drains down.
You can just talk to him if it makes it easier.
The money drains down to the bank accounts at night, just like at Wells Fargo or B of A. And then we invest those pooled monies because that's how you make money now. We couldn't invest, a million little accounts. So it comes down. Now, what we do is we invest every penny. So if the money was in 0993, like I had in my letter from the Comptroller General, the state auditor, and the outside audit firm, if they say it's in 0993, it's in 0993. I'm indifferent. Because we don't see that. We see it after it drains down. And so we invest the total amount of money. When they reverse these entries, the bank cash doesn't change.
Okay, but how did you figure that you had $196 million or $194 million made specifically from those funds?
It's a simple. I'm bad. Interrupt. Sorry. It's a simple calculation. We took $1.8 billion, and at the daily, we know what we made today. It varies for the amount of time the money was there.
So the accounts, the various accounts, and I know that you say that you invested as a pool. Sounds like wise investing to me. But the revenue streams, the interest revenue streams, are they then actually memorialized from the various revenue or from the various accounts that were pooled?
Yeah, they're like chickens. They go home. They come down at night and they go back up in the daytime. Okay. And if you go to Wells Fargo, if you've never been there, you should go in.
Can I?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm limited in time, but let me ask you this. So, say it's the education lottery, right? Does the revenue from interest on those specific accounts go back to that account? I guess what I'm getting at here is it seems like it would be very important to me that even though they're pooled together to get the best rate of return, that in reverse, when they're going back, that each separate account get appropriately credited for the interest that account earned. Is that practically how it works?
That's exactly how it works.
Okay, so with the $194 or $196 million that you stated, what accounts should those have gone to?
What was the last thing?
So you said that off the $1.8 billion that you made 194, give or take, change, $1 million in interest. I feel like some accounts out there should have realized a return that they didn't actually receive. Is that?
When they set up the accounts at the Comptroller General's office, let's just say the lottery guy comes into the office and they set up the account. They tell us, and there's a statute that tells us, or tells them, who gets to keep their own interests. Lottery gets to keep their own interests. If you're a smaller agency, maybe say the Commission for the Blind, they don't keep theirs. So we sweep theirs, the Commission to the Blind, into the general fund, and that gets appropriated the next year.
So it's everything. Basically, everything goes to the general fund except for those few accounts, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, except for no, it's more than just a few. It's the universities. It's the larger funds.
Gotcha. And so, and one last thing again, because I'm sure I'm getting short on time, that I've not really figured out in all of this, and hopefully I'm the only one in the room. But when exactly was it that you determined that there was the accounting error of 1.6 or $1.8 billion? When was it? Like,
I learned in it's either January or February of 2023, because the 2022 ACFR had been restated.
But at least one of your staffers knew before that, correct? Is that what I've gathered?
At the accounting level, they knew, but they didn't see it as a problem. As the lady from
well, your chief of staff at some point knew and probably knew it was an issue.
I don't know if she knew it was the 1.8. We all knew that there had been conversion problems and they were being worked on.
And again, I'm trying to.
Yes, sir.
What did you do internally when you found out about the accounting system, about the accounting error?
Well, we were never actually, we were never actually told. We had to figure it out, and then it came out in the Senate report. The Comptroller General's office never told us until after that. So we sniffed around and figured it out because it said in that report on general election had a $1.3 billion conversion entry. So we went looking for conversion entries, and they only did 3 of it because.
Did you ask your staff when they discovered it?
You mean then? No. I mean, again,
after January or February,
yeah,
did you go through
at some point, but almost everybody who was on that project on. The 2 people who know the most about that project are at the Comptroller General's office, and neither one of them were interviewed for this.
Did you ask for any type of internal investigation to determine it? This goes back, so you're the leader, right? This is your organization.
Senator, we have thousands of hours. Since we found out, we have thousands of hours.
Did that investigation produce a report?
Did we actually do it? I don't know that we actually, we didn't, because partners came in. So we may have an interim or something, I just don't know. But it was all, what we were doing was all about the accounting part of it, the math, what happened, that type of thing.
All right, thank you for your question, sir.
I've got several here. I'll go to in the order. So I've got Senator from Horry, then the Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, then Senator Devine. Then I'll add you to the Senator from Horry, Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of questions for you, sir, and I've had very limited time, so I want to be as respectful of your time and you mine, if you will. You heard your attorney's reference, I think, perhaps, and you sat there nodding in agreement that this is unparalleled in modern-day legislative history for a removal or impeachment, which this is not, of anyone in the country. Do you remember hearing, I think, Mr. Gasser tell us that? Do you agree with that?
No, I didn't research it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't research it. I don't
Well, in fact, in your campaign material to us that I got a text from someone on your behalf, effectively, as was invoked, they're coming for me and they're coming for the conservative judges if the people let us get you. You remember, are you aware of that campaign?
Yes, sir.
So you're aware, slightly ironic, because you've got President Trump's picture up there with you beside him. You're aware right now that there's efforts by President Trump and some to impeach judges that he doesn't agree with the rulings of.
I don't agree with any of that.
Well, but you have to agree with the facts that in our country, a quick Google search, there have been 7 treasurers removed from office, 26 governors, countless historic precedents for the very thing that we're here doing and weighing very seriously with you. You would agree, you would not dispute that.
I know that people have been impeached before. I don't know about the removal of office. I haven't studied it.
Google impeached or removed in the U.S. history, and I'll vouch to you that there's a host of examples. I am troubled as well, and a big point made by your great team, one of whom I was in law school with, Mr. Gasser. Mr. Barbieri is much younger than we are, but y'all made the point, and perhaps it was the other counsel, your deputy counsel, that this conversation about I'm going to post it or I'm not, to Senator Tedder's question, holding something up, kind of polished and smoothed to me was this, I'm not really going to do it. I think y'all said you're not going to do it. You kind of just said, I'm not going to post this sensitive data. That's your position, correct?
It never occurred to me to.
Never occurred to you. Here is what is historically unprecedented to me, and it is Exhibit 6E, an extraordinarily unusual letter from Marcia Adams, Director of Administration, Department of Administration, who is writing you singularly, sir, copying the governor, copying President Alexander, copying Senator Peeler, Merle Smith, Bruce Bannister, Larry Grooms, and the Comptroller General, Mr. Gaines, admonishing you not to do this, telling you that it effectively strongly recommending that the email from Ms. Clarissa Adams not be published. Ms. Adams works for you, correct? So this is not a very congenial conversation that you are being admonished not to do what today y'all are describing. We were never going to do it.
She wrote that letter pursuant to the call from the committee, who, by the way, never called me.
This committee letter was dated April 4, 2024, correct?
I don't know.
Again, y'all made reference to this, that it was not that big a deal. But well, let's just move on, because y'all referenced in a great way, because I celebrate South Carolina's successes too, and you were talking about the team, South Carolina's team. You have affidavits from every employee or former employee of the Secretary of Treasurer's office, correct?
Not every, but.
There's no other state agency employee, past or present, who has submitted an affidavit on your behalf, is there?
I don't think we asked.
Let me just show you. Take a look. I think those are the affidavits that y'all have submitted here today, and perhaps I'm wrong, but I circled the employment of every affidavit that you've submitted, Mr. Eubanks as well. My question to you, if Ms. Adams imploring you not to do something that is going to jeopardize South Carolinians' safety, security, why don't you have an affidavit from her telling us it tain't so? And I'm asking you, Mr. Treasurer, because again, your counsel can say one thing, but I'm asking you, if this is a conversation, this is a pretty damning letter that it takes witnessing to every other state leader shaming you effectively not to do something.
Okay, so that letter is in response to Clarissa Adams' letter, and that's what we thought we would get back.
So why did she have to copy everybody else? Why? I mean, she doesn't reference any, had coffee with the Secretary of Treasurer. We're just having I mean, this is serious business that is timely, apparently, telling you not to do something. And so is this wrong? Bottom line, is this, am I mischaracterizing this as?
I think so. You have me as a bit of a disadvantage. It's because I just don't know. I mean, I can find out, but I can't know everything. I'm sorry. We have some lawyers here we can consult with it.
And again, I love lawyers. Yeah. I know one.
Yeah, I mean, but they handled this type of thing. I didn't. What happened was the committee called the governor, SLED, the Attorney General's office, and Marcia, as we were talking to Marcia.
And I got to be real quick with this, because again, you're effectively.
They didn't call me.
And so that letter was mailed to you, but they never called you to tell you what they were putting in the letter. You're saying that you never heard Marcia Adams say, "Don't do it."
Oh, they have been talking and emailing back and forth.
Okay.
Clarissa Adams and Marcia.
Two quick points. I want to save time for somebody else. There was a budget, and I'm not on finance. I sat in one of the hearings. I've watched, listened, read. You were given money in the 2024 budget, I'm told, that was to audit these very errors, and that you did not spend that money for an audit, that you spent it on a new program or computer programs.
Are you talking about the $1.2 million?
I don't know what the expense was, but the Comptroller General was given funds to help with the Malden Jenkins audit in 2023, and then to you in your office in 2024, and that there was a proviso number. You never used it or requested it, and instead you used it to purchase software after the fact. That's not true?
Almost, well,
And again, yes or no. If you don't know it, that's fine. If you don't know it, and I don't need her to tell us yay or nay, but you don't know it.
Yeah, it went back to the General Assembly, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't spend the money.
Oh, all right, super. Finally, Mr. Treasurer, and I don't relish standing up with a limited amount of time asking questions in a forum that you agreed to. Your attorneys negotiated with the Senate attorneys. Y'all agreed to this format. Yes or no?
Well, there wasn't a lot of agreeing, but I'm here, Senator.
We're here under terms not set by me.
Yes, sir.
But definitely set by you, or more so than you. The reality for us, and Senator Cash mentioned it well, and Senator Stubbs, with everything that you market, it makes it so difficult for me to tell my neighbor today, riding out of my neighborhood, to explain to him how the only banker in South Carolina who represents himself as doing all these things for the good that you were charged, and God bless you for doing, but who cannot explain the most glaring, historically unprecedented fiscal FUBAR in South Carolina's history. And you're our guy. And you are doing just like Shaggy. It wasn't me. It's everybody but me. And maybe that's so, but it is so hard to defend, not in a criminal context, but in a, can he do the job? Help me, help us accept the responsibility.
Well,
if you did it...
Would you tell me what you want me to accept responsibility for? But because it's complicated.
Am I the chief banker? Accept this. Am I the chief banker or are you?
I'm not the chief accountant, and that's the problem.
But you're the chief banker. And so when I'm talking to my constituent about my banker, the number one banker in South Carolina is looking to somebody else to figure out where's the money, that's pretty hard.
It was $1.6 billion of budget dollars, not real folding cash. We deal with folding cash. We don't deal with the budget dollars.
Senator Stubbs' predecessor. I mean, just do the money. Cash. You're saying it's cash. Your own record is saying it's cash, and I got interest. Look, I've generated interest.
Senator.
And I apologize. Thank you so much.
But Senator, because the Comptroller General told me it was cash. You see,
told Senator Fanning it was cash.
Because the Comptroller General gave me a letter.
Senator's time expires. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I think we're at a good time to take a break. I would move that we break for dinner until 7:45.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll stand in recess as a committee of the whole. Just 7:45. Committee of Whole is back in order. We continue with questions. Senator from Charleston.
Yes, sir. I have some,
Senator Sutton.
questions for the treasurer, please. Mr. Treasurer, thank you for being here. Want to give a little bit of grace here in your conversation earlier with the senator from Lancaster, Senator Blackman. I believe you said something along the lines that in 2016, you or your office was not aware that ACFR was, or that the fund 993 was excluded from ACFR. Am I accurately summarizing what you said earlier to the senator?
No, I don't think I said that. I think we were talking about when the 1.8 went in, and that was 2018.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were talking, I think we were talking about when the 1.8 billion went in, and that was 2018.
2018 is what you're saying?
I think that's.
Gotcha. And I'll clarify this so that if anybody wants to flip to page 8 of the Alex Partners report, it says, in fiscal year 2016, when the comptroller informed the state treasurer's office that Fund 993 would be excluded from the ACFR, the state treasurer's office responded by explaining to the comptroller how Fund 993 would need to be used, stating that we at the state treasurer's office need to consider the activity, this fund to balance the system to the bank. In other words, Fund 993 contained entries made by the state treasurer's office to adjust for any differences in the state's accounting system and the bank balance as such that the two would match. Do you agree? That's page 8. I know it's a big report, but do you agree with that assessment from the outside audit that your office was aware in 2016 that there was an issue and that Fund 993 would not be included in the ACFR?
We don't make that decision, but I don't know the year. I believe what you're saying to me,
but do you believe with the outside audit that statement is accurate?
Yeah, if it's in there, I agree with it. I don't know how much money was in that account then.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's much smaller and then got bigger.
Thank you. Are you aware? So one of the things I'm trying to dial in here is, I think we can pretty clearly point to about 2016 is when the error chain really kind of exploded, if you will. And that, we have proof here on the outside audit that your staff members in your office was aware. You're saying you were not aware, I think you said earlier, January, February timeframe of 2023. So roughly about 7 years later, after your staff was aware, acknowledged a problem, about 7 years later, you were aware. Am I accurately summarizing that? Okay. Are you also aware that your deputy state treasurer, Tanya Morris, sent a letter to the state auditor, Mr. Kennedy, and this was in 2018, when they were informed that this fund is a problem, not properly accounted for. And in this letter, she stated, these entries expect to be completed in fiscal year 2018 will be put in the ledger, will simply be a ledger moved between offsetting accounts and will have no impact on CAFR reporting. So basically saying that your office is working on correcting the account. Does that sound accurate?
It was a continuous process. I wasn't involved at that level. That's very technical work. But it was a continuous process. The accounts were always, there were lots of entries going in and out of there.
Gotcha. So I just want to recap. Office acknowledgement, outside audit, aware 2016, 2018, your deputy state treasurer, Tanya Morris, acknowledges to the auditor, this is a problem and we will fix this problem in fiscal year 2018, right? Well, that fix never occurred. And to my understanding, and I'll ask the question to you, has that fix occurred today? Has that been reconciled?
Well, there's a couple things going on. One is you assume that that's the problem and there wasn't fixes along the way, because that's what they do up there. The offices work together to iron out these problems, and it takes them a year, sometimes less, sometimes more. Depends on what it is. So I just don't know exactly what that means. And what was the second part? I'm sorry.
Just that it was are you aware in 2018 that your office sent this letter saying they were going to correct the problem, but the problem was never corrected? To this date, it still has not been corrected.
I don't know what problem they were correcting then, and I don't know just from that letter and what entries they did. It was a continuous process. And please remember, this was also a conversion account where there was a lots of new money coming, and it was all part of the conversion. So there were probably, I'm making this completely up, 100 problems in that account over a year or two, and they all got fixed, or they thought they were fixed.
Where do you think of the chain of command? Because again, you're saying you weren't aware. Where do you think of the chain of command that information stopped, that somebody was maybe afraid to tell you or didn't feel like they needed to tell you? Do you have any idea where that break was?
I got the impression they did not identify, how can I say this? When we went through a bunch of emails, and I was incorrect, we did do a report on this. It's been given to the committee, so I just forgot. I got the impression that there was a series of issues and a series of conversions, and it was just a process, and it just kept going and going and going. At some point, it kind of got over. That part of it did, but the way it is looked back at now is as if we start this project on Thursday and it finishes on Wednesday. It was just a long, continuous process.
But you're saying prior to 2023, you were aware that there were issues with this account and that your staff was working on correcting those issues. I think you said there was hundreds of improper entries and it was an ongoing problem prior to 2023 that you guys were
That's
working.
not what I said.
Okay.
I said, I know that in these conversions, there are always problems. And this was just one account out of I don't know how many, or one fund, excuse me, for that conversion. So, I'm not even sure which they're really talking about. But
I'm talking about account 993.
Yeah, but 0993, there were, it's $30-something billion went through there over a couple of years.
Okay.
Is that the letter to the auditor about an audit finding?
That is, that letter, I don't have a print off for you. It was dated, and I'll correct myself, it was actually written in 2017, November 21st, 2017, to the auditor, basically stating your office is aware there's a problem with Fund 993, and they're working to correct that, and it will be corrected in fiscal year 2018, but that didn't happen. We know that. It continued to get worse and worse. You're saying that things were being corrected, but you didn't fully, I guess, you weren't aware until 2023. Are you aware, out of the smaller errors, maybe that's the right way to put it, that your staff was adjusting Fund 993 to balance to the bank, even when the accounting system itself was wrong, stating that, comes directly from Alex Partners, page 9, entries were made to force the system to match the bank. Were you aware that was happening?
Well, yes and no. I'm going to have to get the account back because this is incredibly complicated.
Don't worry about we'll keep going with that. I'll take a bigger general. Is forcing false entries to a bank ledger just to make it balance without understanding or correcting the underlying problem, is that consistent with the oath?
Who said that?
Don't ask my question. Is that consistent with your oath to preserve, protect, and defend the state's integrity?
Who wrote that?
That was on page 9 of Alex Partners. The entries were made, this is the exact quote, entries were made to force the system to match the bank.
But what about the false entries you just mentioned? You said something about false entries.
Yes, is forcing false entries to balance a ledger. Is that acceptable?
Without seeing the letter, I believe if that was in 17, that sounds like to a 2016
I'm not talking
audit
about
finding.
the letter anymore. I'm talking about page 9 of the findings where it says that entries were made to force the system to match the bank. Basically, false entries to get the books to balance.
I think, is that the Alex Partners report?
That was a finding.
That was a finding for the State Treasurer's Office? I don't believe that was a finding.
It's listed on page 9 of Alex Partners. And my time's short, so Mr. Treasurer, I still have a couple more questions for you. I come from a primarily an aviation background, primarily a military aviation background, and service overlapped with the senator from Zell back there. So there's a lot of problems and solving problems that we look at in a similar light. And one of the things they teach us in aviation, we have a system called crew resource management, meaning that every person that's part of the team that's operating on that aircraft has the same ability to speak up and raise an issue when there's a problem. For example, I fly an airplane that has 4 engines. If one of the engines is on fire and I don't know it immediately upstairs, I want my load master or whoever may be operating downstairs to raise that issue and say, sir, we got flames coming out of engine number 1. It seems like to me in this report, it's acknowledged very clearly that in 2016 there was a problem. Your own office, your deputy state treasurer, wrote back to the auditor in 2017 saying, we're aware of the problem, we're going to fix it in fiscal year 2018. That never happened. Sir, is your staff afraid to bring issues to you? Are you, I mean, you're kind of a bombastic guy. I believe last week you called this place a frat house and we're trying to get our hands on $54 billion. Some big statements. Is your staff afraid to bring issues to you? That's for the treasurer. That's for you, sir.
No, my staff,
I can tell you I'm not.
I'm talking about the staff in general because we have a situation, and again, this is cold hard facts here. These are not
your time.
opinions, but it was known in
Senator
2016. It was not brought to you. Is that what you're saying?
Can I see that piece of paper, please?
Senator from Charleston's time has expired for questions.
I'd like to be clear that page 9 does not say anything about forcing entries to balance the bank. The terminology is not on page 9.
So informed. Thank you. We go now to, before I come to, what purpose do you rise, Senator from Spartanburg, Senator?
I wanted to ask the treasurer a question.
Well, I've got several, and then I could do. So I'm gonna go now to these were Senator from Charleston. Richland, Senator Devine. Senator from Charleston has completed his.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a few for the treasurer. So, Mr. Treasurer, I want to get the timeline correct and a little bit of what the senator from Charleston talked about. In 2017, someone, maybe not you, but someone in your office knew that there was a problem. Is that correct?
Do we have a timeline?
Okay.
I apologize. The whole conversion was a process of solving problems. So, I assume we're talking about the 1.8.
The $1.8 billion. Basically, the report Alex Partners talks about in 2017, there was an acknowledgement from the Treasurer's Office that there was a problem that needed to be fixed. Yeah. So this actually, and I'm looking at, and I don't want to run out of my time, roughly around 2017, but I have on here that says in 2017 there was acknowledgement, what Senator from Charleston was reading, it was a letter in 2017, acknowledgement of a problem that needed to be fixed. And in 2018 when the Comptroller General's Office told you that not to report the $1.8 billion? What year was that?
He doesn't report it. It's his ACFR, and he doesn't. No, it's very important. We didn't do that. He is the one who takes it off ACFR. That's his decision.
Correct, but the Comptroller General's Office in 2018 made a reference to them not, that the $1.8 billion not being reported, so you all were aware of that in 2018?
Count this fund automatically, computer automatically not count this fund in the ACFR was made in 2016 before any of these entries that wound up being erroneous were entered.
So, and this question is for you. The exhibits that you had up there, the emails from the Comptroller General's Office that talked about not reporting, that was a 2018 email, is that correct?
2016.
That was 2016, okay. But Mr. Treasurer, you said it was January of 2023 that you first learned of the 1.8 billion.
January, February, something like that.
Okay, in 2023. Yes. Okay, and so in March in 2023 is when the comptroller, that then Comptroller General Ekstrom, resigned because of a $3.5 billion accounting error.
Which was actually a 5.9.
But it was an accounting error that caused the Comptroller General, the same Comptroller General who told you about reporting. So did that not elevate a red flag to you that the Comptroller General was telling you and how he was reporting things in your office acknowledged that there was an issue? Did that not send a red flag that maybe there was something that you needed to make this General Assembly aware of?
No, because he is the Comptroller General. We do not see his books as he sees them. Catherine Kipp, who's a valued member, she was with us, a valued member with us, now she's with the Comptroller General's office. She was very clear in one of our meetings. She said the Treasurer cannot solve this problem because he does not see all of the problem, all the pieces of the puzzle. The great magic trick in this whole thing is to make me responsible for the Comptroller General's office. We do not understand in a truly professional way that we would be working in his books every day. That just doesn't happen. They're separate animals. One's a zebra and one's a camel, and because they're just very different. And so, I know the thought is that we see everything they have. We don't. We have our business. We balance to the bank. That's what we do. And we're more than happy to help them, and they help us. But it's just this idea that we would remember a letter from 8 years earlier about the ACFR. That is solely his responsibility.
But Mr. Treasurer, but the 993 account is a treasurer account, correct?
It is attached to the Treasury, just like the big contingent reserve fund, the capital reserve fund, all those. We don't have budgetary authority over them. We don't spend money out of there. They're pass-throughs, or they hold them for the state, that type of thing.
But as you've told us, you're the banker, so the 993 account is a treasury account.
It is in E160, but a lot of funds are in E160. That's just where they're housed. It's all in the comptroller's books.
And so that was March of 2023, the Ekstrom resigned. December 2023, the new Comptroller General writes this letter to you acknowledging issues with the 993 and tells you that you need to report it to this body. Knowing that the old treasurer told you about accounting for this account, he resigned because of an accounting error, and now the new Comptroller General is telling you a problem with this account and you need to report it to the General Assembly. Why did you not say, I'm going to report it to the General Assembly, and as you mentioned to Senator from Charleston Tedder, you were still investigating, but why not let the General Assembly know and say, I am looking into this, but I feel like I need to make you aware because of everything that's gone on with accounting errors, the previous Comptroller General resigning, that same person telling you how to account for things. Did that not give you a red herring that something might be wrong? So in order to make sure that people knew that you were on top of your job, you at least let this body know that you were looking into it.
The General Assembly knew. They were copied on that letter. It had been common knowledge. There was nothing to report.
And how did you know that this General Assembly knew?
Because they had tasked me with, they in part had been, they knew. They knew since like June or something. Brian Gaines and one other staffer went over and told them.
And I don't want to run out of time, so let me jump to a couple more, Mr. Treasurer. And so, you talked to, or you answered the senator from Horry County's question about the audit, and you said the money that this General Assembly appropriated for audit, you did not do that audit, you returned that money. Why did you feel that an audit was not necessary when there were all these questions around this account?
Well, again, it was to assist with the Alex Partners audit. We didn't need the money because we were doing it ourselves. We could have hired people in, but we took this opportunity to learn more about the comptroller's books. So we could have spent the $1.2 million. It was given to us to do that. We did it ourselves. We said if we're going to have to know more about the Comptroller General's office, this is how we do it. So we have thousands of hours in that. We could have hired it done, but we saved the taxpayers $1.2 million, and we did it ourselves.
And so that audit that you did yourselves, what findings and recommendations did your audit identify that needed to happen, and have you made those recommendations?
Yeah, it was our participation in the Alex Partners audit. We didn't go do a new audit. That wasn't what that was for. Alex Partners was hired by the state. We, as one of the agencies and the Comptroller General and maybe somebody else, they gave us money to help with that because it's a lot of work. We decided that we could do ours ourselves, so we didn't spend the money. But it was just, it's the same report you've probably got on your desk. It's the Alex Partners report. That's the audit. That's the one they gave us the money to help for. We did it ourselves, so we gave them, well, the money went back to the General Assembly.
And as of today, the problem itself, this accounting error that you eloquently talked about this earlier today, is still not been corrected.
I haven't checked today, but I don't think it has been. I think that Mr. Gaines is waiting on the compliance officer that Alex Partners requested, who are now, by the way, they're hired and they're here. They may not be here today, but they're back and forth.
And I guess finally, my problem here, Mr. Treasurer, and I've known you for years, and I have no questioning your integrity, but I do feel like we are here to talk about the public trust. And even in your statement, and you were very eloquent in your statement, you talked about protecting the public trust. And so we are looking at over $8 million spent on legal fees and investigations and audits. And it seems like if you would have gone to the subcommittee the way you came in here today with a conciliatory manner saying, I want to work with you all to solve this problem and correct it and make sure that we can tell the public that, yes, there were errors and we've made mistakes, but we're fixing them, then we would be able to tell the public and they would have trust in us. But I feel like we cannot do that now because as at this point, you've continued not to even accept any kind of responsibility. An error is an error, and that happens. But why haven't you come to the subcommittee, to the full committee, to this body and say, we made a mistake, but we're going to fix it and we're going to give the public assurances that this mistake is fixed and it will not happen again?
I said that in my statement.
Today.
We've never.
But did you ever say that to the subcommittee 2 years ago before we got into spending $8 million?
You have to remember, I answer what they ask me. And if your question is that you want me to take all the blame for the 1.8, I say no. There's absolutely no way any reasonable person can think that it's our responsibility when we received written instructions that was withheld from y'all. So y'all didn't know that we had written instructions from the Comptroller General, the state's chief accountant.
Senator, your time has expired.
We respect him, and that's why we do what he asks.
Senator from Calhoun, Senator Ott, questions?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Questions for the Treasurer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Treasurer, thank you for being here, and thank you for doing the best that you can to answer these questions. Mine are going to be singularly focused. A lot of them have already been covered tonight. I want to just start with when you took office. What year was that?
I was inaugurated in 2011.
2011, you took office. At what year did the actual conversion to skis take place, or starting the conversion over to this new system?
Well, there are actually multiple conversions, but the one we're talking about now was 15, 16, 17.
Well, I mean, when did the conversion to skis start?
Oh, 15.
In 2015. You have continued to use the phrase throughout the day and tonight that you balance to the bank. And I'm taking that as an assertion that that's what you're required to do, is that you are required to make sure that the amount of money that we have on hand, I'm assuming, matches how much our bank records say that we have on hand. but balancing to the bank is very different than reconciling the funds, correct?
Yes.
When did your office stop reconciling to the fund?
We stopped reconciling to the funds when the Comptroller General quit asking us to do so. And that, I think, was 16 was the last time that we were asked. And if you go, we were working from different fact sets.
That's fine.
I
I just want to know, and I need to keep pointed, okay? So you're saying that you quit balancing to the fund in 2016. Why were you balancing to the fund up until 2016?
Because the Comptroller General said balance to the fund.
Was it so you take your instructions from the Comptroller General?
On accounting,
Or do you take your instructions from state law? Because state law says that you will give a report quarterly to, and I'll read it to you just to make sure I don't screw it up. State Treasurer shall publish quarterly by electronic means and in a manner that allows for public review a statement showing the amount of money on hand and in what financial institution it is deposited and the respective funds to which it belongs.
Yeah, that's the 1912 law.
It's still on the books.
The funds, the accounting terms meant different things back then. We report that funds exactly the same as Grady Patterson did, as Richard Ekstrom did, as Grady Patterson again, Thomas Ravenel, Converse Chellis. It was the point of that report was to let the legislature know where the money was in the banks.
What report are you referring to?
What you just talked about, that report.
I'm referring to state law. I just read you state law, not a report.
It's a report that comes from a state law. Okay, so and it's on our computer. It's on our website right now.
But you're acknowledging that you are not following state law.
No, sir.
Well, how can two things be true? How can the state law say what you're supposed to do, and it says the treasurer's office, but you're telling us that you're not? I understand that you're saying you can't because you don't get the information from the Comptroller General's office. I'm not disputing that. No. But you're still having to acknowledge that you're not following state law, and here's the point. Help me understand. Everybody's talking about when you acknowledged that there was a problem or that you should have come and said that there was a problem. I'm saying that you should have come and said, I can't follow state law. Did you ever do that? If I'm taking you at your word that you can't, do you think it's not the responsibility of anyone running an agency if you're doing one thing one day and then because we change over to a new system and you're not doing it anymore, don't you think that you should come and at least tell us, I can't do this anymore because I'm not getting the information from the Comptroller General? No, sir, Mr. Treasurer. I mean, I do think that it's important. This is just your opinion. This is the way you view it and your perspective. It's not what, I mean, with all due respect, I'm just trying to get an answer from you as to why that didn't happen.
What you're really asking, though, is a question of legal interpretation.
Can you speak further into the mic,
I'm
please?
sorry. So 11.5.120 says report the bank, the institution, and the amount of funds that are deposited in the institution. If you go on our website right now, you can look at that report, 11.5.120, and it tells you all the banks and then the amounts of money that are deposited in those banks. What you're asking...
I'll read 11.5.100 to you as well.
Okay.
Because that kind of then I guess goes together. Treasurer shall raise an account in the Treasury books in every instance for the several appropriations made by the General Assembly, so that the appropriations of money and application thereof conformably thereto may appear clearly and distinctly on the Treasury books.
Okay, so that's raising an account. If you look at the CG's statutes, under 11.3, they have a statute that requires them to account for the appropriations.
And that's why I really want to just ask him, because at the end of the day, I understand where you're coming from, but it still doesn't diminish the fact that you changed. No. When we converted over to skis around 2016, that's when you stopped reporting by funds. That's when you stopped. I contend that perhaps if you were still reporting by funds, that we would have never been in this situation to start with. And so I'm trying to figure out why you did that. I'm hearing you tell me because I don't have the information to be able to do that. But that's a problem if we were doing something up to a certain point. I have a problem with you not coming to say, guys, I'm not able to do what I've been historically doing. Since 2011, you were in office.
We're talking about two different things.
I don't think we are.
We are. If you ask the committee, they can give it to you easier than I can. You will find the letters from Richard Ekstrom to his staff asking why we didn't give them the accounts by fund anymore. And he says, well, and he told the committee, he said, well, the treasurer should be given to us. And we said, each year in your closing packages, we give you what you asked for. And so they said, well, fine, we'll find it. They didn't ask for it, so we didn't give it to them. These closing packages are massive spreadsheets. They're 50
Do you believe you're following state law?
Yes.
You contend that you're following state law as it's
Well,
written?
you've talked about two state laws. So, I mean, yeah.
No, yeah, it's 11.5.120 and 11.5.100. And it's your contention that your office is following both of those?
I can't tell you right now. I know that one of them is the old law that we can't comply with, unless that's the one that if we comply with it, we have to put all that public information online.
And again, so you're saying you can't comply with it. Have you ever come to the General Assembly and said, I cannot comply with this law?
I have a whole host of those laws, and I've never gotten past door one.
Have you ever told me, you and I have had conversations before, have you ever told me that there's a law that you can't comply with?
No, were you on that committee?
I'm saying over the years that I've known you.
Well, when skis came in, it changed everything. Like we don't open.
I accept that, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. Well, but so like if we were to open an account, and then Skis opens an account, then what do we have? So it's all done by Skis now.
I understand that.
And I would love to have the laws,
So from
and that's a good idea, Senator.
Right, but 2011 to 2015, you did one thing.
Yes.
In 2016, you did something different.
So that was before skis, and there were two sets of books. The Comptroller General had a STARS, and this Treasurer's Office also had STARS. So there's a reconciliation between the two. When the central state agencies all began operating on skis, everyone had access to those, to the funds, and could run a report. Of course,
Well, then why did you stop? If everyone had access to it, then why did you stop running those reports?
We moved from an antiquated system that was about 30 years old. That was manual, and there was a report they were running to square up the two systems, the one at the Comptroller General's office, one at the Treasurer's office. When everybody converted to skis, everyone was on skis. There was not two different systems at that point. So without them asking us to do it, they had the information. We were all on the same system. Prior to that, we were not on the same accounting system.
I understand that, but you understand the problem that I have, that state law is directing the treasurer, the treasurer's office, to do that.
So we go back to the fact that I need to print 5 million checks a year and haul them up.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. That's what this law is.
No, it does not, and I appreciate that, and I wanted to get into that line of questioning. We're not going to be able to, but I don't think that you had to, because if you did, you would have had to do that prior to 2016. You were giving the reports prior to 2016 without disclosing that type of financial information. That's what I have a problem with, Mr. Treasurer.
We're talking about the financial information that goes into the newspaper is that problem. The one that goes to Comptroller General is not a problem. He sees the exact same thing that I see.
Thank you.
Senator's time has expired for questions. Senator from Spartan. Senator from Williamsburg is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Civil or not, well, actually, let me start with the lawyers. I'd like to ask Ms. Barbier and Mr. Gasser, if they don't mind, just answer a question or two. Thank you. Also, real quick, while you're getting situated, I listened to both of your presentations and you talked process. And so I was curious, and I know that you're both officers of the court, were there any exhibits that were introduced, and I understand that there were no records, custodians, or anything along those lines, but were there any exhibits that were submitted on behalf of the senators who did the presentations that you all really take issue with? Did I get the wrong two lawyers? You're welcome to join them.
I will say that there were charts that we were unfamiliar with. We didn't know who created. We couldn't even see the numbers on the charts well enough to know whether or not they were accurate, even if I had another document to compare it to.
All right, charts, I make a note of that.
Sure, there are several spreadsheets that we don't know who authored them, what the purpose of them was. I'll particularly, I'm trying to remember what exhibit.
So spreadsheets would be akin to an exhibit, would they not? And,
yes.
and
There was a, one particular exhibit, and it's noted in our report that the State Treasurer's Office issued that there was an exhibit to the interim report and the final report, both, that appeared to be an Excel spreadsheet that was, for lack of a better word, manufactured to appear like a skis screenshot. And it had the header of a skis screen that was pasted in above a manually summed spreadsheet. And we, of course, took issue with that and explained why in our report.
anything other than that? The emails, for instance.
Frankly, the documents were difficult to see from this far away, and not having had any document production prior to this proceeding, I mean, we asked to have a host of documents produced to us in preparation for this
So I saw
hearing.
your request to admit, I saw your interrogatories, I saw your request for production of documents.
Right.
And I saw the deny, but I wanted to know specifically, and perhaps I've gotten my answer. So, okay, I need to query the treasurer if he doesn't mind for a moment or two. And Ms. Eubanks, perhaps you may want to just be near just in case. So I wanted to go real quick to the affidavit of Martin Taylor and exhibit number 1, which was the email. And I've heard talk about when the Treasurer's Office was made aware, and I've heard talk about whether or not the Comptroller General's Office was the one that directed the Treasurer. But I'm looking at this email, and help me, Mr. Treasurer. And so I wanted Mr. Eubanks to get it in front of you. It's one of you all's exhibits. But it comes from the affidavit of Martin Taylor. It's exhibit number 1. And there's an email that's dated May the 26th of 2016 at 10:55 a.m. And the email is from Laura Show and to Angela Griffin, David Starkey, and others. But it says, "Good morning. David just attended a meeting, and it was determined this fund does not represent true cash available and should not be reported with the, well, it's not the ACFR, I guess it's the CAFRA at that time. It is being used as a clearing fund for the Treasurer's Office. Therefore, the following changes need to be made on the fund master so that it is not picked up in the CAFR reporting that is prepared at year end." Now, and then there's a response that's at the top. That's the same date, but it's 12:37 p.m. And it says there are several funds used for treasury purposes that you will likely need to treat in similar fashion as this fund. Suffice it to say that we at the Treasurer's Office will need to consider the activity in this fund to balance the system to the bank. But the activity within these funds is agency/fund agnostic and not attributable to any specific agency. Now, am I wrong in understanding that that's essentially a conversation between the Treasurer's Office and the Comptroller General's Office, whereas the Treasurer's Office that's suggesting to the Comptroller General's Office that it does not need to be reported? Am I misunderstanding that?
The Alex Partners testimony covers this a little bit. What this conversation is suggesting is that Laura Sho says, we're not going to count this in the ACFR, and Martin Taylor says, okay, well, the activity in it still needs to be represented in our books because it's bank activity. And Alex Partners kind of questions, well, why didn't anyone acknowledge this difference in treatment?
But
the reason for that is that they have different roles.
Yes, sir, but stay with me. Frankly, I don't need Alex Partners to help me decipher what's going on in the emails. I'm just reading them at face value. And it just appears to me as if you've got an individual at the Treasurer's Office and an individual at the Comptroller's Office that's discussing this fund. And the fund we're talking about is not a different fund, and I heard people talk about different times, but we're talking about 993. And how do I know that? There's another email that's dated July the 12th of 2016 that says that the Treasurer's Office requests another Treasury fund the same way as Fund 993 to be excluded from the ACFR. And so I've heard that the Comptroller General's Office is directing the Treasurer to not include this on the ACFR. But my reading of these emails is actually just a wee bit different. It's the Treasurer's Office not wanting them to be reported because they want to use it to, they say, balance the system to the bank. But that seems like the Treasurer's Office requesting that and not the Comptroller General's Office. Am I wrong on that?
You're right, because they're both explaining what their different role for this fund is for each agency.
I get it, but it would be inaccurate for our record to reflect, as I heard earlier, and perhaps I heard it wrong. I mean, we've got other senators in here. They may have heard it differently. But what I heard was that the Comptroller General's Office was instructing the Treasurer, and that the Treasurer had no choice but in essence, do what the Comptroller General says, because the Comptroller General is the accountant, and that the Treasurer is the bank. But I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear that that's not what we have according to these emails in terms of what's going on.
Senator, I understand, and I don't know how to say this. I wish I did. I wish I was a better speaker. Everybody is helicoptering in to the middle of this huge project, and they're going to discuss these kinds of discussions. We could fill this room with these emails and phone calls and back and forth. So, I mean, it's a constant back and forth, and
Mr. Treasurer,
I just don't understand what's meaningful out of that.
So the point that I thought was meaningful, Mr. Treasurer, is that I did not want the record to reflect that whether or not this entry was on the ACFR, excuse me if I'm butchering that up, was based on a directive from the Comptroller General's Office, because that's not how I saw it. And so I just wanted to be clear that my reading of the emails is not a situation where it's a directive from the Comptroller General's Office. It appears more a request from the Treasurer's Office. And especially when I saw the email that was dated July the 12th, where the Treasurer's Office was asking that another fund like 993 be listed in the same fashion. And yes, ma'am, I invite you as well.
Hopefully I can help with this.
Sure.
There are other emails beyond that where Martin Taylor was cautioning against leaving that off the ACFR, and that was going to be their choice. He said, I'd caution you with leaving that off the ACFR since we're using that.
What's the date on that email?
It's in that same transaction. I don't know that you have all of them, but it would be in that same time frame.
I
within the
didn't see
next-
it, so I'm
yeah,
s- I'm-
within the same few days. He further cautions Laura about leaving it off the AGFR.
All right, so help me now. Wait a minute.
Senator, I'm sorry, your 10 minutes has expired. I apologize. Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, has time remaining, 2 minutes for questions.
Sure, if I could ask Mr. Eubanks a question, please.
I will not start your time until he gets present.
Mr. Eubanks, in your earlier presentation, it was going pretty quick. I was trying to follow you. And I want to try to clarify something. Was it in your presentation, or do you contend that these various conversion entries that resulted in the 1.8 were all directed by the Comptroller General's office?
It's my understanding that that is the case, that at least the 1.6 billion that were appropriations all originated from the Act for Business Areas, which were the sole,
All right, well,
under the
you're,
sole.
you're well aware that some people from Alex Partners were here on March 11th, 2025, on page 4390 of this Senate report. There's transcripts of their testimony. And I will just tell you that Ms. Markle says, as we indicated in our report that we issued, we believe that it was joint responsibility. We believe that the CGO and the STO were both involved in the various entries. I believe Alex Partners' report presents it, that it was a collaborative effort on these entries, that it was not simply the CGO directing the STO. And I will refer you also to a second quote on the same subject on page 396. At the very top of the page, Mr. Bly, the previous quote I read was from Ms. Markle. Mr. Bly says, the other part that I would add to that, though, is at least in consultation and with the involvement of the Comptroller General's office in many cases, meaning that the State Treasurer's office had made these entries in consultation with the CGO's office. So I just don't find in the Alex Partners presentation that all these conversion entries were directed by the CGO. I believe they present that it was a collaborative effort.
Oh, well, can I respond? This is page 10, directly from the Alex Partners report. We determined that approximately 1.6 billion of the 1.8 did not represent real cash. It is attributable to balances in certain Act for Only business areas that were incorrectly recorded to Fund 303-50993 during the Phase 2 of the bank conversion. These balances represent a summation of adjustments previously recorded by the CGO during the Act for preparation, and as such, the failure to recognize what these accounts represented had the unintended consequences of artificially inflating the balance of 303-993. These entries were the primary reason that the conversion account did not net to zero upon completion of the conversion as intended.
Well,
Senator, I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Well, the conversion process was owned by the Treasurer's office.
Senator from Colleton, recognized for up to 10 minutes.
At first, I'd like to ask Senator Goldfinch a quick question, and then I'd like to ask the attorneys for Treasurer Loftus a question. Senator Goldfinch, if you could first explain to me the screenshot that was referenced earlier as not being decipherable or clearly showing the charts. Can you explain that for me?
Are you referencing the skis chart that they were
Yes.
talking about just a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Sure. We did, despite what I've heard here today, we did participate in what I would call a discovery, a production. It's not quite discovery as you know it in civil procedure, but we all exchanged information a week ago. They got every single document, every single exhibit that we used in production today. And so they had a close-up view to be able to read everything that was in our exhibits, and they could have come back and asked us for additional information, but we didn't get it. Now, specifically as to the skis chart that you were referencing, I was just looking at it when they were asking the question, and it's very legible, by the way. It is a chart that was put together by our staff. It is not a pull directly from skis, but it does represent true and accurate numbers.
Has there been, before today, any reference by any of the attorneys for the treasurer that the chart was altered or doctored in any way by Senate staff or yourself?
Well, I've heard them make undertones of accusations about that, but this is the first I've heard about that. And the answer is absolutely not.
Have they been provided the documents that we've been provided?
Yes.
Have they had access to the videos
Yes.
that have been shown? Have they had access to review all of the Alex Partners' testimony before our committee?
Yes.
The Comptroller General's testimony before our committee?
Yes.
And the previous auditors'
Yes.
testimony? Have they had an opportunity to even review their own treasurer's testimony before our committee?
They have gotten, Senator, everything that we used in our production, in our production and beyond.
Thank you. If I can, no other questions.
Okay,
If I can have either of the attorneys to, I think Ms. Barbier, probably. Ms. Barbier, if you would come to the podium and tell me what documents that you would tell this Senate have been created by AI or doctored in any way. Specify which documents that are in your binder that you're referring to.
I never made an allegation, Senator, that a document was made by AI. My point in my presentation regarding the lack of due process in this proceeding is that we have had no opportunity to review the documents that would be necessary to prepare someone's defense.
Are any
For
of the
example,
documents that you have been provided that were created by the Treasurer's Office, would you say any of those have been changed in any way as has been presented in your binder?
I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, thank you very much.
But I would
I'd like to
finish
ask,
my answer.
I only have 10 minutes. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the Treasurer a couple of questions, please. Okay. Treasurer Loftus, if I can just say this with all due respect, we would likely not even be here tonight. I've been on this committee for 2 years. If the treasurer who testified before us today was the same one that testified several times before our committee, wouldn't you agree? Would you agree if you were the same person today and gave the same testimony and seemed to be a little conciliatory that we wouldn't even be here 9 o'clock?
Ma'am, I showed up for a 15-minute hearing. I was there 6.5 hours
Well,
answering
I
scripted
was at that
questions, and I
meeting.
was called liar,
Is that the same one where you threw the ink pen?
It's
and
on
left
video.
the room?
Would you find that on that video?
Yes.
Yes, I'd love to
was
see
there.
that on that video.
Didn't you receive a request to appear before our committee on February 18th, 2025, after we received the Alex Partners report, but you failed to show for that committee meeting because you were hiking the Appalachian Trail? You told us you would come, but then when we convened the meeting, you sent Clarissa Adams, didn't you?
No, ma'am, I never told you I was coming to that meeting.
Okay. At that meeting where you had an opportunity to respond to Alex Partners, by the way, since we like to have sunshine on all fiscal matters, Alex Partners was paid over $3 million by the taxpayers of South Carolina to do this audit. Did you understand that we had paid Alex Partners?
Of course.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to review their report, and did you have an opportunity to come before our committee to answer any questions you might have about the report or to give testimony?
You mean the meeting when I was out of town?
Yes, the 18th, you said we received notice from your office that you would come. You didn't come.
No, ma'am.
You came on the 27th. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what the second date was, but my office did not tell you that I was coming. And in fact, the email from the Senate was a little bit unusual because it said your leadership team.
Okay.
And I was a long planned trip.
Let's go back to that alleged 6-hour committee meeting you were referring to. At that committee meeting, I noticed that you had 4 members of your staff there. Of particular was your chief of staff, who was, what's her name? Clarissa Adams? And the young lady that's back there. She was also at that meeting. For most of that meeting, whenever we asked you a question, your chief of staff or the young lady back there would come up and assist and provide assistance during that time. Did you authorize them to provide sworn testimony after that?
Firstly, that's an unfair characteristic of what she did. She gave me notes 2 or 3 times. Okay. So she did not every 15 minutes for 6 hours.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Did in your office and in your capacity after we paid the $3 million to Alex Partners, did you authorize your chief of staff or anyone in your office to hire Infinity Marketing out of Greenville, who is a crisis management team, to come and prep your staff, costing the state of South Carolina some $64,000 so that they could explain their actions during this time?
They were not hired for a meeting. They were hired for this whole issue.
Wouldn't it have been easier just to come and sit down and talk to us and explain to us the way where you started out today? Let me ask you about your February 27th.
Ms. Wright Matthews, they were hired for an extended period of time. They were not hired for a meeting. They were hired because we do serious work at the Treasurer's Office, and we need somebody to help us with these communication of these issues.
Isn't it correct that on the 27th, when you finally came and held a meeting with us and appeared, you misstated the results of the Alex Partners report? Is that incorrect or correct?
You have to give me some example.
Weren't you incorrect when you stated that your office passed with flying colors and we audited the wrong agency? Didn't you say that several times to us?
I still believe that.
Okay. Alex Partner then had to fly back to South Carolina to correct your misstatements and clarify that the Treasurer's Office, you, was the one that erroneously converted the ACFR amounts for reporting only. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct. One, they were called back here. They did not come on their own. They were commanded to come back here. Secondly, on the issue of, that's when he's talked about collaboration. They sent us the email, and what the committee says is when somebody does the data processing, they made the entries. The person who created the entries, it says in Alex Partners, is the 770, I think it is, previously recorded entries. In fact, Mr. Grooms asked Clarissa, my chief of staff, in the previous meeting about those 773 entries, and she didn't know what they were yet because we had just gotten a copy of the report.
Treasurer, you're the treasurer. Why were we even asking Clarissa Adams when you had the duty of responding? Because you understand that as the treasurer elected by the people of South Carolina, what happens in your office, the buck stops with you. It is on you. You have to supervise and train your staff appropriately because you understand that the state of South Carolina is paying your chief of staff, I believe, $219,000 to do what you tell her to do and do it properly. But yet it's you here, the treasurer of South Carolina, that is the one that is answering these questions while your chief of staff has put in her resignation, her retirement.
She's got 41 years of service. I believe she's
entitled. Not here tonight. When you said that you were answering questions for 6 hours, you relied upon her testimony, not upon your knowledge, did you?
No, ma'am, that is a complete mischaracterization of what happened. She gave me 2 or 3 or 4 notes, something like that, and they're all 1 or 2 words.
And she answered our questions for over an hour on February the 18th, and you were nowhere around, and you did not call off the meeting. You told her to proceed, but she's not here tonight, and she is the one who initially gave the information.
Let me apologize to the Senate. I had a long-planned vacation that I was on. They called a meeting, I think it was Thursday afternoon, for the day after Martin Luther King holiday. I was out of town. And if the Senate says, Curtis, no matter where you are in the world, you got to come back when somebody decides to have a meeting, well, then I'm just going to have to live here at the State
It was not a subpoena, was it?
Ma'am?
It was a request. It was not a subpoena. It was a request
No,
to
I didn't
come.
say subpoena.
And you did not advise us that you weren't coming until the
Yes,
day
ma'am,
of.
we did. Yes, ma'am, we did. Edward Fraser talked to the staffer and told her.
Treasurer Loftus. Our questions.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, and I was offered, my staff also offered for me to appear virtually.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Adams, and then I'll come to the senator from Richland.
Mr. Treasurer, I actually got a question for Senator Grooms. I was wanting to know, Senator Grooms, if you could actually go over the circumstances of the allegations of the sensitive bank information that was going to be released by the Treasurer. If you could explain that a little bit better for us.
After we had our subcommittee meeting in which the treasurer testified, it got a little testy. We were trying to get to the part of the statute that requires that he do reconciliations. But the first part of that statute talks about posting online the various bank accounts. But we were looking at the state auditor's reports from, I believe it was 2012, 2013, 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018 that said he wasn't doing proper reconciliations. And Malden and Jenkins actually said that in their report, and so did Alex Partners. But we were trying to get to the part about the reconciliations, like the Senator Ott from Calhoun was asking a minute ago. But the treasurer got awfully testy and got a little angry, and he held up a ledger, said, if you want me to post these now, I'll hand it to his staff. Said, post these by end of business day. And that was the architecture of our state's finances. And then former senator from Sumter, Senator McElney, said, understand, we're not instructing you to do that. That was on a Tuesday. Wednesday, almost around midnight, I believe his staffer, Carissa Adams, contacted Marcia Adams at the Department of Administration. And that letter is somewhere in the packets that we saw here earlier, asking her what would happen if certain architecture of the state's bank accounts were posted online. Could you let us know? And Marcia thought it was a strange request, getting it almost midnight, but she had the cyber folks then start working on it that night. Next day, Thursday, while we're in session, the subcommittee received a letter, and it was posted on the line. It was posted here a little while ago. And the letter said, with respect to the electronic publication for public review of quarterly statements referenced in Section 511-120, we will begin posting on the State Treasurer's website a detailed fund report. We alerted the Department of Administration so that the agency can take action to protect SCIS and the state's other information and financial systems. So at one meeting, someone said that we had made the letter up. We didn't make it up. That's the letter we received. Our subcommittee immediately met in the president's office right here to discuss the serious issue of having the state's bank account architecture posted online for cyber thieves. We got Marcia Adams on the phone asking her if there's any way to sever all communications to the Office of State Treasurer to protect our information. We had someone else on the phone with the governor's asking the governor to please get involved. He was coming out of anesthesia from having knee surgery. We had someone trying to get the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court on the line to see if he couldn't do something to stop the treasurer from posting that information. We had other phone calls with the Attorney General asking for help. We got this Chief of SLED, Keel, on the phone asking for help, all because he told us he was doing it. And Marcia Adams had responded later that day that such exposure would not be in the best interest, and asked the treasurer to please not do it after he sent the letter saying that he would do it. We ended up coming into subcommittee and we informed the full Senate. The freshman members of the Senate weren't here that time, but the rest of y'all might remember what happened when we informed the body that we may have a possible breach. It was just ill temperament. Playing with the state's finances like that. Going from a Tuesday when he held up the ledger saying he was going to do it till midnight when the Department of Administration received notice that it might happen, but what would happen? And then we receive a letter saying, I am doing it. And then to come here and say, oh, that never happened. Well, it did happen. It did happen. So many things I've heard today. Well, that didn't happen. Well, we know good and well it did. And we could prove it. That's what happened with that letter, Senator. Thank you for asking that question, because we sort of glazed over here a little while ago.
Well, just to kind of follow up with that, so we have heard a couple times that wasn't going to happen. It wasn't the intention. So let's just say, for instance, that wasn't going to be their intention. However, after receiving a letter, the phone calls, and the concern, at that point in time, you had no choice but to take it as a serious intention. Would that be a true statement?
Well, if you believe that the treasurer is good for his word, if you believe that he is honest in telling the truth, if you read the words he wrote in his letter, then yes, you would believe it. You would believe it was a credible threat. I did. That was the day I decided, I made the decision that I knew this guy didn't need to be treasurer. I even called for his resignation after that. But we continued the work of the subcommittee because we wanted to get to the root of the $1.8 billion in cash that he said was real, that I had doubts that it was real. I believed that there was just going to be a smokescreen so we wouldn't look at him and his failures. Because if you remember what happened at about that time, well, we ought to give the money back to the taxpayers. $1.8 billion. Let's give it back to the taxpayers. I'm going, shouldn't we at least determine whether the money is real before we start cutting checks to the taxpayer? But it turned out to be no cash at all, even though we had assurances that it was. And that, to me, is central in this argument. If the treasurer didn't know if $1.8 billion was real, if he didn't understand that cash was real or not real, because of all the mistakes in the treasury, we have to take the fake cash to add to the real cash so we can balance to the bank. He can't balance to the bank unless he adds in the fake cash. That is the way the system is today.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, do I still have a couple minutes to ask the treasurer a question, too? Treasurer Loftus, real quick. So today we've heard, and tonight, this evening, we have heard that you were unaware of the account $1.8 billion, $1.6 billion until 2022, until it was noticed by General Ekstrom at that time due to the accounts. So we are seeing some emails going back to 2016 when they're talking about this account, and they're going back and forth between your office and their office. So my only question is, because your staff didn't let you know about it, are you not responsible for your staff?
I am responsible for my staff. Senator, this is the difficulty part of this. We deal with these types of problems on a regular basis. They are complex. Y'all have had this dumped on you, and it's very difficult to understand. If you're in the office watching this, it's still difficult to see. This has been portrayed, just like so many things, in a cartoonish fashion. I didn't know about this because the staff, who are the 30 and 40-year professionals at all of these offices, that's what they do. We don't do that. That's what these people do. And we have outside vendors and auditors, and they all were doing the best they could, and they had several starts and stops, and they thought they had it fixed. Now, our needs for that, like he talks about funny money, a lot of the Comptroller General's books are funny money, budget dollars. We have to use those when we balance. It's just, it's just so complicated that you can make any, if a heart surgeon was here and he was trying to explain heart surgery, he could run us all in 3 minutes, we wouldn't know what he's talking about. And that's what happens in this. It all gets stripped down to just some simple idea, and I don't know how to express it. I don't have my PhD in government accounting with 35 years. So it's just difficult. And I didn't know about it. My staff at some level knew about it, and they thought it was fixed. The state auditor said that he thought it was fixed and he was going to go back and look at it the next year, but he didn't. And so, you know, I mean, I'm not blaming him. It's just some reason, maybe it was because it was off ACFR. I don't know. But these things are all complex.
But it came up every year, though. Doesn't it come up every year?
The audit does, but I don't know what they audit. See, I still cannot tell you today if all of the economic activity of the state is audited. It's just, I don't have that kind of access. We've asked for it, but we can't get it. And the Alex Partners report now has as one of its recommendations is that the Comptroller General's office will go there, educate and meet with us and tell us what that is. I mean, it's probably just fine the way they do it, but we just don't know.
Thank you, sir.
Senator, your time has expired. Senator from Richland, Senator Walker is recognized for up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening to you, Mr. Treasurer. I just have a few questions. Mr. Treasurer, prior to, I would say, last week, I had a general understanding of the role of the treasurer. It was a rather simple one, which is, the state's banker, or the individual, that office, rather, which is responsible for the management of the state funds. And I went to your website just to, I guess, get a greater understanding of the role of your office. And so came across a video clip. I think it's like maybe a 2-minute clip, and jotted down some notes, and you can tell me if you agree or disagree with this. But according to the clip, on your website, it says the state treasurer's office manages the state's real cash. You would agree with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Also says that the treasurer's office uses the state's accounting system known as SKISA, right? No, SKIS, rather, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you use that accounting system to keep track of banking as well as investment transactions, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. These aren't trick questions. This is directly from the website.
I didn't quite hear you.
And you match that information up with bank statements on a regular basis to ensure that information is correct, right?
Yes, sir.
And so let's stay there for a second and talk about, Fund 993. Because it's my understanding that this accounting error, or at least 1.6 of the $1.8 billion in Fund 993 can be ascribed to an accounting error that took place when your office was switching systems. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But at some point, you made the representation to members of this body that $1.6 billion was actual cash, right?
That's when I had the comptroller's letter.
Okay, but actual cash, $1.6 billion. And so sticking with, what I just said earlier regarding how you're able to sort of, what your role is to ensure that the bank statements, match the information regarding your bank and investment transactions. At any point, did your bank statements match the $1.6 billion that you said was actual cash in Fund 993?
We don't balance to that fund. The bank does not balance to that fund. We balance to the total of all the money in the system.
Well, how are you able to say that it was actual cash? Because if you're responsible, if your office is responsible for managing real cash, you're making the representation that it is real cash. I would assume, or at least my supposition, is that you also verified that $1.6 billion would have been, that would have been consistent with your bank statements.
That, again, we balance our bank accounts to the bank. That's a fund. We don't balance that.
But why, Mr. Treasurer, would you then say that is real cash
The
when your office is
Comptroller
responsible?
General and the, again, this is, you want me to be the Comptroller General. I'm
No, I
not.
don't.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't.
I'm not the Comptroller. Though he manages all of that, he sets it up, he oversees it, by statute he does. And so, I mean, that's what he does. And he also handles the budget dollars.
And I think, Mr. Treasurer, that may be part of the challenge here. I think, that's probably where the chasm is as far as with this body and you, is that it seems that with many of us, our expectation is that this is an issue that you would have made an effort to correct, or you would have you present to this body steps that have been taken to correct this issue or reconcile it. But you've communicated numerous times that you are not the Comptroller General and that you feel that this is not your responsibility to even reconcile or even correct this error. And so, which leads, some of us probably to believe that you're not going to take any steps to address this issue, which then I think the corollary is perhaps you may be veering into what I would call, neglectful territory with respect to the duties of your office.
And I can tell you that we are taking steps. We have, as of 23 and 24, we have given that information to the Comptroller General right out of skis, the total of the funds that do bounce back to the bank. That has not changed. We continue to bounce back to the bank. We've always bounced back to the bank. We do not invest based on skis fund numbers. And so I think that's the confusion, that's a fund in skis, a self-balancing set of accounts. It's not a bank account. So of the total dollars that we have, that we invest, the information the treasurer provided was what $1.8 billion would have earned within our pools. So I don't think that there's any way that we can say a particular fund and how much money. Most of the funds are combined together, and the interest that's earned on those dollars go right back to the general fund. And 993 was that case. It was not segregated out. And so when the question was, well, how much interest would you have made on $1.8 billion? That's the information that was provided. So I do think there's a difference between the bank general ledger and the self-balancing set of accounts, which was a fund. And we don't invest individual funds, because I think you heard earlier there's a large number of skis funds that help us account for dollars and how they're to be allocated. Some of those funds, if federally or statutorily allowed to earn interest, they do earn interest. They're assigned a skis business partner, and as that interest is earned, it's accrued to that account. 993 was not set up to be an interest-bearing account. It's part of the general fund, the 1.6, 1.8 billion. We've talked about both of those numbers today. So no change in our bank balance. We've always had the same total. I think the confusion here becomes that account was left off the ACFR. So the ACFR was not proper. It's always been in the general ledger. It's all the total dollars in the bank have not changed and will not change. This was an error on the ACFR. The understanding now is that they would like for that 993, that fund balance to be moved. And so I think we have begun to work with them on that. We have been meeting with them on that. As I said, in 2023 and 2024, we did provide them the total funds, and then the bank balance tied it right back. So we've already began work on that. We take it seriously, and we'll continue to work hard to make sure that you guys have everything that you need. We're looking at the current ACFR. We see some things on the current ACFR that we believe should be on there. So we'll report that as soon as we have that information.
Well, all I know is, the treasurer said multiple times that he is not the Comptroller General, and he does not feel that this is, his responsibility, is not his obligation. He thinks that the Comptroller General should correct the problem. but at the same time, he's represented to this body, for a couple of years, it seems that this was actual real cash. And to my knowledge, my limited knowledge of the office of the treasurer, he's the one that's responsible, for the management of the state's real cash.
Yes, that's correct. And I believe the professional report issued by Alex Partners has asked that this Comptroller General make that correction for the appropriations that were inappropriately allocated in the general ledger, and so that it can match the ACFR. So I do believe Alex Partners has tasked the Comptroller General with doing that, and I can't speak for why that hasn't happened yet, but I know we've been meeting with them and working together with them even in the last 4 weeks.
Mr. Treasurer, why wait until now to put all this effort forward? I don't think we're here if this effort had been put forward a year ago, 2 years ago. Why wait until now?
We didn't know. I mean, Alex Partners had to sort it out. We'd been looking at it for 8 months, 9 months, whatever it was. I have to go back and think about the dates. But again, Alex Partners looked at this and they said, who should fix it? They didn't ask us. They didn't talk to us about it. They said, this is what the Comptroller General should do. And I'm not blaming, I put nothing on them. We just have to have a division between us and them. Because if we don't, then you don't have the segregation of responsibilities and authority. That's accounting 101. And so we work hard to keep that separation up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator from Greenwood, recognized for up to 10 minutes, sir.
This question, of course, is for the Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Thank you for you and your team. It's been a long day. I want to take you back to 2011-12 when you first got into office. Tell us real quick, briefly, how it was supposed to work and how it did work until 15. So there'd be a treasurer, there's an auditor, and then there's a Comptroller General, right?
Yes, sir.
And the three of you handled all of the money for the state. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that your office got paid, you got paid, your office got paid, the Comptroller's office got paid, he got paid, auditor got paid. I think he's appointed, right? Wasn't the auditor appointed?
Yes, sir.
All right. So everything was running smoothly at that time, right? Is that
Yes,
fair?
sir. Well, no, I mean, actually it wasn't, but.
Well, I understand you said there were some abnormalities that you had to work out.
Yeah, the system in 2011 was very sleepy, very sleepy.
Okay.
The conversions were years behind, and so I mean, the technology was old. We had everybody's staff was all ready to retire, so it was.
We didn't have $1.8 billion problems back then.
It's a $1.6 billion appropriation problem. Yeah.
Okay.
It was not they're not sure where all that money came from. Some people have maintained that it may be as old as 20 years old.
But anyway, you got it resolved and you kept moving on until you decided to change to skis and that kind of thing. I guess all of you agreed to that together to change to a new, more modern system of accounting?
Yes, sir. The whole state was changing.
All right, then, and I'm trying to understand, how did we get to this point where we're having to spend $15 million over this entire period for lawyers, accountants, future auditing, an SEC report? I mean, it seems like those three agencies were working together in harmony at one time, and then now it seems like in 15 and 16, all of a sudden y'all weren't working in harmony.
Well, we worked a lot together. Firstly, that number of $10, $15 million, I don't know where that comes from. It's just like so many things in this affair. It's just Alex Partners was $3 million. And I'm sure there's some others, and that's a lot, don't get me wrong. But I don't know where $15 million comes from. Secondly, I forgot what the rest of it was. We have to work together, and we were working together at that time.
Well, I understand, but whatever happened among the three of you, working together, handling the state's money, you're not going to accept responsibility for at least a third of the whole problem?
So the very first day I heard about this, I said, listen, is 4 agencies, split by 4 and go. I mean, because we just wanted to get it fixed. Blame doesn't bother me. We just, it has been portrayed as a static event. We've learned information all along that changes everything. I'm the only one, Senator, I'm going to say this. It is written by the committee that Brian Gaines has changed his opinion as he got more information. Curtis Loftus has done the same thing. But when I do it, I'm called a liar 50 times.
Well,
I mean, this is very important, sir.
Sir, I'm not going there with you, okay? I mean, I could go back and talk about this where you got one shred of evidence that anybody in this Senate's trying to take $50 million away from the taxpayer. You got any evidence to back that up?
50 million?
$50 million in some of your assertions. You said that we're trying to take it, you're trying to protect the public from it, and we're trying to take it.
Oh, you mean 50 billion? Oh. There are, thank you, Senator.
Yeah, and I don't really want to go there, but you know, you can't back that up because it's not true.
Senator, there are senators behind me that want to have an appointed state chairman, state treasurer. And if they would like to see me out of office now, and they will have an appointed state chairman.
Sir, I voted for you.
Yes, sir.
I voted for you every time. Let me just say this. When this Senate was concerned about your shaking that pen and doing those things with that, I was concerned because I was concerned that you were bad, and maybe those numbers on that document would have been viewable to the public. Thank God they weren't. We found out only afterwards, but that night, and then to the next morning, I was calling leadership as a freshman senator. That scared me to death because I didn't know whether you were mad or exactly what was going on. I've never seen you that way.
Senator, I was ill that day. Let's just get to it. I went to a 15 or 20-minute meeting, and 6.5 hours later, I'm there. And I had been asked over and over and over about publishing that report, about complying with the law, which means I had to publish the report. We had one that had been cleansed. We're extremely careful about any type of information. We're extremely careful. So it had no good information on there. And when the reason Marsha Adams wrote us that letter is because that's what I wanted. I knew we couldn't publish that. I knew it was impossible to publish that. No treasurer would ever publish that. But they wouldn't.
You shouldn't have said that, sir.
I did say that. I said that 20 times. Okay. I guarantee you, I said that 20 times, and they said, we want you to publish.
That frightened us to death.
Yeah.
Okay? That frightened the Senate, and it changed the attitude towards you. I'm just telling you.
I understand that, Senator. It was.
Now, let me ask you a couple other questions real quick. I've heard your statement about, well, it's all bundled up, and that's why I said that we made $200-something million on it. I get it. But you knew in 2016 that that was not real money, so you could not possibly have made money on money that wasn't real.
Senator, one, I didn't know it was real money. I didn't know about that account in 2016. That's the first thing. Second thing,
Your staff knew about it for sure.
Sir?
Your staff knew about it for sure, that it wasn't real money. I mean, all your own documents say that. You can say that you didn't know it, but as the captain of the ship, sir, I hate to tell you this, you're responsible to know that.
I had a letter that I am entitled to depend on from the Comptroller General. And I don't know why that's not good.
It's good. It's good. It's good with me. Here's the deal. All three of you are responsible. The total three of you are responsible for the state's money. And somehow y'all got it out of kilter. And somehow I've got to go back to Greenwood and explain two things. One, I got to explain what happened to the $1.8 billion. The second thing I've got to explain to them is if we got to spend $10 to $15 million, okay, to finally get us out of this, I've got to tell them how we are responsible for that. And two of the people have resigned. You're still here, and I'm not asking you to resign, sir. I just want you to accept responsibility for where you're at. And if you do, it makes it a lot easier for us to deal with this in here.
I believe I did that earlier today.
Well, regardless of that, I'm going to have to explain, no matter what happens here today, I'm going to have to explain how we're going to pay for all that money when we got things in this state that we need to be paying for, education, a host of other things, that we're going to have to spend $10, $15 million, and then we still got the SEC to deal with.
Yes, sir. And I don't have anything to do with the SEC. Can you tell?
We're having to hire a lawyer to defend you.
The SEC is different from the 1.8.
Sir, it's all related, because if the 1.8 is not there and you said it was, or the combination of the three of you said it was, and it wasn't, then we're in trouble with the SEC.
SEC came because the Comptroller General overstated cash by $3.8 billion, 3.5. The SEC and no one, including me, knew about the 1.8 was used to buy that down. 1.8 came along separately.
Okay.
It is very important. You're a lawyer. You know, it's very important. It came along separately.
I understand, but the bottom line is it's all combined, and it's all combined in their report, and it's all going to be reported to the SEC, and they're going to have to make a decision whether or not they punish us or not, and how much they're going to fine us.
And whose report? I'm sorry. You said it's
SEC.
Oh, the SEC. Okay, I'm just confused.
I mean, you do agree that all this is going to happen,
Oh, yes, sir.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're all going to have to face this at the end of the day, regardless of what happens here. We got to face that. I just really wish we could have got back to the days of 11, 12, 13 before we did skis, because the three of you together should have reported this to us, in my estimation. One of the three of you, or all three of you, and told us, hey, we got an issue here. We need to bring in the best minds to help us get this ski system straightened out. And maybe if we'd have done that, you'd have done that, the comptroller had done that, the auditor had done that, whoever did it, then we would be in much better position here
No
today.
doubt. I would have given anything to have known about that so I could have told the appropriate people. Senator, if they had brought that to me in, say, 18 or 19 or something, you know exactly what I would have said? Let's fix it. I mean, we look back at this as this terrible thing. It was appropriations, not real dollars, and it is a problem. What do you do in life? You fix it.
Mr. Secretary, I hadn't been in the Senate that long, but when they said there was $1.8 billion unaccounted for, yes. I had worked at the Department of Mental Health, and let me tell you what, every dollar that these people get appropriated, they get.
Yeah, the headline that went,
there was no way we had $1.8 billion.
The headline that went around the world was there's a mysterious bank account with $1.8 billion, and not one bit of that's true.
Senator, your time has expired. Thank you. Senator from Edgefield.
And if there are no other questions, I move that the Senate rise from the Committee on the Whole.
The motion is that the Senate rise from the Committee on the Whole. All those in favor of that motion would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will rise from the Committee on the Whole. Senator from Edgefield.
Mr. President, I move we take a 15-minute break.
Motion is we take a 15-minute break. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We'll be at ease for 15 minutes. Senate please come to order? Previous motion, that now takes us to page 7 on our calendar, adjourn debate S534. The reading clerk will please read.
This is a concurrent resolution regarding the removal of an executive officer on the address of 2/3 of each House of the General Assembly pursuant to Article 15, Section 3 of the South Carolina Constitution.
The question is adoption of the resolution. Roll call is required. The clerk will ring the bell. The reading clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adams? Aye. Mr. Alexander? Aye. Mr. Allen? Not voting, Mr. Bennett? No. Mr. Blackman? Aye. Mr. Campson? Aye. Mr. Cash? Aye. Mr. Chaplin? Aye. Mr. Clemmer? No. Mr. Corbin? No. Mr. Cromer? Aye. Mr. Davis? Aye. Mrs. Devine? Aye. Mr. Elliott? Aye. Mr. Fernandez has leave. Mr. Gambrell has leave. Mr. Garrett? Aye. Mr. Goldfinch? Aye. Mr. Graham? Aye. Mr. Grooms? Aye. Mr. Hembry? No. Mr. Hutto? Aye. Mr. Jackson has leave. Mr. Johnson has leave. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Kimbrell? Aye. Mr. Lieber? Aye. Mr. Martin? No. Mr. Massey? No. Mrs. Matthews? Aye. Mr. Nutt? Aye. Mr. Ott? Aye. Mr. Peeler? Aye. Mr. Rankin? Aye. Mr. Rickabaugh? No. Mr. Rice? Aye. Mr. Sabb? Aye. Mr. Stubbs? Aye. Mr. Sutton? Aye. Mr. Tedder? Aye. Mr. Turner? Aye. Mr. Verdon? Aye. Mr. Walker? Aye. Mr. Williams has leave. Mr. Young? Aye. Mr. Zell? No.
Have all senators voted? Have all senators voted? Senator Allen votes aye. Any further members wishing to cast your vote? Last call. The polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 33 to 8, the resolution is adopted. Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Mr. President, I move that if and when the Senate adjourn this evening, it adjourn to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Motion is that if and when the Senate adjourns today, it would meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow on Tuesday. All those in favor of that motion would say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Senator from Edgefield.
Mr. President, I move the Senate do now adjourn.
The motion is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow on Tuesday,